Petrucci's looked stressed, but not as much as Duncan's. "Okay," Petrucci said. "We'll start by having you all come in the front door. Stay on the porch so you don't get wet. We've got the main camera set up inside the door to get your entrance, and a few more remote ones set up around the lower floor. We'll have Nick follow you around with the handheld. No fixed path, just follow Bryce's lead."
"Doc," Duncan said to Stone, "I know this is new to you. Just do what feels right. If you want to say something, go ahead and say it. If you can drop any interesting tidbits about the house's history, go for it, but keep it brief. We want to be able to pick up any noises. Got it?"
"Got it," Stone said. "And remember who the star of this thing is," drawled a voice from the doorway. Bryce Riley had appeared. He stood framed there for a moment wearing a brown bomber jacket over his jeans and half-unbuttoned shirt, and glared at Stone. "Got that too? Just follow along and be a good little wonk, okay?" "Jesus, Bryce, give it a rest," Huff said in disgust. "You afraid the doc's gonna upstage you or something?" "Nobody fucking asked you," Riley snapped.
Calm down, everybody," Duncan said, stepping between them and putting a hand on Riley's shoulder. "Bryce, baby, it's okay. Everything's fine. You're the star. We all know that. Just get out there and do your thing, okay? Time and daylight's wasting, and we got a lot to do before tonight."
Riley grumbled something under his breath, but subsided. "My hair's still okay? That fucking rain, I look like a damn drowned cat." "You're fine," Petrucci said. "You look great. Come on, everybody, get in position, and let's go." Stone fell into place at the back of the group. He'd been on television before, but only as part of academic panels or as the subject of brief interviews about some aspect of the supernatural. This kind of thing was new to him, and he'd had no idea it would be this frustrating. They filmed take after take over the next hour, with Petrucci calling, "Cut!" every time Riley forgot himself and bitched about his hair or made a point to talk over something Stone said. Someone in the group took a turn into the wrong room, or a piece of equipment didn't perform as expected. By the end of the hour, tempers were so frazzled that Duncan had to step in.
"Okay, everybody, take 10 and get yourselves back together," he called. "Come on, people, you're better than this. Selena, where are you? You're supposed to be making with the psychic bullshit, remember?"
She glared at him. "It's not bullshit, Larry. How many times do I have to tell you that?"
Yeah, well, let's see some more of it, okay? The viewers want mumbo-jumbo."
"I can't help it if I'm not getting anything." She glared harder, then turned her back on him and stalked off toward the cameraman. "Larry, tone it down," Petrucci ordered. "I'm the director, remember?"
"Well, get this thing under control, then," he snapped. "Time's money, and we should have been upstairs by now."
He looked around.
"Rita, where the hell are you?"
"I'm right behind you," Rita said. Stone caught the look of pure hatred on her face before she wiped it to a mask of long-suffering patience when Duncan turned around.
"Yeah, well, don't run off," Duncan was saying. "Go help Nick get that fucking camera straightened out. This is turning into a clusterfuck, and we've barely started."
Stone glanced at his watch. He still had 5 minutes before Duncan wanted them all back together, and the last thing he wanted to do was spend it with this squabbling crew. He drifted toward the back of the house in the direction of the kitchen, the only room where they'd already finished filming. They hadn't found anything in the gutted space, and Stone hadn't wanted to risk shifting to magical sight while on camera in case somebody noticed him zoning out. He stopped in the middle of the room and shifted over, scanning the area he could see without moving, rather than possibly having to explain to anybody who happened by why he was turning in place in the middle of the kitchen. The mist was still there, about as strong as it had been when he'd checked earlier. It mostly hugged the floor, shifting languorously as if a faint breeze wafted along at knee-height. He focused his attention up higher, taking a look at the rotted cabinets and counters and the peeling wallpaper, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. It appeared that the renovation hadn't yet begun in this room. The only evidence of attention was that the floor and counters were clear of trash and debris. Also, apparently, of ghosts. Stone was about to switch back to normal sight and return to the front room when he heard voices. First, He thought it was just more of Duncan's crew sniping at each other, but quickly realized it was coming not from the front of the house, but from the rear. Curious, he stood still and listened. "Telling you, this isn't working. I just want to go home." The first voice was female and sounded as if it were one step away from breaking into sobs. It also sounded tantalizingly familiar, but Stone couldn't quite make out who the speaker was. "We are home," a male voice responded. "Look, I know it's hard, but you promised. You know how much this means to me." "Like hell it does," the woman snapped. "You just don't want to look bad in front of rich Uncle George." "Forget it," the man said. "Just forget it. I should have known I couldn't count on your support. You never wanted to—" And suddenly, Stone knew who was speaking. It had to be Randy and Mary Yates, and here he was eavesdropping on their private argument. Awkward. He coughed loudly. Immediately both of them stopped speaking. A second later, Randy Yates came around the corner, looking startled. "Dr. Stone, I didn't realize— Sorry, was just taking a little break from—" He gestured toward the front of the house. "No problem." He swallowed and for a moment stood in uncomfortable silence. Apparently, Mary didn't intend to make an appearance. Yes, Stone agreed at the same time. "I need to be getting back." There wasn't much else he could say to make this any less uneasy, so getting out was probably his best bet. He hurried back to the front, wondering what kind of hornet's nest he'd signed up for when he'd agreed to do the show. He envied Mortensen, who could spend the day lounging in her room, going through files that were probably far more interesting than this drafty house and his collection of disagreeable people. Outside, the rain had picked up and was coming down hard, pattering against the roof. Duncan and Petrucci seemed to have gotten the group under control by the time he arrived. They all stood around now, assistants fussing at their gear and touching up their makeup and hair. As soon as Stone appeared, one of them finished up with Huff and came over to him to do the same. "Okay," Petrucci said. "Everybody back and ready to go? No more bullshit, people, okay? We've got a lot to do, and I want to have a break before the night shoot. So behave yourselves, got it? Let's get into position and head upstairs. It's more interesting up there, so hopefully we'll get something we can use. Places!" Nick, carrying his handheld camera, hurried up the stairs and positioned himself to get a good view of the team coming up. Petrucci shooed all the assistants and others off to the side, where they'd moved the main camera during the break. As soon as Riley, Selina, Huff, and Stone were situated at the foot of the stairs, Petrucci called, "Okay, action!" Stone followed the others up, their footsteps creaking with appropriately ominous spookiness as they drew near the top. It was much dimmer up here. The place did have electricity, but only about half of the lights were functional. A single naked bulb in the hall's ceiling illuminated their progress. "Let's take a look in here," Riley said when they got to the top, pointing off to his left. "This is Jacob Brunder's suite. Let's see if we can find anything interesting inside. Selina, Cody, you getting anything at all?" Huff looked down at the black box he carried. "Meters are moving a little. Let's get closer." Selina nodded. "I'm feeling something. Can't make it out yet, but there's something in there." She, too, glanced down at her device. "EM readings are elevated." "Looks like we've got something," Riley said, turning to face Nick and the camera off to the side. "Just through this door." He reached for it. "Cut!" Petrucci called from behind them. "Okay, Nick, get inside so you can get their reactions as they come in. Everybody else get out of the shot." The cameraman opened the door and hurried into the room, closing it behind him. "No screams?" Stone murmured to Huff. "That's a good sign, I suppose." Huff chuckled, but Selina shot him a nasty look. Riley ignored them all. "Okay, roll camera," Petrucci called from around a corner behind them. Riley pushed the door open and stepped inside. Selina and Huff followed, with Stone bringing up the rear. They all paused just inside the room, taking it in so Nick could get some good shots of their initial impressions. Despite its aged and worn appearance, it was clear that Jacob Brunder's bedroom suite had once been impressive. Even after all these years, rich touches like bits of the flocked wallpaper, now gray and faded, sections of the inlaid ceiling and a warped floor once built of fine wood still remained. Sections of the wall looked as if they'd been scrubbed, perhaps to remove graffiti, and the room currently contained no furniture. Another doorway opened into the rest of the suite, though it had no door. Once again, a single hanging bulb overhead illuminated the middle of the room, throwing crazy shadows into the corners. "This is pretty fancy," Riley said in the general direction of the camera, shining his flashlight around. "Jacob Brunder was by far the richest man in Brunderville, and you can see it in the way he and his daughter Sarah lived. You have to realize most of the other townspeople lived in small houses and shacks that got constructed fast to keep up with the gold hunters pouring into the town. But this place, Brunder was obviously planning to stay a while. Let's turn off our lights for a minute and see if we can get anything from him." Huff switched off the overhead bulb, and one by one they turned off their flashlights until the only remaining light came from Nick's camera and the displays of Huff's and Selina's electronic instruments. "Yes," Selina murmured. "I'm definitely getting something in here. There's definitely energy." "I see it too," Huff said, holding up his meter. "Mr. Brunder, are you here?" Riley called. "Sarah? Do you want to talk to us? We're listening if you've got something to say." Stone figured he could get away with a quick glance with magical sight in the dimness. Aside from the crew's auras and the wispy red fog, he didn't see any other hotspots. Certainly no hovering figures or other signs of a ghostly presence. A bolt of lightning outside lit up the room, and a few seconds later a loud peal of thunder rumbled. "Mr. Brunder? Sarah, are you here?" Riley called out more loudly. "Please, if you're here, give us a sign. We're listening." A scuffling sound rang out in the silence, followed by a crash and "Shit!" from Cody Huff. "Fuck!" Riley yelled. At the same time, Petrucci shouted, "Cut!" from outside the door. Somebody flipped on the overhead light to reveal Huff scrambling back to his feet. "Damn it, I'm sorry," he growled, bending to pick up his device. "I tripped over something." "Your own big fucking feet," Riley snapped. "Shut up, Bryce. Just shut your mouth, okay?" Huff swiped dust off his knees and checked the little black box. "Oh, fuck, I think it broke." "God damn it! What's wrong with you people today?" Larry Duncan strode in, face red and gesticulating wildly. "How come all of you have your heads up your asses? Is it the rain? Something in the food? What?" "Larry, get the hell out of here," Kelly Petrucci ordered. She looked as pissed as he did. "I'm the director here, not you. I'll handle it." "Yeah, and you're doing a fucking great job," he said. "All fucking production's a shambles, and we're barely into day one. And you're making it so much better by sticking your big nose in and undermining my authority, right? Hey, honey, if you can't handle it, I'll bring in someone who can." "Yeah? Well, maybe you fucking should then." Petrucci shoved past Duncan and stalked out of the room, slamming the door behind her. "Come on, guys," Huff said. "We're all pros here. Shit happens. We deal with it. Let's just calm down and—" "Yeah, if you hadn't tripped over your fucking feet, none of this would have happened," Riley said. He swiped his hand angrily through his hair. "And my fucking hair is fucked up again. How am I supposed to work with these idiots?" Stone, up until now, had been taking in the scene in silence. He'd seen some fragile egos in his day, a certain subset of academics who were known for them, but they paled in comparison to this dysfunctional family circus. Before he could stop himself, he snapped, "Perhaps if you didn't cover your insecurity by acting like a bloody prima donna, you'd get a bit further." "What the hell?" Riley wheeled on him, as red-faced as Duncan now. "Who the hell asked you? You're nobody. I didn't even want you along, but I got overruled. Larry might think you're hot shit, but I know better, so just shut your mouth and stay the hell out of it before I kick your skinny ass." Stone took a deep breath. Why had he said that? None of this was his problem. He must be frustrated indeed if he let that pop out. "You're right," he said, raising his hand placatingly. "You're right, forgive me, I'll just stay out of the way until you've all got things sorted." "Damn right," Riley said. "Smart move, asshole. Stay out of the way."
"Okay, that's it," Duncan yelled. "Everybody shut the hell up and listen to me now."
His tones of authority seemed to get through, because everyone stopped, grumbling, and turned in his direction.
"Listen," he said. "Obviously things aren't working out right now. It happens. Tempers get frayed, people get frustrated, and everything goes to shit."
He glanced at his watch.
"It's a little after 3 now. It gets dark at 5, and we're scheduled to start the night shoot at 7. Here's what I want everybody to do. Get out of here. Go back to your rooms, get away from it all. Calm down. Have some wine, get laid, smoke a bowl, do whatever it takes to increase your peace. Okay? I want to see you all back here at 7 sharp, all calmed down and ready to start filming. Got it?"
He swept his gaze around the group. One by one, they all nodded, some more grudgingly than others, and began to filter out of the room.
"Good, good," he called as they left. "You know I love you guys. You're the best damn crew I've ever worked with. I know we're going to be able to make this happen tonight. See you then."
Before long, everyone was gone except Stone, Duncan, and a couple nervous assistants who were focused on gathering up the gear and obviously trying not to attract any attention. Stone wanted nothing more than to get the hell out of here and get as far away from Duncan and his merry band of egos as he could. But this might be the only chance he'd get to talk to the producer before tonight. "Mr. Duncan." Duncan looked up from where he'd been taking a series of deep breaths with his eyes closed.
"Yeah, Stone, what is it?"
He sounded tired. "First, I apologize for my outburst. That's quite unlike me, and I shouldn't have said anything to Mr. Riley."
It's okay."
Duncan waved him off.
"Bryce can be a pain in the ass sometimes, I know that. Half the time I'm surprised somebody on the crew doesn't take a swing at him before we finish up. Did you want anything else?"
"I did, yes. Could we speak in private for a moment?"
"It'll have to be fast. Losing today's gonna fuck things up for the rest of the shoot, so I need to make some adjustments."
He started for the door, then called back over his shoulder.
"You guys finish gathering up that stuff and get it set up back downstairs for tonight. Then go find Rita."
He didn't wait for them to respond before sweeping out. He led Stone downstairs to the parlor where they'd done the interviews.
"So, what's up? You haven't suddenly decided you want to get paid for this, have you? Because that isn't—"
No, nothing like that. But I was doing some poking around yesterday, and I think I might have found another location you'd be interested in for the show. I didn't find your hidden graveyard, but—"
"What hidden graveyard?"
Stone blinked. "The one you were looking for last night when I encountered you during my walk."
"Oh, right. The hidden graveyard. Yeah, okay, you didn't find it. What did you find, then?"
"As I said, I was doing a bit of poking around, and I found a concealed, bricked-over entrance to one of the mines supposedly running around the area outside Brundeville. Based on some of my research, I think whatever's behind there might be connected to the so-called curse." Duncan stared at him.
"Wait a sec. You found a hidden entrance to a mine? Where?"
"In the wine storage cave at the Shangri-La. Someone," he quickly amended, remembering that Randy Yates had sworn him to secrecy about who'd revealed the entrance to him, "showed it to me yesterday while giving me a tour of the winery."
"What makes you think it's got anything to do with the curse?"
Suddenly, Duncan seemed more interested in Stone's words. Good. Maybe he'd get somewhere with this after all, and the day wouldn't be a total loss. "As I said, some of my research points at the possibility that one or more miners might have been responsible for it. If we could take a look down there, at least as far as it's safe to do so, we might find some evidence."
"But you said it's bricked over."
"Yes, but I thought perhaps if you spoke to the people at the winery, you might be able to persuade them to let us temporarily knock down the wall." Just as suddenly as the interest had bloomed on Duncan's round face, it now departed, replaced by a frown.
Nah, we're not gonna get into causing any property damage. We got plenty of stuff to shoot here at the house. Besides, we can't just go tromping around in abandoned mines. The safety guys would have my balls for that. You gotta have permissions, permits."
He patted Stone's arm.
Sorry, Stone, no can do.
But surely we wouldn't have to venture in very far, and it wouldn't cost much to— Duncan shook his head emphatically.
Stone, baby, I said no. It's a great idea, it really is. Maybe if we ever come back here for a follow-up, we might look into it, but it's not gonna happen this time, so forget about it, okay? Listen, I gotta get going. Like I said, I got a lot to do to unfuck the rest of the schedule so we can get done on time. See you at 7.
Before Stone could say anything else, he snatched up an umbrella and headed out. Damn. Now he would have to make some hard decisions. But first, he'd need to get another look at that hidden cave. Chapter 36. Jason and Verity took advantage of the late-morning breakfast buffet at the Obsidian's coffee shop before heading over to the Oasis. One thing Vegas excelled at was good food, and it was even better when they tried to pay and discovered their meals had been comped, courtesy of Nakamura.
"We shouldn't let him do this,"
Jason said, around a mouthful of scrambled eggs.
"Fran's gonna ask questions."
"Let her ask," Verity said. "Just tell her we have friends too, and one of them took care of us. I'm not going to complain about free food or our room. Let's get going." When most people thought about Las Vegas, the first thing that came to mind was the Strip, with its huge themed casino complexes, Roman orgies, white tigers, medieval pageantry, or the neon-lit hyperactive excess of Glitter Gulch downtown. What nobody ever thought about was the dozens of smaller hotels off the two main drags, the ones that offered a place to sleep and little else, or perhaps a quiet location to get some work done, or to meet up with someone you didn't want anyone else to know you were meeting. These were the sorts of places that never got any publicity or showed up on the glitzy advertising brochures trying to entice tourists to the town. They catered mostly to locals or people for whom anonymity was more important than amenities. The Oasis was one of these places. A neat, beige, 3-story hotel 2 blocks off the Strip, it bordered a Denny's on one side and a strip mall on the other. In the filtered, overcast light of late morning, it appeared almost embarrassed about how nondescript it was, a frumpy wallflower huddled at the edges of a dazzling, star-studded party. Its only concession to its Vegas roots was the small marquee sign out front, featuring a palm tree topped with 3 minarets and the silhouette of a camel. The sign beneath it advertised free breakfast, pool, $3.99 steak dinners Monday to Thursday. Verity frowned. Was he staying here? That's kind of weird. Why go to Vegas and not stay at one of the big hotels? It's not like they're all sold out or that expensive, especially not for this time of year.
"Good question," Jason said. "Let's find out."
The lobby proved to be a little more interesting than the outside, at least. The walls were covered in weathered-looking murals of sparkling desert oases, complete with camels, harem girls, and more palm trees. A bank of slot machines lined one wall. Verity and Jason walked past the jewel-toned furniture groupings up to a front desk, designed to look like it was carved from sandstone.
"Morning,"
Jason said to the bored-looking female desk clerk, who'd perked up at the prospect of a customer.
"We'd like to speak to Mr. Chesney. Is he here?"
"One moment, please." She punched a number into her phone, murmured something they couldn't hear, then said, "He'll be here in a moment. Please have a seat." They didn't sit down. Verity switched to magical sight, looking around the room. Nothing jumped out at her. The clerk's aura looked as bored as she did, and the general feel of the room could best be described as resigned. A moment later, a slim, older black man emerged through an unmarked door.
"Mr. Thale, thank you for coming. Come on back and we can chat."
He wore a beige button-down shirt with the Oasis's colorful logo above the breast pocket. Verity studied him, too, as they followed him back through the door and into a small office. Like the desk clerk, his aura was close to his body. Unremarkable. The sort she often saw in people who went through life on autopilot, never deviating from their routine.
"I'm Leon Chesney," he said, pointing them toward chairs. "I understand you're looking for some information on one of our guests."
"Yes," Jason said. He took out his wallet and withdrew his business card. "I'm a private investigator in training. My boss's number is on the back if you want to verify that."
"It's fine."
Chesney glanced at the card and waved him off.
"I believe you. And anyway, we've got nothing to hide here. I don't know how much I can tell you, but I'm sure we can work something out. Ask away."
Verity didn't miss the subtle pause, and was glad they'd stopped at an ATM this morning to pick up some cash. At least, since they didn't have to pay for the room at the Obsidian, they'd still come out ahead even if Fran refused to reimburse Jason for bribes. "We're looking for a man who stayed here a few days ago. Our contact mentioned that you said he'd left without checking out."
"Oh, yes, Mr. Ames. Very unusual, I must say. He was a regular guest here. I do hope nothing's happened to him. Unfortunately, the local police haven't seemed to consider this case important enough to investigate as yet."
Verity watched his aura again. It didn't flare at all. On the one hand, that probably meant Chesney didn't have anything to do with Ames's disappearance. On the other, it also probably meant he couldn't rouse himself to care one way or the other. "We hope so, too," Jason said.
"Are you investigating Mr. Ames? Do you mind if I ask what for?"
"Indirectly. My client's actually the wife of another man, who went missing and turned up dead in Las Vegas. We have reason to believe he might have been connected with Mr. Ames, so we were hoping to find him and ask him some questions."
"I see."
Chesney's gaze shifted to Verity.
"And is this young lady also a private investigator?"
"I'm his sister," Verity said. "I help him out with cases sometimes, when I can. Strictly unofficial."
"Fair enough," Chesney said.
He paused to sip his coffee, but didn't offer to get any for Jason and Verity.
"Well, as I said, Mr. Ames continues to be, I hope, a regular customer."
"How regular?" Jason asked. "How often does he stay here?"
"A couple of times a year for the past 3 years or so."
Chesney pulled a folder over and consulted a series of papers in it, but didn't reveal them. "Could we get dates for those stays?"
"Well, I'm not sure it would be appropriate for me to—"
Jason took a 20 from his jacket pocket and pushed it across the desk. "We're willing to pay a processing fee for your time, of course." Chesney's thin hand made the 20 disappear.
Of course. I'm glad to see you understand how this sort of thing works."
His tone never changed from its even disinterest. He consulted the papers again, then wrote something on a notepad and handed the sheet to Jason. Verity looked over his shoulder. The dates covered the last 3 years, with 2 sets of ranges for each year. The last one began a few days ago and had no endpoint. She couldn't recall for certain without asking Jason, but they looked like they corresponded with the dates of Gary Woods' business trips. "What kind of guest was Mr. Ames?" Jason was asking. "Did you ever talk to him? Did he make any unusual requests?"
"I don't remember him very well, which means he probably didn't do anything to cause trouble or draw attention to himself. He seemed a normal sort of man, probably a businessman of some kind, paid for his stay with cash, but that's not unusual here in Vegas."
Jason pulled out the photo of Gary Woods. "Did he ever have guests here? Have you ever seen this man before?" Chesney took the photo and studied it.
No, can't say I have. He doesn't look familiar at all. I'm not certain whether Mr. Ames ever had guests, but I certainly don't remember any."
"Okay, thanks." Jason took the photo back and glanced at Verity. Chesney's aura still hadn't moved. Either he was a very good liar, or he just didn't care. She gave her brother a subtle shrug. "You mentioned Mr. Ames didn't check out when he was supposed to, and the maid found his property in the room when she went in to clean?" Jason said. "Is it still here?"
"It is. As I mentioned, the police haven't come by yet, and no one's called asking about Mr. Ames, so we've put it in storage for now. If no one claims it in 30 days and the police still haven't been by, we'll probably donate it to some charity organization. Could we take a look at it? And maybe the room he was staying in? Is there somebody in it now?
This time, before Chesney even drew breath to say he didn't know if he should, Jason pulled out another 20. "We wouldn't need to be long," he said. "Just a few minutes to look it over." Again, the bill disappeared.
"I suppose I could let you see his property, but I can't let you take anything with you." He looked at his list. "Room 217 is where he was staying, but I'm afraid someone is occupying it, so I won't be able to let you inside."
"Well, I guess we'll take what we can get. Thanks, Mr. Chesney."
"Glad to be of assistance. Come with me, please."
He stood, but paused in the doorway.
"Is the man in the picture you showed me the one you said turned up dead?"
"I'm sorry, but I can't discuss the details of the case." Behind Jason, where Chesney couldn't see, Verity smirked. Two could play at that game. Maybe they could bribe Chesney with information instead of cash if they needed anything else. The man led them into what looked like a storeroom next to his office, full of file cabinets, piles of bedsheets, and a rack holding packages of toilet paper, plastic cups, and other consumables. He grabbed a cardboard box on the floor next to one of the file cabinets and put it on a small conference table in the middle of the room, then paired it with a medium-sized black suitcase.
"It's all in there. I can only give you a few minutes to look, though. I need to get back to work."
Because the place was so busy, Verity thought. She wasn't worried. Jason still had $60 of the 100 he'd designated for bribes. Jason donned a pair of latex gloves from his messenger bag, put the suitcase on the table, and opened it. Inside were the typical items you might find in a businessman's suitcase. A toiletry bag with razor, shaving cream, and other personal items. A bag containing dirty laundry. A pair of folded dress shirts. A leather belt. Jason opened the cardboard box and found a suit jacket and pants and a pair of leather dress shoes. A Ziploc bag held a small quantity of spare change.
"No wallet?" "None was found in the room," Chesney said.
Jason frowned. "Really? That's weird. Are you sure the maid didn't—"
"I can't be certain, of course," he said, looking uncomfortable. "But the maid assigned to that room has been with us for years, and I stand behind her honesty."
While Jason poked through the suitcase, Verity watched with magical sight. Once again, Chesney's aura didn't change much when he mentioned the maid, which probably meant he was merely nervous about some kind of police inquiry. She glanced at the bag and was surprised to notice traces of the same faint magical energy she'd spotted around the dumpster where Gary Woods had been found. Had she been right that the energy had come from David Ames's ID instead of Gary's body? Carefully, so she didn't draw attention to herself, she sidled around the table until her back was to Chesney, then caught Jason's attention and mouthed, "Check that thing carefully," with a nod toward the bag. He didn't respond directly, but removed everything from the soft-sided bag and began feeling around its structure.
"What are you—"
Chesney began, but his eyes widened when Jason pulled up a part of the lining to reveal a small, hidden compartment. Verity leaned in closer. "What did you find?" Jason ran his hand around the compartment, then brought out a zippered fabric bag. "Interesting. I take it you didn't find this, Mr. Chesney?"
"No."
Jason unzipped the bag and pulled out the contents, laying each item on the table in turn. "Jewelry?" Verity asked, confused. She'd been expecting cash, or perhaps some kind of drugs. Certainly not a small collection of sparkling necklaces, rings, and earrings. "Looks like kids' jewelry," Jason said. He was frowning too. "Too small for adults. I don't think it's real, or if it is, it's not valuable." "Wait." Verity leaned in for a closer look. "Didn't Gary have two little girls? Maybe David brought these for him to give them." "Yeah, he did, but why would you hide them in a secret compartment? That's weird, especially if they're just Costume stuff. He pulled out his notebook and made a couple of notes, then put the pieces back in the zippered bag and returned them to the compartment. Anyway, thanks, Mr. Chesney. I think we've got all we need here.
Glad to help. I do hope you find Mr. Ames alive and well.
Jason and Verity didn't speak until they were out in the parking lot.
Good call on the suitcase, Jason said. What tipped you off?
I got the same magical traces around it that I got from the dumpster, she said. The more I'm thinking, the more I'm sure David has to be connected with magic somehow.
Do we need to get inside the room? Can you even do that?
Maybe I can, but I don't think it'll help. If they've had other people in there since, any magical traces will probably be gone or overwritten by now. They got in the car, but Jason didn't drive off yet. He pulled some papers out of his bag and looked them over, then checked the notes he'd made.
I was right. The dates of David's stay here correspond to the dates of Gary's last 3 business trips. I don't have any data about him prior to that, but I bet all the money in my pocket that if I did, they'd correspond too.
So Gary was coming here to see David, for whatever reason, Verity said. Either they were lovers, or maybe David was helping Gary out with something.
Still going with lovers as the working theory, but that still doesn't explain the magic. Or the jewelry, Verity said.
If they were lovers, why would David give Gary jewelry for his daughters? And even if he did, why cheap stuff, and why would he hide it in a secret compartment?
Damn good questions. And I have another one.
He pulled a small, folded piece of paper from his notebook.
Who's Xavier?
Where did you get that? The little slip had the name scrawled on it, along with the word delightful, a local phone number, and 11 p.m.
It was in with the jewelry. I palmed it. Maybe not the most ethical thing to do, but given I don't think the cops around here are going to show up before Chesney hands the stuff off to the Salvation Army, I don't feel too guilty about it.
You gonna call it?
Not yet. Let's talk to the Forgotten first. Maybe they'll shed more light on who this guy is.
You think this Xavier guy has anything to do with that group the Forgotten guy mentioned? The one where you can do anything you want if you have enough money?
Maybe so. Maybe David got himself hooked up with them somehow. I don't know, maybe the guys we talked to tonight will know more.
Verity looked at her watch. It was a little after noon. So we're stuck until tonight? Have you got any more angles to pursue?
Not really. Fran already asked Gary's wife about David when they found the ID, and she'd never heard of him. Other than calling Roper and seeing if he's come up with anything, which I want to do, or going back down to the area around the Pussycat Club, which I don't until we have more to go on, I can't.
He grinned.
Welcome to detective work, V. It's not all car chases and gun battles. Sometimes it's a whole lot of boring.
Maybe not this time, though. She pulled something out of her jacket with a magician's flourish. You weren't the only one who sneaked something out of that bag. Jason frowned. A dirty sock? Hey, you take what you can get. I didn't want to take something they might miss.
Ah, I get it, he said, as light dawned, and he, too, grinned. Nice work, V. But can you do a ritual with a dirty sock?
It'll be harder, unless this was, his favorite sock or something. But if David's still alive and still in Vegas, maybe I can find him. Roper had grim news when they called him on their way back to the Obsidian. The body of the stripper from the Pussycat Club had been found, dumped off the side of a freeway overpass a couple miles from the building.
Her throat was cut, he said through the cell phone's tinny speaker from the Mustang's dash. Time of death suggests it wasn't long after you found her hand in your room.
Damn, Jason said. Verity stared at her lap. She was certain the woman was killed because she talked with them, which meant, indirectly at least, it was their fault she was dead. More than anything so far in the case, this fact drove home to her just how real this whole thing was. It wasn't just a puzzle to be solved or some kind of magical game. At least 2 people were dead now because of it, and they weren't much closer to the answers than they'd been when they arrived.
Anything else? Jason was asking.
Not yet.
Like I said, I can't devote a lot of attention to this, so I'm hoping you can come up with something. Have you ever heard of anyone named Xavier who might be connected in some way? Where'd you get that name? Roper asked. Somebody we talked to mentioned it last night. Doesn't sound familiar, but I'll look into it.
Verity took a chance. Sergeant Roper, I know you said it wouldn't be possible for us to see Gary's body, but I think it might really help us. Are you sure you can't make it happen?
Jason gave her a sharp look, but she waved him off. Roper didn't answer for several seconds. Let me put you on hold for a minute. I'll see what I can do. It was quite a bit longer than a minute. They were pulling into the Obsidian's parking lot by the time he came back on the line. Okay, the body's still in the morgue at the coroner's office. I got you permission to take a look, but you won't be able to stay long. They're crazy busy over there. It'll have to do.
Shouldn't need long, Verity said. Thanks, Sergeant. The Las Vegas branch of the Clark County Coroner's Office was a dusty, low-slung building a couple blocks from the police headquarters. Verity got the impression of efficient activity as she and Jason entered the lobby. Surprisingly, a general scan with magical sight revealed tension and an overall feel of unease, but nothing more intense. She supposed it made sense. By the time the victims got here, most of the strong emotional energy around them had been left wherever they'd died. When Jason identified himself and explained why they were there, they were handed off to a stocky, serious young man named Luis. "Please come with me," he said. He took them down an institutional beige hallway and through one of the many doors lining it. "I won't be able to spare much time," he said apologetically. "We're really busy around here." "That's okay," Jason said. "We appreciate your time." Verity stared. This place didn't look anything like the coroner's office she'd seen on those crime scene investigation TV shows, where everything was stainless steel, sleek, and barely illuminated by stylish overhead track lighting. She hadn't expected it to, of course, but she likewise hadn't expected it to be this boring. The large beige room was bathed by harsh fluorescence that drove away any hint of a shadow, and buzzed with activity as white-clad techs, attendants, and coroners moved around performing their duties. One full wall was lined with floor-to-ceiling racks, almost all of which contained sheet-wrapped bodies with tags attached to their toes. "I thought there'd be drawers," she murmured under her breath to Jason. Luis must have heard her, because he gave a grim chuckle. "Too many bodies for drawers," he said. "We can get another row or two with the racks. There are quite a lot of murders in Vegas." "Yeah, that's starting to sink in." She wondered if anyone here was evil. On the one hand, they wouldn't get much sustenance from a bunch of dead bodies, but the grief-stricken relatives and friends might make it worthwhile to get a job here. Luis consulted a clipboard, then moved over to the column of slots, 3 from the left side of the room, and pulled out a stainless steel tray. "How much do you need to see?" he asked. "Says here his throat was cut and his genital area was pretty much pulverized. It's gonna be grim." "Just the top half is fine," Jason said, with a questioning glance toward Verity. She nodded. She didn't need to see the whole body to get what she hoped to find. Luis undid the top part of the sheet and folded it down, then stepped back. "I have a couple of things I need to take care of, so I'll leave you here if that's okay." He pointed. "I'll be right over there if you need me. Please don't touch the body." Verity stared down at Gary Woods's body. He didn't much resemble the smiling, round-faced man from the photo anymore. His skin was gray and waxy, his cheeks sunken, and his closed eyes recessed into bruised hollows. A large, roughly stitched Y incision bisected his chest. Her eye was immediately drawn to the wicked slash across his throat, opening up into a chasm so dark red it was almost black. For a moment she could do nothing but look at Gary in horror, forgetting even to shift to magical sight. "Vi," Jason said softly, touching her arm. "You okay?" His words startled her back to awareness. "What? Oh, yeah, sorry. He's just so... She waved her hands, unable to come up with the right words. Roper had been right about the beating. The body was covered from face to torso with bruises, their grotesque colors showing up clearly against the fish-belly white of his skin. Whoever had killed Gary had really worked him over, and she didn't even want to think about what they'd done in the area the sheet still covered. Yeah, come on. Do whatever you came to do, and let's get out of here. She forced herself to think clinically. This was a good time to channel Stone. Don't think of this as a man, a loving husband and father with 2 young daughters, but rather as a magic puzzle to solve. It wasn't so easy, though. She closed her eyes, shifted, then opened them again. The room lit up with auras. The workers, the general sense of despair and hopelessness, the faint energy around the bodies themselves. She stiffened at the overload, putting a hand to her head. V? It's okay, I got this. Just be quiet for a minute so I can concentrate. She stepped in closer, using the technique Stone had taught her to tighten her concentration until she'd blocked out everything but Gary's body. At first she didn't see it even then. He didn't have an aura, obviously. Dead bodies didn't have auras. But that didn't mean there wasn't a lot of energy clinging to him. Murder victims, by their very nature, retained magical energy due to the strong emotions around their demise. But that wasn't what she was looking for, which was why it was so hard to spot it. She had to sift past the traces of pain and fear and violence, hoping she could still see... There it was. She gripped the table and leaned in closer, trying to keep hold of the feeble shred of magic. It was like trying to trace a drop of ink in a pool. It kept shifting and floating away. But there was no doubt in her mind now. The same traces she'd sensed when she'd originally searched for Gary, when she'd examined the area around the dumpster at the Pussycat Club, and when she'd looked at David Ames's suitcase, also hovered around Gary's body. You guys about done? Luis had returned with his clipboard, glancing at his watch. I'm afraid I'm going to have to... It's okay, Jason said, as Verity came up for air. I think we're good. Yeah, Verity said. Yeah, we're good. Thanks, Luis. Verity remained silent and deep in thought until they were back in the car. So, did you get anything? Jason asked. She didn't answer right away. V? It's weird, she said at last. Weird how? Remember when I said I looked for him back at Edna's? I got a sense of 2 different auras entwined with each other? Yeah, but this guy can't have an aura, right? I thought dead bodies didn't. They don't, but I got the same magical traces I got before. The ones I thought had to come from David, especially after I picked up the same energy around his suitcase at the Oasis. Jason looked confused. I'm not following V. What are you trying to say? She let her breath out in a loud whoosh. That's just it. I don't know. It doesn't make sense. The only thing that even sort of makes sense is just crazy. Let's hear it anyway. Well, I thought some more about what might cause auras to intertwine like that. I've never seen anything like it, and Edna says she hasn't either. The only time I've heard of it is with a pregnant woman. But Gary obviously isn't that. So what then? If I didn't know it was impossible, I'd almost say that Gary and David could have been the same person. Chapter 37. The rain was coming down hard as Stone trudged back to the winery, accompanied by the occasional jagged flash of lightning and rumbling thunderclap. The wind had picked up as well, blowing chilly droplets at him so hard that he was forced to narrow his eyes and lean into the gusts as he went. Nobody else was visible on the streets, though the lights were on in the trailer and the motorhome when he passed them. It took him nearly 15 minutes to make the quarter-mile walk back to the winery. It would have been nice of Duncan to provide a tram or something, given the anticipated weather and the distance between the venues. And he was soaked through by the time he arrived. He tried not to think about the drive back down the hill if things kept up like this. Denise smiled at him from the front desk when he shoved his way into the lobby. "You're soaked," she said, coming around toward him. "Come on, let's get you out of that coat, and you can sit by the fire and dry off. Would you like something to drink?" Stone was in no mood to deal with her advances at the moment. "Thank you, Denise, but I'm fine. I just need to go back to my room for a while and get out of these wet things. I'll let you know if I need anything." Her cheery smile slipped, replaced by a look of disappointment and something else. Then the smile was back, sly and seductive this time. "Of course, Dr. Stone. Please call if there's anything I can do." He ditched the umbrella and hurried off before she could change her mind, already pulling off his wet coat as he fumbled for his room key. It was a good thing he'd brought several sets of dry clothes. Right now, a hot shower sounded like just the thing. He shucked off his t-shirt and was about to toss it on the floor when he spotted the bed. It had been neatly made, despite the lack of maid service, and arrayed near the pillow was a display of items including a bottle of wine with a fancy bow around its neck, and a basket stocked with a pair of wine glasses, packages of cheese and crackers, and 2 elegant cloth napkins. Propped against the basket were a box of chocolates and a bottle of the same single malt scotch Stone had ordered at the bar last night. Around the neck of the scotch bottle, a stiff white card had been tied with a bright blue ribbon. He leaned in to read the message, written in a bold, looping, feminine hand. "Dr. Stone, may I call you Alastair? Hoping to see more of you tonight, if you know what I mean. Smiley face. Can't wait. You know who." For a moment all he could do was stare. He glanced at the door, almost as if expecting her to come through uninvited. After all, she'd already entered his room once without his permission to leave her gifts. This had definitely moved beyond charming and was barreling down the road toward creepy. Not quite there yet. She might just be the overeager sort who'd spent too much time up here without much male company, but definitely headed in that direction. He gathered up the items and moved them to the table next to the bed, then pulled some dry clothes from his bag, wondering with some unease if she'd rifled through it. Not that he had anything to hide, since he'd left the ritual materials in the car, but still, and headed for the bathroom. Impulsively, he engaged the security chain on the room door before going in. Images of a horny Denise barging in on him while he was in the shower flitting through his mind. Though they weren't entirely unpleasant images, he had to admit. One long, hot shower and some dry clothes later, he was feeling much more charitable toward Denise and her clumsy efforts at seduction, though he'd also made up his mind that he didn't intend to take her up on them. She was far too young for him, and her eagerness, while charming, only added to his reluctance. That, and he had a curse to track down. It was after 4:30 now, which meant he had a couple of hours for his investigations. Unfortunately, with the rain coming down this hard, he couldn't explore around the town much, since he couldn't show up for the night shoot drenched to the skin. He also hadn't had anything to eat all day, which meant he also needed to allow time to grab something quick at the restaurant. Either that or partake of the bounty Denise had left him, but he didn't feel right about that. First, though, he wanted to check with Mortensen and see how she was coming along with Yates's box of papers. He crossed the hall and knocked on her door. "Who is it?" came her voice from inside. "It's me. Wanted to see how things were going with the documents." "Just a moment." It was considerably longer than a moment before she finally opened the door. She still wore the same lounge outfit she'd had on earlier. "All done with your filming?" she asked. Was he mistaken, or was the chill in her voice even worse than the usual professional coolness she expressed around him? "They cooled it off for the afternoon," he said. "Tempers were short and things sort of went to hell. I've got to get back before 7 for the nighttime segment." "Well then, by all means, don't let me keep you." She turned and walked back into the room, though she didn't close the door. He tilted his head. "Is everything all right, Edwina?" "Why wouldn't it be?" Since she hadn't told him to leave, he followed her into the room. Every flat surface, the table, the dresser, even the bed, was covered with yellowing papers. The only clear spot was one of the table's chairs, the open banker's box perched on the other one, still about half full. On the table in front of the empty chair were Mortenson's reading glasses, a magnifying lens, a yellow legal pad scrawled with notes, and a half-full glass of wine with an open bottle next to it. "You look like you've been busy." "Well, I haven't had much else to do, have I?" She didn't look at him, but lowered herself back into her chair. She didn't ask him to sit down. He sighed. Okay, it was going to be like that. "Listen, I don't want to intrude, but I was wondering if you found anything of interest yet about the curse." Her sigh was even louder than his. She tossed her pen on top of the pad. Alastair, I'm not your research assistant. You don't need to check up on me to see how I'm doing. I'll let you know if I find anything, all right?" Hang on, where did that come from? He certainly knew she resented certain things about him. It was hard to miss over the years, but this was new even from her. "Look," she said, glaring at him, "why don't you just go back up to your film shoot and keep impressing Mr. Duncan, and I'll plod along here doing your grunt work. If you stop interrupting me by asking for progress reports, I'll get through it faster." She snatched up her glass and took a healthy slug of wine. "Edwina, come on, it's not like that. I thought you thought," she snapped, cutting him off. "When do you ever think about anyone but yourself, Alastair? Do you know what I think? I think you should go. I'll get through the rest of these and get them back to you by tonight, if that's acceptable, of course." Just like that, he'd had enough. "No," he said. "It's not acceptable. None of this is acceptable. You mind letting me in on what's chapped your arse, Edwina? I haven't done a bloody thing to justify speaking to me like that. I thought you'd find those records interesting, which is why I offered them to you. Gods, no, and you would too if you'd been paying a damn bit of attention to anything past your own jealousy, that I'd gladly trade places with you. Go on then, you can slog through the mud and deal with Duncan and Riley and the rest of that collection of puffed-up tossers up there at the Brunder place, and I'll sit here on my arse in a warm room drinking wine and reading through a stack of historical documents. Is that what you want? Because if it is, it's all yours." His voice rose as he spoke, but he did nothing to quiet it. He'd had just about enough of Edwina Mortenson and her passive-aggressive bullshit. She stared at him, wide-eyed and red-faced. Her hands shook on the table. "Well, I might have been up there if it hadn't been for you showing up. I'm still half convinced you did it on purpose, despite all your denials. You always have to be the center of attention, don't you? You're not happy unless everybody's looking at you, telling you how good you are, how brilliant you are, how much they admire you. Don't think I don't notice it." She slammed her hands down on the table and took a couple deep breaths, blowing them out loudly. "Just get out, Alastair. Go away. I told you I'd do this, and I will. I keep my word. You go show off some more in front of the cameras, and then you can come back and spend the rest of the night rutting with that bimbo at the front desk." "What the hell?" Stone wasn't often at a loss for words, but this was an exception. "You actually think that I—" She snorted, an ugly, nasty sound. "Don't lie, Alastair. I saw her bringing her little gift basket by your room a couple of hours ago." Her tone dripped with contempt. "You'll sleep with any pretty young thing who shows any interest in you. Don't think I don't know it. The whole department knows it. Mac's wife told me once that they found you all over that woman you were seeing last year. Oh, what was her name? Destiny. Deirdre, at the fundraiser at the Rosicrucian." She shook her head.
Whatever happened to her, anyway? Did you toss her aside like all of the rest of them when she wised up and stopped falling for your accent?
At the mention of Deirdre, a tide of rage and grief rose inside Stone. How dare she bring up Deirdre? He clenched his fists, barely aware he was doing it, and somewhere within him he felt magical energy growing.
If you ever mention Deirdre again, Edwina, you'll what?
She stood, her own fists clenched, though her voice shook hard.
You'll what, Alastair? You'll hurt me. I didn't think that you had that in you, but if you lay a finger on me, I'll see you in handcuffs so fast you won't know what happened. Maybe they'll ship you back to England where you belong, and I can finally— What?
Stone had been glaring at her, shaking with rage, leaning forward as if poised to leap at her, grab her, shut her the hell up. But then he stopped. He stood straight up and took a long, deep breath as a thought, unbidden, grew in his mind. What am I doing? What is Edwina doing? He had known the woman for nearly 10 years. He'd interacted with her nearly every weekday for most of that time. He'd seen her angry, annoyed, frustrated, jealous, and she'd seen him at less than his best more than a few times too. But never once had it come even close to escalating into this kind of acrimonious screaming match. She wasn't like that, and neither was he. This wasn't professional rivalry. This was just plain dirty fighting. He shifted to magical sight and stared in shock. The red energy which had previously been creeping along the floor like dry ice at a metal concert was definitely brighter now. It was glowing. And even worse, it had wafted up until it engulfed Mortensen, hovering and shifting around her, poking its way into her red-purple aura, which blazed a brighter, angry red of its own. Then he looked down at himself, at the purple-gold nimbus of his own aura. The stuff had seeped up around him, too. It wasn't as strong with him, but it was definitely there. Bloody hell! It had been right there in front of his face, and he'd missed it.
"What are you staring at?" Mortensen demanded. "I told you to get out!"
Stone ignored her. Instead, he focused on his own mental defenses. He hadn't been maintaining them beyond the most basic level here, assuming he would spot anything potentially dangerous before it affected him. But now he concentrated harder, keeping magical sight up as he increased the level of protection around his mind. He closed his eyes, taking deep, cleansing breaths as he felt the rage and tension around him dissipate. When he opened them again, the red energy had receded from him, moving once again along the floor. All he felt now was exhaustion and regret for the things he'd said.
"Alastair, do I need to call someone to have you removed?"
He let his breath out and focused back on her again. "Edwina," he said, in a soft, ragged voice. "Something's wrong." She blinked, momentarily startled from her anger by his unexpected change in tone. "What?" "Something's wrong. Something's affecting our minds."
"What?" she demanded again. "Affecting our minds? Don't be absurd."
She began gathering up the various papers on the table and tossing them back into the box.
"Next thing you'll claim is that it's the Brunderville curse. Get out of here and take your damn papers with you. I'm tired of being your flunky while you're off hamming for the camera and screwing girls nearly young enough to be your daughter."
A hint of the anger rose, but he pushed it aside. This wasn't the real Mortensen talking. Whether that was what she honestly thought of him, and to be fair, it might have been, that didn't mean she'd ever say any of it aloud if she were really driving the bus. "Edwina, please, if you'll just listen to me for a moment. Fight it. You're not like this. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me there's not some part of you that's appalled you're saying these things out loud. Please, just try. Fight it. Throw it off." For a moment it appeared she might. She stood there, a handful of loose pages in her hand as it hovered over the box and blinked several times. She shook her head violently and put her other hand to her forehead. But then her eyes hardened again and she threw the papers in the box.
"This is repugnant that you'd act like this. Try to blame your reprehensible behavior on the supernatural. You don't even believe in the supernatural, remember? Everything has to be scientific and quantifiable for you, and now you're trying to use a curse as an excuse."
She gathered the rest of the papers and flung them into the box, then picked it up, stalked up to him, and jammed it hard into his chest.
"Take it and go. And you can be sure Dr. Martinez will be hearing about all of this when we return."
He had to bring his arms up fast to catch the box before it tumbled to the floor. "I'll go," he said, keeping his voice soft and even. "But think about what I said. Please, think about what you've said, and how unlikely it is that you would say anything like it under normal circumstances. I'm begging you, Edwina, think about it."
"Go!"
she yelled. He backed out of the room, half convinced she'd throw something at him if he turned his back on her, and let the door close behind him. For a moment he stood there in the middle of the hall, mind moving fast. Then he ducked into his own room, stashed the box in the closet, and hurried back out. He had to do something, but what? If this really was the Brunderville curse, how was he going to stop it? A shiver ran up his neck, raising the little hairs as more thoughts rushed in. It all made sense now. If the curse was some kind of magical effect, what if it amplified people's negative feelings toward each other, turning mild annoyance into anger and simmering resentment into rage? He thought back to all the sniping Duncan's crew had been doing at each other, the behavior he'd written off as mere squabbling between a collection of towering egos tossed together into a pressure cooker environment. But what if it was more? Such a thing could easily explain why the previous residents of Brunderville had died off so quickly, with little time for any sort of documentation or reporting on the cause. In both cases, even more than now, Brunderville had been a remote town, far away from civilization. If the curse had touched off a powder keg of rage among a group that was overwhelmingly male, probably prone to heavy drinking, and had easy access to weapons, mining implements, hatchets, and axes, as well as guns, it was absolutely plausible that their seething resentments and rivalries had bubbled up until they'd all killed each other in a horrific orgy of violence. He remembered the one rumor he'd heard about a dance hall fire in the gold rush incarnation of the town. Fighting over the few available women would be another easy explanation for how fast things had escalated. But now that he knew, or at least strongly suspected this, what could he do about it? He could try to find the source of the curse and deal with it. It was possible it lurked behind the bricked-up section of the winery's storage cave, but it seemed a bit odd that if it had been there, Fred Duchesne hadn't found it when he'd put up the wall in the first place. Most likely, if it was in the mine at all, it was in a lot further. And given what Randy Yates had said about the network of abandoned tunnels running all around Brunderville, even if he could track the source magically, it would still be a dangerous and potentially futile effort. He could face rock falls, caved-in sections, segments where the ancient support beams had rotted to the point where it wasn't safe to navigate even the open areas. Hell, there might not even be breathable air down there anymore. But if he didn't do something, how long would it be before everyone in Brunderville, other side group and skeleton crew townspeople alike, were at each other's throats? Maybe there weren't many guns up here anymore, but he suspected there were at least a few, as well as many other potential weapons. They had to get out of here. That was the only reasonable answer. They had to get out of Brunderville. Every last one of them. After the place was deserted again, perhaps the curse would calm itself back down, and he could bring some other mages up to help him try to track it down and deal with it once and for all. But he couldn't do that while people were in danger of killing each other. Duncan wasn't going to like this, but right now, he didn't give a damn what Duncan liked. Chapter 38. Jason stared at Verity. The same person? How could that be? Some kind of illusion? That's just the thing, though. Why I'm thinking I gotta be wrong. If it was an illusion, it wouldn't have two auras. It's possible to hide your aura, but I'm pretty sure it's not possible to have two of them at once. Jason pondered. It does fit with the facts, though. Nobody's ever seen Gary and David together. They were both in Vegas on the same dates over 3 years. It could explain the jewelry, too. Gary picked up some souvenirs for his daughters, right? What if he's got one of those illusion-generating things like Harrison and Al had? If they can make them, then other mages could too, right? Yeah, they could, but... She spread her hands. It still doesn't explain the auras. When I did the ritual to search for Gary, I found his aura, but I also found this other one. She gripped the armrest in frustration. I wish I could call Dr. Stone and ask him about it. He fumbled in his pocket as he drove and handed her his cell phone. Try it. Maybe he's got service up in the sticks. She did, but then shook her head. Hi, Dr. Stone, it's Verity. If you get this in the next day or so, please call me back. I've got a question for you. She hung up and handed the phone back. I wish I knew the name of where he was staying, but I forgot to ask. And Edna won't know about this? She already said it wasn't her area last time we talked about it. Jason sighed. Well, I guess we wait till tonight and hope the forgotten guy's friend has something for us. Or else... Wait a second, he yelled. What? Verity demanded, alarmed as he hit the brakes and veered the Mustang off into a 7-Eleven parking lot. Jason, what the hell? He didn't answer until he'd parked, then twisted around to grab his bag from the back seat. He riffled through the papers until he found the one he was looking for, then dug out his notebook and removed the slip of paper he'd taken from David Ames's suitcase. Jason? Look, he said, thrusting both in her direction. You might be right. Confused, she took the papers and studied the larger one. It was a photocopy of Gary's record for the Los Angeles hotel where he'd stayed on one of his previous business trips. What am I supposed to be looking at here? The writing. Compare the handwriting from the hotel record with the other one. She did as he requested. The hotel record included a few spots Gary had filled out. Address, car type and license number, emergency contact number. She shifted her gaze between those and the phone number, focusing on the letters in Xavier and Delightful, and stared. I think you might be right, she said at last. Can't be sure, but it's possible, he said, taking the papers back. Even if we don't have an explanation for how it could be true yet, the reasoning makes sense. Gary's a family man, doesn't want to get caught doing anything that'll get him in trouble, so he assumes a different identity so nobody will associate the two of them. So you're saying he set up a completely different identity with separate ID, credit cards, fake address, all so we can fly off to Vegas and screw hookers? Doesn't that seem like a lot of work? I mean, his wife trusted him. He probably could have gotten away with it even if he'd just come here as his normal self. You know, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas and all that. Who's gonna rat him out? She frowned. And David was a tall, thin guy, right? Yeah, 6 foot, 170. But can't you make yourself look different with an illusion? You can, sure, but weren't the clothes in David's suitcase for a guy David's size? I didn't look at the tags, but it looked that way. Now it was Jason's turn to frown. Yeah, you're right, they were. I didn't think anything of it at the time because it made sense. His clothes, of course they'd be his size. But if he was using an illusion, he'd have to have real clothes that would fit him underneath, wouldn't he? No way Gary could have worn that suit. He was shorter and chubbier than David. Well, damn. I thought we had something. Yeah, it's a good theory, but it doesn't fit all the facts. Guess we better keep looking. The good news is maybe we've still got a chance of using the sock to find David. When they got back to the Obsidian, Jason was restless. While Verity set up the ritual at the suite's front room, he went through all his papers looking for anything he might have missed, and eventually even called Gary Woods' wife to ask her, carefully and gently, if she'd located anything in her husband's personal effects that might suggest why he'd go to Las Vegas, or if he knew anyone named David Ames. She assured him that she'd been through his home office and hadn't found anything out of the ordinary, including any reference to Ames. "Isn't it a little weird that she hasn't come to Vegas?" Verity asked when he hung up. She'd finished the ritual setup and was walking around the circle, giving it one last once-over before starting. "I'd think if her husband was murdered, she'd be right there." "She did come to identify the body, but she didn't stay long," he told her. "No real point in hanging around, especially since the police were upfront about how the investigation would take a while. She wants the body back, though, of course. She asked about it again today, about when she can have the funeral. I wish I could tell her something." "Yeah. How horrible it must be to know someone you loved was dead and his body was rotting away on a shelf in some coroner's office." She thought about how she would feel if it were Jason or Stone on the slab. "We gotta solve this, Jason. Not just to make you look good for Fran. We can't let these guys get away with this." "Let's figure out what happened before we make any decisions, okay? We're not going vigilante on anybody's ass unless we have a damn good reason to. Otherwise, we do it by the book. Got it?" "Yeah, I got it." "We'll see," she thought. A lot depended on what they found out. "Let me do this. Maybe we'll find David and we won't have to do anything." She sat down in the middle of the circle as Jason settled into one of the chairs to watch. The ritual didn't take long, and the result was disappointing, but at least it was definitive this time. After only 15 minutes, Verity let her breath out and stood. "He's dead." Jason leapt out of his chair. "David's dead?" "Yeah." She was certain of it. The tendril had ranged out, trying to trace the faint energy around the sock to its source, but it winked out almost immediately. "It didn't get anything. It wasn't like he was behind wards or anything like that. I've never tracked anybody who's dead before, but Dr. Stone gave me a really good explanation for what it felt like. I'd bet anything I'm right." "Well, fuck. So whether your theory about David and Gary being the same person was right or not, they were both dead, which means we can't track David down and question him." "Yeah. We better hope the Forgotten guy has something for us. I'm not really hot to go back to the Pussycat Club or tangle with the Hard Eights again either." They headed downtown at 9 o'clock that night. The Forgotten man they talked to hadn't given them a definitive time, so they hoped they didn't have to wait too long for the woman he mentioned to show up. She was already there, set up off to one side of a small, exuberantly tacky little casino called the Treasure Trove. As the Forgotten man had mentioned, she wore a black patch over her right eye, and a faded Navajo print blanket wrapped around her plump shoulders. She didn't appear to be paying attention to her surroundings, but sat humming to herself, nodding her head to some unseen beat. She had a small bowl in front of her, currently containing a few pennies, one casino chip, and a wadded-up hot dog wrapper. Verity suggested for Jason to wait and approach the woman on her own. She took out one of the fresh quantity of silver dollars they'd obtained before they left, and tossed it in the bowl with a clink. "Hi," she said, crouching next to the woman. "How are you?" The woman continued humming for a few more seconds. Then her squinting left eye opened a little wider to take Verity in. "Surviving," she mumbled. She had brown, tobacco-stained teeth. One of the front pair was missing. "We'd like to talk to you if we can. A friend from the Forgotten told us you might be able to tell us something about Ned. Can you do that?" At the word "forgotten," she tilted her head up and some of her airy manner dropped away. "You the magic girl?" she said, still under her breath so it didn't carry farther than Verity. Around them, tipsy, laughing tourists flowed past, ignoring their presence. "Yep, that's me. So, can you tell us anything about Ned? We'd really appreciate it." "Help me up," she ordered, sticking out one sweater-clad arm. Verity grasped her hand and steadied her as she struggled to her feet. She stood there a moment, puffing and leaning against the wall, then pointed to the blanket she'd been sitting on and her bowl. Verity gathered them up and handed them to her. She was tempted to pluck out the hot dog wrapper for later disposal, but didn't do it. Some of the Forgotten were prickly about anyone touching their stuff without permission. "My brother's with me. I'm gonna call him over, okay?" Sure, whatever," she said vaguely, then shuffled off down the street. Verity waved Jason over, and he joined her, looking puzzled. Verity shrugged and set off after the woman. One thing she'd learned from her association with the Forgotten, you could never take anything about them for granted. Each one was an individual, with his or her own unique quirks that could pop up unexpectedly at any moment. The best you could do was roll with it and be patient with them. The old woman kept walking for 2 blocks, moving at a slow, deliberate pace. Oddly, no one seemed to notice her. Verity watched the passing crowds as she and Jason walked behind her, and any time anyone's gaze got near her, it seemed to skate over and land somewhere else. Whether it was a forgotten ability or just the general public's tendency to ignore the homeless, it was definitely a useful skill in Las Vegas. At the middle of the 2nd block, she turned left and disappeared into an alley. Again, no one appeared to notice her. Jason and Verity picked up their pace and hurried after her, afraid they might lose her if she got too far ahead. But apparently her ability was selective. Her Navajo print blanket was still clearly visible as they rounded the corner. The alley was lit only by the spillover from the casino's lights on their end, and a single streetlight at the other, leaving the middle part wreathed in dark shadows. A series of dumpsters, all overflowing with trash, lined both sides. The woman continued along, never slowing, speeding up, or looking back, until she reached a spot where 2 dimly visible dumpsters were separated by a space perhaps 6 feet wide. At this point, she faded out and disappeared. Verity gripped Jason's arm. "Did you see?" "Yeah." Jason hurried forward to the spot, glancing around in all directions. "She's gone." His hand went to his gun and he tensed, suddenly alert. Wait! Verity had shifted to magical sight. She hadn't checked the old woman's aura, but a sudden dim flash of orange caught her attention off to her right side, in the space between the 2 dumpsters. She crouched down and peered into the space, and was rewarded by the sight of a seated figure far back in the shadows, visible only by the glow of the aura. "Ned?" she asked gently. The figure rustled and sat up. "Get in here," he whispered. "Anybody see you?" He'd built a little fort-like shelter inside a refrigerator box, with a shopping cart full of plastic bags shielding it from view. Verity scrambled inside, and after a moment's hesitation, Jason followed her. It was a tight fit with all 3 of them, but by shifting around they both found relatively comfortable spots. Jason didn't sit, but instead knelt facing the shelter's opening so he could get up fast if anyone approached them. It was still hard to see Ned clearly. He probably wanted it that way, Verity concluded. From his aura she could tell he was thin and hunched, probably an older man. His eyes glittered in the faint light, and his aura radiated fear. "Talk fast," he said. "I ain't staying long, and you better have cash. I ain't risking my neck for freebies." Verity remembered that the forgotten man they'd talked to previously had said Ned wasn't forgotten, but that they sometimes helped each other out. "You found the body in the dumpster behind the Pussycat Club a few days ago, didn't you?" "Yeah, wish I hadn't." "Why is that?" Jason asked. "Been hiding ever since. Only reason I'm talking to you is 'cause my friends said they trusted you." "Are you afraid somebody will come after you?" Verity asked. "Why did you tell the police about it if you were afraid?" "Didn't have no choice. They caught me right after I found it. Figured I'd better own up in case they thought I put the stiff there, you know." Ned's accent was decidedly Eastern. New York, maybe, or New Jersey. He sounded like one of the old-style hustlers who used to dominate Vegas before the evil showed up. Verity couldn't imagine an old, stooped guy like Ned being able to heft Gary's chubby body into a dumpster, But if he was unlucky enough to get stopped by somebody from the evil contingent of the LVPD, she was sure they'd have no trouble manufacturing a good explanation so they could pin the murder on him and call it a day. "What did you tell them?"
"Just that I found the guy, you know. Stiff in a dumpster. Happens sometimes, especially these days."
Something fluctuated in his aura. The orange was normally dim, with dark patches indicating ill health, but now it sort of shifted. "Ned, that's not all there is to tell, is there?" she asked, keeping her tone even and calm. Next to her, she felt Jason tensed.
That's all I got,"
he said quickly. "Look," she said, "we're investigating the guy's death for his wife. He's got 2 little girls. His family really wants to find out what happened to him. Can you help us?" She poked her hand at Jason, and he put a bill into it. She offered it, a 20, to Ned. "We're not asking for a freebie, but you're holding something back, I'm sure of it. I'm really good at spotting that kind of thing. We promise we won't get you involved, but we need to know what you saw." Ned's aura shifted again, but he didn't take the money yet.
"You should take a poker, sister. Seriously. Chick looks like you and that good at reading people, you be a natural."
"Ned." He glanced at the 20.
"I'm gonna tell you, though, that ain't enough. Yeah, I know something else, but I ain't talking for less than a C note. Take it or leave it."
Again, Verity felt Jason tense next to her. She was sure he was contemplating getting the information out of Ned in a more old-fashioned way, but she was also sure it would never go past the contemplation stage. Not with this old guy, anyway. "You promise you'll tell us if we give you 100? We need to know, and my brother might get a little grumpy if you try to back out on us."
"Nah, sister. You give me 100 and a ride to the bus station, and I'll tell you. You have my word."
He glanced toward the shelter entrance again.
"I gotta have enough to get my ass far out of Vegas before I say anything, or I'll be the next one turning up in one of them dumpsters before long."
She exchanged glances with Jason. They'd gotten more money before they'd headed down here, but they didn't have much more than 100. In all likelihood, Fran wouldn't reimburse that kind of cash. But from Ned's tone and the look of his aura, the demand wasn't negotiable. She couldn't blame him for wanting to get out. If the opposition they were facing was as bad as they sounded, she didn't doubt his fears in the slightest. "It's okay," she said under her breath to Jason. "If you need to, you can have back some of the money you gave me for my birthday. We gotta see this through." He pulled more bills from his inner jacket pocket.
"No way,"
he said.
"You keep your money. We'll figure something out."
Verity took the bills and turned back to Ned. "Okay, 100, she said, and offered him 4 more 20s. "But you better have something good to tell us."
"That's only 80,
he protested, extending a bony hand to snatch it from her grip. "We already offered you 20. 80 plus 20 makes 100. Come on, Ned, spill it."
"And the ride to the station?"
"Yeah," Jason said. "We'll take you to the bus station."
"Tonight?"
"Tonight. Now talk." In the dimness, Ned sighed.
"Yeah, okay. Here's the thing. I did see the body in the dumpster. That part I already told you. Naked as a jaybird with a big old smile cut into his throat. Looked like he'd been worked over good and his junk was a mess. Sorry, honey," he added quickly.
Verity decided to overlook being called honey for now. "Okay, that's what you told us. Tell us the rest."
"I didn't just see the body. I saw it get put there, and I know who did it."
Verity stiffened, and in the close quarters behind her she felt Jason lean forward. "You did? Tell us who. Who did it?"
"A guy named Mickey Toro. Dunno if that's his real name, but that's what he goes by. I recognized him even though he was all dressed in black and shit, 'cause he's got a bum leg and a real distinctive limp, you know."
"Who is this Mickey Toro?" Jason asked. "You know who he works for? Your friend said something about some group that runs places you can do whatever you want if you got enough money. He work for those guys?" Ned shook his head. Verity's eyes were getting accustomed to the dimness now, so she could make out his shadowed features even without magical sight.
"Nah, Mickey's old school. He's one of the main enforcers for the Zokis."
"Who's that?" Jason shifted around, clearly trying to find a comfortable position in the confined space.
Small-time mob family. One of the last of them left in Vegas. They run the territory south of Fremont. Casinos, prostitution, loan sharking, that kind of stuff. Like I said, old school.
Do they run the Pussycat Club? Verity asked.
No way, that's not part of their turf.
What about the Hard Eights? Do they work with them?
Ned shuddered. No, those guys are fucking crazy. They don't play by the rules, you know. Zokis do their leg breaking the old-fashioned way.
Jason shifted position again. So you're saying this Mickey Toro dropped the body in the dumpster behind the Pussycat Club? Why would he do that?
Who knows? My guess? Maybe they're trying to send a message to whoever runs that part of town, or else trying to get the murder pinned on him.
Do you know who those people are? Verity asked. The ones who control the territory where the Pussycat is?
Nobody knows them, Ned said. They stay quiet, under the radar, and they got a rep says he don't fuck with them. Nobody talks to him unless they say so.
He looked around nervously.
Look, that's all I got. Can we get out of here? I want to be on a bus for L.A. like yesterday, okay?
Yeah. Verity prepared to get up. Let's go, Jason. One more thing, Jason said. You know where we can find this Mickey Toro?
Check the casinos around their turf. There ain't many. The Palomar, the Spire, and the Sultan are the ones the Zokis control. He'll probably be at one of those.
Verity stood. Thanks, Ned.
So, what are you gonna do with that info?
The old man struggled to rise. Jason gave him a hand up, and he bent to gather his gear.
You ain't going after Mickey, are ya?
Dunno yet, Verity said. We'll see what we find out.
Cops won't do anything about it, you know.
Ned slung a pack over his shoulder and began scrabbling in his cart, pulling items out of the bags and stuffing them in a cloth duffel. Yeah, we get that. Hurry up, Jason said. We've got things to do tonight, so we want to drop you off at the station right away.
Yeah, can't ask a guy to leave all his worldly goods, you know.
But Ned did pick up his pace. Verity glanced up and down the alley. Both ends still looked clear, with a few tourists drifting by on the downtown side. She almost turned back to watch Ned and Jason when a hunch told her to check magical sight. She barely registered a flash of red around the side of a dumpster across the alley when she acted, diving back toward Jason and Ned. "Look out!" Ahead of her, Ned yelped and went down. Chapter 39. Stone found a few of the other side crew lounging in the restaurant where the buffet had already been set up. "Where's Duncan?" he demanded from the doorway. One of the young assistants shrugged. "Haven't seen him in a while. He's probably either at the trailer or up at the house." "Damn. If you see him, tell him I'm looking for him. It's quite urgent." "What's urgent?" came a voice from behind him. He spun to see Larry Duncan coming in along with Cody Huff. They both looked like they'd just faced the same windy deluge Stone had on his way back to the winery, and both of them regarded him with curiosity. "I need to talk to you," Stone said, trying to strike the proper balance between urgency and calm. He took Duncan by the arm and steered him back out into the lobby near the fireplace. Huff followed.
"Stone, baby, I don't have a lot of time, okay? Already way behind schedule. I already told you, we can't—"
"Listen to me," Stone insisted. "We need to get out of here, all of us." Duncan and Huff stared at him as if he'd gone mad.
"Out of here? What do you mean? Out of where?"
"Out of Brundeville as soon as possible." Any vestige of courtesy in Duncan's stare vanished, and Huff simply gaped at him as if he'd just proposed leaping feet first into the roaring fire.
"What the hell are you talking about?"
Duncan snorted and waved him off.
"We're not going anywhere. We got a shoot scheduled in less than 2 hours, and we still got to reshoot that clusterfuck from this afternoon."
"It doesn't matter." Stone realized how unhinged he sounded, and sympathized a bit more with the nutters who stood on street corners announcing that the end was near. He was getting about the same level of attention. "Look, something's going on here and it's dangerous. What happened this afternoon wasn't a coincidence, and it wasn't just your crew sniping at each other."
"Sure it was," Duncan said dismissively. We do that a lot. Tempers get short, egos clash. Come on, man, I know you're new to showbiz, but trust me, it's not, Stone insisted. Damn you, you've got to listen to me, or a lot of people will end up getting hurt. Something is happening in this town, and it's not safe for anyone to stay here. Wait a sec. This isn't about the cursed bullshit, is it? It's not bullshit. Stone fixed him with a hard stare. Mr. Duncan, I know this sounds odd coming from me given my skepticism, but I'm convinced now. It's happening, and it's only going to get worse. We've got to leave. Excuse me, said another voice. They all turned. Denise stood there, and this time she wasn't giving Stone the eye. Instead, she looked serious and uncomfortable. I'm sorry, she said. I couldn't help overhearing Dr. Stone saying you had to leave. But you can't. That's what I was just coming to tell you. What the hell are you talking about? Duncan demanded. I just got a call, she said, gesturing toward the front desk. Nobody's going anywhere. They told me that the rain caused a rock slide, and a big section of the road about a mile out of town is washed out. Bloody hell. Can they clear it? Stone asked. Part of him absurdly wondered if this too was somehow the curse's doing. What better way to intensify the conflict than to isolate the participants from escape or outside assistance? She spread her hands. It happens a lot during the rainy season, though it sounds like this one might be worse than usual. They can clear it, but they won't even start until the rain stops. We've got supplies up here. Everybody in the town knows they might have to get by on their own for a few days. And there's no way out on the other side? Stone asked, even though he knew there wasn't. He'd seen maps of the area. No, I'm sorry. She spread her hands. I'm afraid there's nothing I can do, but I assure you we've got plenty of food and water here, and generators if the power goes out. If the power goes out? Duncan clenched his fists, and his face got even redder. Fuck, could anything else go wrong? You don't know the half of it. Stone thought fast, trying to come up with a workable solution that wouldn't result in a town full of dead people. He had no idea how fast the curse was progressing. Perhaps there weren't enough people in the town yet to elevate it past the stage of yelling and possibly a few fistfights. But he couldn't take that chance, not if he had other alternatives. Right then, he said quickly. Thank you, Denise. She gave him a faint smile, and there was that gleam in her eyes again. It'll be fine, she said. This might be a good night to just curl up in a warm bed and wait for things to blow over. She put a subtle emphasis on the word blow. Stone didn't have time for this. He grabbed Duncan again and led him away from her. All right, we're not going anywhere. That makes things worse, but not insurmountable. What you need to do is exactly what Denise said. Tell everyone to go to their rooms and wait this out. Large groups of people shouldn't be together. What is wrong with you, man? Cody Huff demanded. You sound like you've gone off the deep end. You actually believe this cursed bullshit? Duncan shook his head. Stone, baby, get some rest. Have a drink. Take a nap. Do what it takes to get yourself calmed down. I need you in makeup in an hour. He dropped his voice to a near whisper. Go fuck the front desk chick. She obviously wants you. Then louder. Come on, Cody. Things to do. Where the hell is Rita anyway? He patted Stone's arm, and the two of them hurried off toward the exit. Stone clenched his fist. Damn mundanes. He knew, looking at things objectively, that he wasn't doing his cause any good by sounding like a raving lunatic. He wished he could just line up the entire other side crew and give them mental protections, or hit them all with stun spells to put them under until he could sort this out. But that wouldn't be feasible, even if he could manage it. Denise sidled up to him. Everything will be fine, she said. I promise. She stroked his arm. Later, when you're done with your filming, maybe I can loosen you up a little. How would that be? Did you get the little gifts I left in your room? I'll come by and we can open up that bottle of wine, slip into something more comfortable, and... He spun, frustrated. Denise, I'm sorry, but I don't have time for this right now. A loud pop sounded and the lights went out, leaving the crackling fire as the lobby's only illumination. Oh no, Denise said.
She hurried over to the front desk and picked up the phone as the other side staffers began filtering out of the restaurant. "Phones are dead too, so I can't call Bill to come start up the generator." "So we're dead in the water here?" Stone asked. "He'll be here soon. Don't worry, all the rooms have candles and we've got plenty of flashlights." She opened a cabinet behind the desk and pulled out several, handing them around to everyone milling in the lobby. Stone took a quick glance at Magical Sight. For now, things seemed to be calm. The red mist was still swirling, but it hadn't engulfed anyone at the moment. Maybe he still had some time. But wait. At least, he'd thought it hadn't, until he happened to catch a glimpse of Denise behind her desk. The mist hovered around her as it had around Mortensen, poking its way into her bright yellow aura. Odd. She hadn't seemed short-tempered or angry with anyone. In fact, the way she'd been throwing herself at him... He stopped. Could it be that the curse wasn't just focused around anger and violence? What if it amplified all strong feelings? Denise hadn't shown more than a passing interest in him when he'd first arrived. It wasn't until the next day that she started coming on strong. He tried to remember if he'd checked her aura since yesterday and was sure he hadn't. Okay, new data to add to his hypothesis. He wasn't sure what he could do with it yet, but any bit of information could be important. At least Denise wasn't likely to try to kill anyone, so that was something. But the sooner he put the pieces together, the sooner he'd have a chance at dealing with the curse before it overwhelmed the town. First, though, he needed an ally. "Got to go," he said, switching on his flashlight and hurrying back down the hall. He didn't like what he was about to do. If he was wrong, he could open himself up to a lot of trouble. But then again, he already had a lot of trouble. What he didn't have was a lot of choice or a lot of time. Chapter 40. "Take cover!" Jason yelled, as all around them figures popped up from behind dumpsters and moved in. Verity darted her gaze back and forth. The attackers had them surrounded. She counted 3 that she could see, 1 at the downtown end of the alley and 2 at the opposite end. She couldn't tell how Ned was doing or what had happened to him. All she knew by his flickering aura was that he was, for the moment, still alive. She flung a concussion spell at the one at the downtown end, figuring if she could take him down and he didn't have any hidden friends, they could grab Ned and escape out into the crowded Fremont Street, where, with luck, their attackers wouldn't follow. The guy was ready this time, though, and not surprised by her magic. He dived sideways, back behind the dumpster. Next to her, Jason crouched behind Ned's cart, poised to leap up. "How many?" He'd drawn his gun, but wasn't pointing at anyone yet. "I see 3, but I don't know if that's all of them." "Come on out!" a mocking voice yelled from the other side of the alley. "You sure you want that?" Verity yelled back. In answer, the dumpster next to them suddenly jerked sideways, rolling down the alley toward the Fremont Street side, leaving them exposed. Laughter came from above them. "They have a mage!" Verity dropped, covering herself, Jason, and Ned with a shield. "Above us!" "This thing stop bullets?" Jason demanded. "Yeah, but not for long." "Take power from me," he ordered, rising to a crouch and talking fast. "Draw fire for a sec. I'll see if I can take out the guy over there." She nodded. They had to do this fast. Ned's aura was already fading, if they didn't help him soon. "Going now," she whispered. She gripped Jason's shoulder, feeling the power instantly singing through her body, along with his willingness to share it with her. It felt wonderful. If black mages felt half this good when they drained power from unwilling victims, she could see how it could be addictive. She flung another concussion beam up toward the guy on the roof, then leapt up and darted, low and fast, toward the middle of the alley. "Come get me!" she yelled. Nobody shot at her. Maybe they didn't have guns. Something slammed into her shield, though. The guy on the roof was definitely a mage, and that could be a problem, even with the extra power she'd taken from Jason. Jason, meanwhile, moved even faster than she had, vaulting across the alley in 2 long strides and barreling into the guy at the Fremont end. Both of them slammed hard into the wall. Verity, panting, looked around. One of their attackers was occupied, which left 3 for her to deal with. If it wasn't for Ned, she and Jason could have just made a run for it back out to Fremont Street. She didn't think even a group as crazy as the Hard Eights would keep a fight going on a busy street full of tourists. And speaking of tourists, how was it that none of them were noticing any of this? She couldn't spare more than a glance in that direction, but most of them appeared to be ambling by like nothing was happening. Were they that oblivious? No time to speculate, though. Even with Jason's power, she couldn't keep the shield up forever. The other 2 she could handle without difficulty, assuming they weren't mages too. The mage was the one she needed to focus on. Okay, let's take the fight to him. Let's hope I was paying attention in Dr. Stone's lessons. With a quick last glance at Jason, who seemed to be holding his own against his opponent, she ducked behind Ned's cart and dropped the shield spell. She cast an invisibility spell on herself, paired it with levitation, and lifted up to the roof of the 2-story building the mage was standing on. The guy didn't see her coming, which was what she'd been counting on. She touched down silently a few feet away and behind him, dropped the invisibility. Even with the boost from Jason, she was still fighting hard not to puff with exertion, and took a quick look around. The light was better up here, the flashing neon facades of the nearby buildings bathing the rooftop in weird multicolored hues. What could she do? It would be easy to hit the guy with a concussion spell, but she'd probably blow him off the roof. She wanted him out of action, not dead. The mage whirled. Something must have clued him in that she was behind him. Grinning, he raised his hands. Without thinking, Verity used telekinesis to snatch up a piece of loose brick and fling it at the guy's head. He got on to what she was doing at the last second and tried to deflect it, but too late. The brick smacked into the side of his head with a satisfying thunk, his grin turning to a grimace as his eyes went unfocused and he toppled. Yes! She hurried over, checking as she passed to make sure he was truly unconscious. Magical sight told her he wasn't dead, and crouched next to the edge of the building where he'd been standing. Below, Jason had taken out his opponent behind the dumpster. The leather-jacketed thug lay unconscious next to him where he still crouched in cover, holding his gun by the barrel like a club. The other 2 had vacated their own cover at the other end and were now running along the same wall, ducking around the other dumpsters and heading straight for Jason's location. "Incoming!" Verity yelled, and threw another concussion spell at them. But they were moving too fast. It smashed into the dumpster behind them, leaving a dent. "Bitch got Kurt!" one of them yelled, glancing up as he ran. "Get the dude!" the other yelled, and both of them increased their speed toward Jason. He was ready, though. He rolled out from behind the dumpster and met their charge, clocking one with the butt of his pistol. The second one threw himself at him in a football tackle, wrapping his arms around Jason's middle and barreling forward, slamming him into the wall. The gun flew from his hand and clattered to the ground a few feet away as Jason struggled to get loose. The guy was beefy, but Jason had a few inches and several pounds on him. The 2 went down in a flail of arms and legs. "Forgot about me?" Verity called. She didn't expect him to hear her, but that was okay. The effect was the same. She grabbed hold of the second thug's jacket in a telekinetic grip and flung him back, up and over the fallen first thug and nearly the length of the alleyway. She wouldn't be able to do that for too much longer. Even with Jason's extra power and her bracelet, this kind of magic was hard on her endurance. But at least the guy was out of the way. Not unconscious this time, though. He staggered up and swayed for a moment, as if considering his options, then turned and took off toward the vacant lot. Verity let her breath out and took stock. 2 down, 1 fled, 1 still in action. Better odds, but they couldn't stay long. The one who'd taken off might bring back friends, and she couldn't see the mage from down here. "Jason, wrap this up." Jason was happy to oblige. The first thug was struggling back up now. Jason ran forward and smacked him with the pistol butt before he'd fully gotten his bearings back. The gun butt hit the guy's head with a ripe thunk, and he slid to the ground. Jason leapt up and stood over him,
puffing. "We gotta get out of here before more show up, or the cops come." Verity levitated back down to stand next to him. "We can't just leave Ned here.
"What are we gonna do with him?"
"Do something with those guys," she said, pointing toward the two unconscious hard eights. "You got something to tie him up with?"
"Yeah." He pulled zip ties from his pocket. "I'll stuff him in the dumpster, but V..."
"Hang on. I'm gonna check the mage. Search him too, yeah?"
"On it, but V..."
She didn't answer, but levitated cautiously back up to peer over the edge of the building where she'd left the unconscious mage. He was gone. A quick check with magical sight revealed his aura off in the distance, growing smaller as she watched. Great. He was smarter than he looked. Get the hell out and live to fight another day. That's what they needed to do as well. But first, she had to take care of Ned. By the time she reached the old vagrant, Jason had already tied up one of the hard eights and tossed him in the nearest dumpster, and was heading for the second one. "Make it quick," he said, glancing frequently back and forth between both ends of the alley. "Quick as I can."
She ducked into Ned's makeshift shelter, crouched next to him, and did a fast examination. The cause of Ned's distress was obvious immediately, the knife sticking out of his side. He moaned, his hands clutching weakly at the hilt.
"Hold on, Ned," she said, trying to sound reassuring. "We'll fix you up."
"I'm done," he wheezed.
"No, you're not. I got this. Just stay quiet, okay? Jason!" she called more loudly. She was amazed that even after all this, still none of the tourists had noticed enough to check things out. She just hoped none of them had called the cops. He hurried over. "V, we gotta go." He stared down at the bloody wound where the knife stuck out of Ned's side and winced. Holy shit. She ignored his words. "Hold his arms, okay? Keep him still. I need to work fast once I pull this thing out. Whatever you do, don't let him move around. Got it?"
"Yeah, I got it." He moved into position where he could grip the old man's hands and keep him from grabbing at the knife hilt. "Calm down, Ned. You'll be fine. V's got the touch." "Hospital," Ned groaned. "Dying here. Told you."
"Shh." Verity gathered her concentration and pulled power from her bracelet, which she'd charged up that afternoon. She'd never heard Stone mention drawing power from Jason twice in such a short time, and she was afraid to try it, even for this. The bracelet would have to do. "It's okay," she murmured, shifting into the deeper version of magical sight she used for healing. Ned must have been in the right town because he was a lucky old bastard. On closer examination, she determined that the knife hadn't done significant damage, which was something of a miracle given where it had gone in. With a quick thanks to whatever gods looked after washed-up old gamblers, she grabbed the knife hilt and pulled the blade straight back. Ned winced and tried to draw up into a fetal ball, but Jason held him down. "V." "Shh." She sharpened her focus until she could see nothing but the wound, and began her work. Only a few minutes later she let her breath out. "There," she said. "He should be okay now." Jason, who'd continued scanning the alley as if expecting a whole battalion of hard eights or Las Vegas police to show up any moment, nodded in relief. "Let's get the hell out of here, then. What are we gonna do with him?" "We'll take him with us. I can use an illusion to make him look like he's just drunk. Come on, help him up. I'll get his stuff." It was a testament to the continued obliviousness of the Las Vegas tourist crowd that nobody paid any attention to them as they headed back to the car. Ned's arm was slung over Jason's shoulder like they were escorting an over-imbibing friend home after a night of hearty partying. In fact, they weren't the only ones doing the same thing. By the time they made it back to the car and Verity dropped the illusion, they'd spotted two other groups with at least one member who looked like he or she wouldn't make it home under their own power. It was one of the few good things about the new, not-so-improved Vegas, Verity supposed. You could get away with just about anything short of full-out mayhem, and everybody just left you to it. Ned had regained more of his senses by the time they slid him into the front seat of the Mustang. "What?" he asked, sitting up straighter as Jason pulled out of the parking lot. "What the hell?" "Chill out,"
Verity said from the back seat. "Everything's cool. We're on the way to the bus station."
But
He probed at the place where the knife had been.
I got stabbed, right? I'm not high on nothing, am I? Nah, I see the blood. I still feel like shit, but nothing hurts. Nothing's bleeding. But what?
"Told you V had the touch," Jason said. "Don't ask questions, okay? Better for your overall mental health." Ned twisted around and stared at Verity in wonder, eyes wide in his pale, blotchy face.
You guys got me out of there. You could have just left me, but you got me out.
"Yeah, told you we would." Verity tried hard not to wrinkle her nose. Ned clearly hadn't showered or washed his clothes in a good long time.
"And you took out those guys? All those guys?"
Verity patted his shoulder. "It's all good, Ned. We're gonna take you to the station and you can get out of here, okay?" "Your stuff's in the trunk," Jason added. "Might want to put something on to cover up that big bloodstain before we go in." They located the bus station, retrieved Ned's belongings, and helped him swap his coat for an equally aromatic sweater he had in his duffel bag. After checking to make sure he still had his $100, he gripped Jason's arm.
"Listen," he said. "I want to thank you two. I owe you one. I don't figure we'll ever see each other again, but if we do, I owe you guys big. Not everybody would stick around and help out on a washed-up bum like me, you know?"
"You take care of yourself, Ned," Jason said. "Go somewhere warm."
"Yeah, I need a drink is what I need."
As they turned to go, he held up a hand.
"Wait a sec. Hold on."
"What?"
Verity stopped and turned back. "Something else I didn't tell you before."
He leaned in closer.
"Mickey Taro, the guy you're looking for. Check out the off-track betting joint at the back of the Palomar. I seen him there a few times, yeah? Be careful, though. Place is crawling with Zokies."
Chapter 41. The hallway leading to the rooms was deserted now. Most likely everybody was up at the Brunder place getting ready for the shoot, or holed up in their rooms on the opposite side where Riley and the other stars were housed. That was good. The longer some of the worst offenders, like Riley, stayed away from each other, the better. Stone paused in front of the door, then squared his shoulders, braced himself, and knocked. "Who is it?" Mortenson's voice called from inside. "It's me. Please let me in. I need to talk to you." "You don't give up, do you? Go away, Alastair. I have nothing to say to you." Damn. He was hoping she'd calmed down by now and was at least prepared to talk. "I've brought you a flashlight," he lied, "so you don't have to sit in there in the dark." "I have candles. Go away." So, that was it. Now he'd have to make the first of what promised to be several decisions he didn't want to make. But hell, what was a career worth if everyone was likely to be dead by tomorrow? He focused on the lock until it slipped, then pushed open the door. Inside, the only light came from a pair of candles on the small table, revealing Mortenson stretched out on the bed. She leapt up with far more energy than she usually exhibited, keeping the bed between them as Stone entered and closed the door behind him. "What the hell? What are you doing in here? How did you get in?" she yelled. "Did your bimbo give you the passkey? I told you to go away. Get out of my room. Get out now, or I'll scream." Stone's stomach clenched at her words. "I'm sorry, Edwina," he said softly. "Truly I am, if there were any other way to do this." "Get out!" Her voice pitched higher, now mixed with an undertone of fear that cut right through Stone. She snatched a book from the nightstand and flung it at him, backing up. He swept it aside with a bit of telekinetic magic and continued inexorably forward, though everything inside him screamed for him to stop, to turn around and leave, to find another way, any other way. "I'm sorry," he said again. "It's got to be done. I hope you'll forgive me." She backed up more until she hit the wall and couldn't progress any further. Her aura erupted with fear and anger, their different shades of red mixing with the third shade from the engulfing cloud of mist. She threw back her head and opened her mouth to scream. Nothing came out, though, as Stone got his silence spell off in time to cut her off. Her eyes widened in panic. "Dear gods, what am I doing?" But he didn't stop. He didn't hesitate. Using more telekinesis, he pinned her against the wall, then extended a hand toward her forehead.
"What are you doing?"
Her voice came out in a strangled croak, and tears sprang to her eyes.
"Alastair, what are you doing? Please, for God's sake, stop."
"I'm sorry," he whispered, and reached out with his power to weave a shield around her mind. If he could stop the curse's influence on her as he had on himself, she might listen long enough to let him explain things to her. If not, well, it was unlikely she'd get the chance to have him arrested, because the way the curse was progressing, none of them would survive the next couple of days. He closed his eyes, as much to focus his concentration as to block out the sight of her terrified, tear-filled eyes. But he couldn't do it. He gritted his teeth, blinking back frustrated tears of his own, and kept the energy coming. Just a little further now. Almost got it. His groin lit up in white-hot agony as her knee came up hard between his legs. He bit off a shriek and staggered back, tripping over his feet and crashing down onto Mortenson's bed. Waves of pain and nausea sluiced through his body as he drew his knees up, and for several moments he could do nothing but clench his eyes shut, moan, and fight not to get catastrophically sick all over the comforter. If, at that moment, Mortenson had wanted to clock him in the head with her nightstand lamp, he could have done absolutely nothing about it. He hadn't thought prim old Edwina had that in her. "Alastair?" It took several more seconds, but eventually her voice cut through the throbbing, gradually lessening surges of pain. Slowly, and with utmost care, he began to unclench, releasing his death grip on his drawn-up knees and cracking his eyes open. He rolled over on his back and looked up. Mortenson stood over him. The candlelight behind her was too dim to provide a good look at her expression, but even so he could tell it was disturbed. The anger was gone, replaced by confusion laced with horror. With effort, Stone shifted to magical sight. The red mist around her had dissipated, so he'd managed to succeed in getting the shield up before she'd taken him down. "Bloody hell, Edwina," he said, in a strangled, shaky tone. "You've packed quite a wallop." He resisted the urge to cradle the area in question, but it wasn't easy. "What's going on?" Her voice shook almost as much as his did. "What happened to me?" Gingerly he tried to sit up. Nothing exploded between his legs, and he no longer felt in imminent danger of throwing up. He came to the tentative conclusion that while she'd gotten him good, she hadn't connected quite as solidly as initial damage reports had indicated. Thank the gods for bad aim, or at least that I'm so much taller than she is. "Are you all right now?" Eyeing him warily, she stepped back until she encountered the edge of the nearest chair and dropped into it. "Alastair, please tell me what happened. I feel terrible. It was like a bad dream I couldn't wake up from. I remember saying horrible things to you." "Don't worry about it. It wasn't you, I know that." "What do you mean, it wasn't me?" He rubbed at his face, trying to organize his thoughts. "Listen, Edwina, I know this is going to sound mad coming from me, but you've got to listen. It's imperative you believe me, all right?" "What are you talking about?" She blinked. "How could I have said those things? I'm so sorry. I never meant... and I hurt you." With a feeble gesture, she indicated his lap. He waved her off. "Listen, it doesn't matter. It's fine. I'm sorry about what I did, but I had to stop its influence on you. Edwina, the curse, it's real." "What?" She stared at him in shock, as if wondering just how hard she'd hit him. "I know this is me saying it and you don't believe me, I get that, but you have to. It's real, and it's dangerous, and I've got to stop it, but I need your help." "Damn, this is taking too long." He glanced at his watch. It was already after 5:30. The other side crew was probably already up at the Brunder place, setting up and getting ready for the shoot. They'd be expecting him at the makeup trailer at 6. "The curse? You mean the Brunderville curse?" Stone got to his feet with care and gripped her shoulders. Her frightened flinch sliced through him like an icy blade, But he pressed on. "Edwina, we've been colleagues for a long time. We've known each other for years. I know I'm not your favorite person, but have I ever given you cause not to trust me? What does that answer me, Edwina? Have I ever?" She looked troubled, shifting under his grip. "No, but will you trust me now? It's vitally important that you do. Will you?" Something in the intensity of his gaze must have gotten through to her, because she nodded slowly. "Yes. All right, yes, I trust you. But will you tell me—" He still didn't let go of her, but kept his touch gentle. He never wanted to see that fear in her eyes again, certainly not of him. "The curse is real. It was affecting you. It was affecting me earlier. That's why we were saying those horrible things to each other. That's what it does. We've thrown it off now, but no one else has. We can't leave. The roads are out. We're stuck in Brundeville until they clear them. So I need to figure out where the curse is originating and deal with it. That's what happened before, Edwina. That's why they all killed each other. The best I can work out is that it amplifies strong emotions, anger, jealousy, lust, and that's what happened to them." She stared at him as if he'd gone crazy. "How do you know this?" "I can't explain it now. You said you would trust me. This is where I need you to do it. Look at what you did today. If you were in your right mind, would you have kicked me like that? Said those things to me, even if you thought them?" "No," she said, looking stricken. "No, but please, Edwina." He turned quickly to check that nobody was coming in through the door, then back to her. "There isn't a lot of time, believe me. If I can't stop this, a lot of people will probably be dead before tomorrow. Can I count on you?" He watched a series of expressions flit across her face. Suspicion, confusion, distress, and finally resolve. "All right. I'll help you, but I don't know what I can do. For a start, I need you to finish going through those papers as fast as you can. If you find any reference to the curse, who caused it, why it was cast, anything, I need to know it. It'll be easier to stop it if I know the reasons behind it." She swallowed. It was obvious 1,000 questions were going through her mind. "Even if you're right, how are you going to stop it? That's something else I can't explain right now. I'll tell you later. I need to go." "Where are you going? You aren't going to leave me here alone, are you?" "Not for long. I need to move fast, though, and you, I'm sorry, but it's true, can't do that. I need to look into something here at the winery, then go up and talk to the other side people. I'll come back after that, and we'll decide our next move." He gripped her shoulder. "It will be all right, Edwina. We'll deal with this, I promise." He wished he was as confident as he sounded. "Just look for that information. If it's there, we can use it." "I found something already," she said, still looking numb. He turned to head for the door, but he spun back. "You did? What? Where?" She bowed her head, miserable. "I was going to mention it when you came by, but as the day went on, I just kept feeling more resentful, angry." "Don't worry about it. No apologies, Edwina. What was it?" "The old woman's diary from when she was a young girl during the Depression period. She talked about how her family got out of town when things started getting strange, and then everyone was dead. I didn't read the whole thing. I just set it aside so I could keep going, but then I threw everything back in. I'll bring the box back to you. Brilliant job. Just find it again, all right? And anything else. I'll be back soon. Hang on." He hurried out of the room and into his own. He still moved a little awkwardly, but the adrenaline rush took care of most of it. He had to hurry. The box was still where he'd left it in the closet. He grabbed it and strode back to Mortenson's room. "Here you go," he said, dropping it on the bed. "Thanks, Edwina. Back soon. Lock your door and don't let anyone other than me in. Here, take this." He thrust the flashlight at her. As he was about to leave, her fearful, tentative voice reached him. "Alastair?" "Yes?" "How do I know it won't happen again? I won't start feeling that way again." "You won't, I promise." The protection he'd put up on her wouldn't wear off for at least a day. By then, he hoped all of this would be settled. Before he could say anything else, he closed the door and hurried down the hall, using a light spell to illuminate his way. Nobody was in the lobby when he reached it. He moved behind the desk and opened Denise's cabinet. Good. More flashlights. He grabbed two, kept one in his hand, and stuck the other one in his coat pocket. He didn't turn them on yet, though, since he didn't want anyone spotting what he planned to do next. Outside, the rain fell harder than ever. He hurried across the courtyard and tried the door to the wine storage cave. It was locked. That was odd. Why would anyone lock it now when it had been open since yesterday? No matter, though, a simple spell took care of the lock. He slipped inside and locked it behind him to keep anyone else from discovering him. The flashlight beam darted crazily around the shadowy, damp space as he hurried down the cask-lined passage to the back. The hobbit hole door was closed as before and appeared undisturbed, but when he tried to push on the knot, nothing happened. It didn't push in, and the door didn't swing open as it had the other 2 times he'd seen it in action. Had someone been here before him? He directed the flashlight beam back at the knot, but no obvious reasons presented themselves for why it remained stuck shut. He took a couple steps back, concentrated on the knot, and applied some telekinetic energy to it. For a moment it held fast, but then whatever had stuck it in place gave way, and the little section of wood shot back into the space beyond, leaving a hole 2 inches in diameter. Stone stuck his fingers into the hole and pulled hard. The door swung open. Even before he shone the flashlight inside, he knew something had changed. The smell in the dark cave was different. Less dank, more dusty, and tinged with a strange musty overtone. He stepped inside, bringing the beam up. The reason for the change quickly became obvious. The brick wall at the back of the cave had been crudely demolished. A ragged hole just large enough for a man to climb through yawned open, ringed by fragments of broken bricks. A sledgehammer lay on the dirt floor just in front of the hole. "Bloody hell," Stone whispered, and then coughed as the dust reached him. Someone had tried to get into the mine, and not that long ago, judging by the fact that the dust hadn't even settled fully yet. But why? Did they know about the curse too? Or were they looking for something else? Were they in there now? He stuck his head through the hole, shining the flashlight beam in front of him. The light revealed a narrow passage, perhaps 6 feet across, stretching out into darkness. It was hard to see past the dust, but he spotted modern wooden beams bracing the ceiling, and a few broken wine casks spread haphazardly around the floor. Fred Duchesne had probably had this nearby section shored up before closing it, in anticipation of using it for more storage later on. But what was further in? He switched to magical sight, and wasn't surprised to see more evidence of the shifting red mist. The mist he knew now was connected somehow with the curse that had suffused the whole town. It was definitely stronger now, but no stronger here than it had been in other areas. Tentatively, he took a few steps inside, crouching down and following the cavern until it angled off to the right and began to descend. The mist's concentration didn't change, and now that he was past the lingering cloud of dust from the demolition, he didn't see any sign of a human aura ahead. The air, as he expected, smelled even mustier down here. He paused, looking around and thinking. Why had someone been so determined to break in here today? While it was unlikely they'd be caught, with everyone so busy with the television production, it still seemed odd timing. He didn't think it was one of the townspeople. They'd have had plenty of time to do it, unless they wanted to make it look like one of the TV crew had done it. But again, why? His gut told him it had to be one of the outsiders, but who would be poking around old mines when they should be— "Hang on," he murmured as he remembered last night when he'd caught Larry Duncan trampling around on the hillside above the winery with a flashlight, back and forth, as if searching for something. When confronted, he'd said he was looking for an old graveyard, but when Stone had mentioned the same graveyard to him the following day, he'd looked confused until Stone reminded him of what he'd said. What if Duncan hadn't been looking for a graveyard at all, but another of the rumored entrances to the network of mines? It still didn't make sense. Why would a Hollywood producer be interested in finding an old, likely dangerous mine on his own in the middle of the night? Did he know about the curse? Was he looking for the source of it himself, perhaps so he could spring the story on the crew? But he hadn't looked excited last night. He looked nervous and agitated. He'd looked like a man who was desperately trying to find something and stressed out because he couldn't. Stone hurried back through the hole in the brick wall and out into the storage cave, carefully closing the big round door behind him and replacing the knot in the hole. He glanced at his watch. 6:45. He was already late for makeup. With the rain falling this hard, it would take him at least 15 minutes to get to the Brunder place. Would they have started the filming without him? Would they even be doing any filming with the power out? They probably had generators and battery backups, and Stone wouldn't put it past Duncan to keep things rolling, deeming the outage more atmospheric. Regardless, his next step was to have a long, hard talk with Larry Duncan. Chapter 42. How do you want to do this? Verity asked. They sat in the Mustang in the parking lot of the Palomar Club, a small, unassuming, at least by Vegas standards, place set back from the street 3 blocks from the Pussycat. It featured 2 full-size green and brown neon palm trees flanking the club's name in old-fashioned green script. The parking lot was half full, and most of the patrons they'd watched entering and exiting had looked like locals. You want to just walk right in? They'd already driven around the back and scoped out the other exits. They'd found 4 in total, 3 in the back, presumably from various restaurants and bars, and the one large one in the front. I don't see another option, do you? I guess we could just stake the place out and wait for him to come out, but who knows if he's even in there? Could be a long wait for nothing if he's not, and we can't watch all the exits at once. We could also try sneaking in, but it might be more dangerous than the frontal approach. Jason frowned, watching an older couple get out of their car and head for the door. Ned said the hard eights aren't working for the Zokies, so there's probably not a great chance the guys inside would even recognize us if we play it cool. I just want to get a look around for now, and then we can make plans once we have more info. Yeah, okay. They'd insisted on accompanying Ned inside the bus station and waiting with him until his bus arrived 20 minutes later, just in case the hard eights got any ideas about ambushing him there. Ned had deliberately chosen a bus that was leaving soon. He told them he didn't particularly care where he went, as long as it was far enough from Vegas. He boarded a bus heading to Los Angeles without further incident. It was now almost 10:30 p.m. Ned wasn't kidding when he said this place was old school, Jason said. Looks like someplace the Rat Pack would stop by for drinks after a show. Maybe that'll work out in our favor, Verity said. They probably won't want to start a fight on their own turf, so as long as we don't let them get the jump on us, we should be okay, at least for now. But what are we going to do if we find Mickey? We can't exactly call the police. If we spot him in there, I guess we just keep an eye on him. Maybe he'll leave at some point and we can follow him. We aren't even going to recognize him unless we see him walking, Verity reminded him. All we know is he's got a limp, right? Yeah, though Ned said he was an enforcer, and he's big enough to hustle Gary's body around without much effort, so at least we can rule out little skinny guys. You think we should give Roper a call and ask him about it? Maybe he's got a mugshot or something. That's a good idea. We're here now, though. I want to take a look around first. If we don't find him in an hour or so, we'll do that. Maybe ask Nakamura, too. You thinking of grabbing him someplace when he's alone and questioning him? Verity tilted her head. Is that legal? I mean, I know they do it all the time on TV, but I thought real private investigators weren't allowed to do that kind of thing. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, Jason said, looking grim. I want to find out what happened to Gary, and David, too, if we can. If that means we gotta lean on Mickey a little... He shrugged. Not like a mob guy's gonna call the cops either, you know? No, but getting on the wrong side of the mob, even a Splinter version, isn't a smart idea either. Anyway, I think we're overthinking this, she said, watching another guy in a suit get out of a taxi and amble toward the casino's front door. "Let's just go in and see what we see." After checking their clothes to make sure they hadn't picked up any of Ned's bloodstains, they headed in. Compared to the other people they'd seen entering and exiting, they were underdressed, but at least they didn't look like tourists. This definitely didn't seem like a tourist kind of place. That suspicion was confirmed when they got inside. Unlike the standard strip and downtown casinos, the Palomar was set up more like an old-fashioned private gambling club. Everything about the place, from the old-style carved wood gaming tables to the fading floral carpet to the sparkling chandeliers hanging overhead, evoked an older time, before Vegas had become a glitzy tourist destination. Like a much smaller-scale version of the Obsidian, the Palomar kept its slot machines segregated in their own parlors off to the left and right of the main gaming floor. Their constant muted sounds of payoffs quieter than the buzz of the small crowd in the main salon. Beyond the casino, Verity spotted the marquees of an Italian restaurant and a steakhouse. The place didn't appear to include a hotel. "Where's the sports bar?" "Probably in the back. Come on, let's just walk around a little. Maybe play a couple of hands of something so we look like we belong here. Keep your eyes open, okay?" His significant glance and slight emphasis on the word eyes told her what kind of attention he wanted her to keep up. He didn't have to. She was already taking quick looks around with magical sight as they moved through the casino. Nothing struck her as out of the ordinary. The auras blazed in all the colors of the rainbow as usual. Some exuberant, some subdued, some indicating their owners suffered from significant medical issues or stress. A typical crowd, in other words. She also spotted several beefy men in well-fitting suits stationed around the area, their own auras indicating watchful attention to the casino. It didn't surprise her that all of them were men. It made sense that the old mob would still cling to outdated ideas about gender roles. Quite a few of the dealers and croupiers were women, all of them attractive and relatively young. "I feel like I just walked into an old Sinatra movie," she muttered to Jason. "Just pay attention," he muttered back. They reached the rear of the casino without anyone appearing to notice either of them. At least nobody they could see with either normal or magical sight, and discovered Jason was right. The sports bar's entrance was tucked away in an alcove to the left of the Italian restaurant. They drifted in and found a table near the door. Inside, TV screens lined the walls, each one showing a different sporting event. Soccer games, horse races, boxing matches, and more. The only exceptions were the left side wall, which featured a long bar with a mirrored back, rows of liquor bottles and a screen showing Keno numbers, and the middle right wall, which had a constantly changing board displaying real-time odds on various events. "Real sausage fest in here," Verity said, nodding toward the bar and the other tables. With the exception of one blonde in a tight dress draped over a gorilla-looking guy in a shirt and tie, all the other customers were men. "Yeah, no kidding. Let me get us some drinks. Hang on." "Just an iced tea for me." Already the novelty of being able to order alcohol with her legit ID had worn off, and the last thing she wanted was to dull her mental capacities in the middle of what might end up being a nest of murderers. She amused herself watching the small crowd while waiting for Jason to come back. The place was about half full, except for one table with 6 raucous guys cheering on a boxing match off to one side. Most of the other occupied tables had only 1 or 2 customers. The majority were over 30, with hard eyes and focused expressions as they watched the various TVs and made notes while sipping no-nonsense drinks. She wondered how many of them were professional gamblers, and if one of them was Mickey Toro, mob enforcer. This was a side of Vegas she hadn't seen before, and she found it fascinating, as if she'd stepped back in time. She'd thought the classic old-school mob was a myth these days, a relic of the past perpetuated by the entertainment industry. Jason was heading back to their table with the drinks when a thought popped into her head, and she frowned. Jason. Yeah? Something doesn't make sense. You're just now figuring that out? He grinned, but sobered again when she didn't return it. What? Well... She let her gaze travel over the crowd again, working it out in her mind as she spoke. Ned said the hard eights don't work for the Zokis, right? Yeah. And we think this guy we're looking for... She deliberately didn't use his name in case anyone was listening too closely and dropped her voice to a near whisper for the next part. Killed Gary, or at least knows what happened to him, right? Yeah. So why are the hard eights after us? If they work for somebody else, and the Zokis are trying to frame whoever they work for by dropping Gary's body out back of a place these other guys control, then why come after us? That's a good question. I guess they might think we believe they did it and don't want us getting too close to their operation. But they didn't do it. So even if we did get close, we wouldn't find any proof they killed Gary or David. Why draw attention to themselves by coming after us? Especially since the police know Gary was dumped from somewhere else. And they probably even know the cops aren't bothering to investigate the murder anytime soon. You have a point. But it sounds like the Hard Eights and whoever they work for are some crazy bastards. And we know they have magic. If they know somebody with magic is starting to sniff around their operation, that might make them nervous on general principles, right? Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. I'm just really curious about why the Zokis bothered dumping Gary where they did, unless they've got some kind of turf war going with whoever these guys are. Jason sipped his drink, thinking. It does almost sound like the Zokis have some specific beef with the Hard Eight's bosses about this particular thing, doesn't it? Especially when you think about what they did to Gary. I mean, look around at the guys in here. Do they look like the types who'd do that to a guy they're beating up if they didn't have a reason? So maybe we're back to Gary making time with the wrong woman, or the wrong guy if we're right about him being gay. Maybe David had a connection to the Zokis. Verity shook her head. Too much speculation could get them into trouble, especially when they didn't have facts to back it up. Anyway, it was just a thought. This whole thing just keeps making less and less... Jason! She whispered suddenly. I think that's him. She'd still been scanning the crowd as she talked, and suddenly spotted a guy getting up from the bar and heading toward the restrooms. Tall and broad-shouldered, he wore a dark sport coat and had short-cut, dark hair. As he walked, she noticed he had a sort of rolling limp as he took one lurching step followed by one normal one. That's gotta be him, Jason agreed, his tone tense. What do we do? We can't exactly ambush him in the men's room. He thought about it for a moment. No, that won't work, but... Can you make more than one person invisible at once? Yeah, but only for a few seconds, and they'd have to be touching. Why? What are you... I have a plan. It's probably crazy, but hey, when did that ever stop me? When Mickey Toro came out of the men's room a couple moments later, the first thing he saw was Verity leaning across the hallway. Hey, she said with a smile. He looked her up and down and returned her smile. He had a blunt, wide face that could have been handsome if his nose hadn't been broken multiple times. Hey, baby. Haven't seen you around here before. I'm new in town. She glanced up and down the hallway to make sure it was clear and nobody else was headed their way. I'm here with my brother. Your brother? That'd be me, said a disembodied voice next to him. Keep your hand away from your gun, Mr. Toro, and get in the ladies' room, nice and easy. Verity reached out to extend the invisibility spell to cover Toro as well as Jason. She was okay so far. She'd drawn some power from Jason while waiting for Toro to come out of the men's room, but she couldn't keep this up long. "Let's go." She pushed open the door to the deserted ladies' room. She had checked to be sure, and held it open a moment as if pondering whether she'd forgotten something. When she felt the air currents indicating Jason and Toro had gone past her, she pulled the "closed for cleaning" sign in front of the door and slipped inside, dropping the spell.
"What the fuck is this?" Toro demanded.
Jason stood a few feet from him, holding his gun on him.
"You guys are fucking idiots."
"We just want to talk, Mr. Toro. For now, at least," Jason said.
"Talk about what?"
Toro looked flustered, but not nearly as much as they might have expected him to.
"Who the hell are you, and what do you want?"
"We want to talk about Gary Woods. You know, the naked dead guy you dumped behind a pussycat club." Toro let his breath out.
"Who the hell are you?"
"Tell us about Gary, Mr. Toro. Why'd you kill him? His wife and his 2 little girls want to know." The enforcer barked a laugh.
"Oh, man, you guys are in shit so far over your heads you can't even see daylight. You don't have a fucking idea what's going on, do you? What are you, some kind of junior cops?"
"We're doing the questioning, Mr. Toro," Jason said. "Why'd you kill Gary Woods?"
"Put the gun away, kid, before somebody gets hurt."
Toro looked at Verity.
"Nice trick you did there, girlie, by the way."
"I have a lot more. You want to see him? You will if you don't start talking." She shifted to magical side and checked his aura. It looked dead calm. She supposed a guy like him was probably used to having guns pointed at him, and wondered if he'd figured out that Jason wasn't going to shoot him. Toro shook his head, looking smug.
"Nah, that's okay. What you're gonna do right now is put that gun down."
The door to the ladies' room burst open and 3 more men rushed in.
"Drop it," one ordered.
Chapter 43. Stone had no idea what the usual winter rainfall situation looked like in Brunderville, but if this wild storm wasn't an aberration, he wondered how the town had survived as long as it had without being washed away. By the time he'd struggled through the howling wind to reach the Brunder house, he was once again soaked through despite his overcoat. He hadn't even bothered with an umbrella, since he knew the harsh squall would destroy the feeble things Americans used instead of proper gear. His feet made wet squelching sounds every time he took a step through the gathering mud, and he had to squint to keep the blowing water out of his eyes so he could see where he was going. He knew something was wrong before he got there. One glance with magical sight confirmed it. The red mist had risen up and surrounded the entire house now, and lights flickered through the downstairs windows. He flung open the door and strode inside, heedless of the mud and puddles of water he was tracking in behind him. "Duncan!" he called. "Where are you?" He burst into the downstairs staging room, sweeping his gaze around. Some of them were there. Duncan, Petrucci, Nick the cameraman, Huff, Selena, Rita, and one of the young assistants. He took them all in fast. So far, at least, they all appeared uninjured.
"Stone!"
Duncan yelled, red-faced with anger.
"Where the hell have you been? I expect this kind of shit from Riley, but you ain't a star yet, baby. You were supposed to be in makeup."
"Come with me," Stone ordered, grabbing the producer's arm. "Wait," Petrucci protested. "You can't—" He wheeled on them. "Listen to me. All of you. You're all in a lot of danger right now. If you listen to me and do what I say, you might get out of this alive."
"Are you threatening us, Stone?"
Duncan sputtered, trying to wrench his arm out of Stone's grip. "Dude, what's going on?" Cody Huff looked confused and annoyed. "We're supposed to start shooting in less than half an hour." "You're not shooting anything," Stone said. "If you want to survive, you need to get away from each other. Go back to the winery, go to the trailer, go to one of the houses in town, go somewhere, and stay away from each other until you hear back from me." "What the hell?" Cody frowned. You make it sound like there's a contagious disease or something here. That's crazy. For a moment, Stone thought about confirming that hypothesis. It might be easier to make them all think they'd been exposed to something medical than something supernatural. Then Kelly Petrucci spoke up. That is crazy. And anyway, we've been together since we got here. Even if it wasn't crazy, we'd already be exposed.
That's the spirit, Kelly baby, Duncan said. Damn it, Stone, let me go. And where the hell is Riley? He should have been here already.
Stone didn't let go. You're going to talk to me, Duncan. It can be voluntarily or not, but you don't have a choice. What's it going to be? Duncan's gaze shot around the room, taking in his people and then Stone. Something in Stone's eyes must have convinced him he was serious.
Fine, but it's gotta be quick. Riley'll be here any minute. I'm afraid I'm gonna have to cut you from this segment, baby. We've only got so much time on the Jenny. Can't have prima donnas getting in the way of the shoot.
If things hadn't been so dire, that would have been the best news Stone had heard all day. For now, though, he'd barely registered Duncan's words. He tightened his grip on the man's arm and led him out the room, calling back over his shoulder, "I'm not kidding you lot! Get away from each other! All these short tempers today haven't just been stress. Resist it! Remember, these are your friends. If you start feeling irrationally angry or annoyed, get yourself away. Miss Wanderley, if you really are as sensitive as you claim to be, take a look around and make them see." They all gaped at him as if he'd just donned clown makeup and encouraged them to join him in a tea party right there on the floor. He didn't wait to see the rest of their responses. He dragged Duncan down the hall and into another side room, slamming the door behind him. He shoved the producer into a chair, making sure to keep himself between Duncan and the door. "Right then. You're going to talk. The sooner you do it, the sooner you can go." Duncan glared at him.
You watch your tone, Stone. Where the fuck do you get off ordering me around like—
He made as if to jump out of the chair. With a flick of his mind, Stone held him fast. "Wrong answer, Larry. You're not going anywhere. You're going to tell me what you were really doing up there on the hillside last night."
"What the hell?"
Duncan began. He struggled harder to get out of the chair, gripping the arms and trying to lever himself up. But Stone's spell held him firmly in place. His eyes bulged, his face reddening even more.
"What the fuck is going on?"
"Answer me, Larry. We might still have a chance of stopping this."
"Stopping what? What are you doing? Why can't I get up?"
"What were you doing out there on the hillside?"
"What? That's what this is about?"
"Tell me, Larry."
"I already told you. I was looking for an old graveyard."
The producer struggled in his chair again, more energetically this time. "Wrong answer again. That's two." He crouched, fixing Duncan with his most intense gaze. "You don't get it, Larry. People are going to die if you don't tell me the truth. It might already be too late."
"What do you mean, people are gonna die?"
Fear showed in Duncan's small eyes, and his voice shook.
"Who's gonna die?"
"Were you looking for a mine entrance, Larry? Is that why you were there? Something you didn't want anyone else to know about?" Duncan's expression shifted from terror to growing anger.
"I'm not telling you anything. You can go fuck yourself, Stone. Now let me fucking go."
Stone shifted to magical sight. There it was. The red mist was strong around Duncan, stronger than it had been even around Mortensen back at the winery. Damn. It wasn't a surprise, but he was hoping he could keep Duncan scared long enough to spill his story. Now, though, the man would probably work himself into apoplexy or a heart attack before he revealed anything. He'd have to take the risk of doing another mental shield. They were hard to maintain on multiple people at a time, especially at a distance. He could already feel Mortensen's trying to slip, but he couldn't afford to let that happen. If he added Duncan's to the stack, it would split his magical concentration more and cut down on his available power. But there was no helping it. He could always drop it when he got the information he needed, as callous as that sounded. He extended a hand toward Duncan. The producer's eyes widened.
"What are you doing?"
His voice pitched higher and louder as he tried to shrink back into the chair's dusty, cracked upholstery.
"Help! Somebody get this fucking lunatic away from me!"
Stone kept his concentration, this time to make sure he had Duncan's entire body locked down, since the producer could undoubtedly kick harder than Mortensen, and wove a quick barrier that would only need to hold for a few minutes. Then he stood back and waited, watching Duncan's aura as the red fog receded from around him. "Are you all right now?" Duncan stared at him, but already he'd stopped wrenching against Stone's spell. Agitation still flared bright around his aura, though. He might not be in the grip of the curse any longer, but he was seriously worked up over something.
"What did you do to me?"
"Nothing permanent, I promise. Just calmed you down a bit. Now tell me what you were looking for. I don't have time to dance around with you right now. People are going to die, Larry. Tell me." Suddenly, as if someone had released all the air from him, Duncan deflated.
"Fine. It doesn't matter anyway. Not anymore. I didn't find what I was looking for."
Stone frowned. This was bad. "You didn't find the mine?" He released the spell. He didn't think Duncan was going anywhere at this point.
"Oh, I found the mine all right. It was right where it was supposed to be. I went back after I ran into you and I found it."
Duncan's entire posture, not to mention his aura, radiated dejection and despair. "Why were you looking for it? Did you know something about the curse?" Duncan's gaze came up, surprised.
"Curse? Come on, Stone, you don't believe that bullshit, do you?"
He glanced sideways toward the closed door, as if expecting someone to come bursting in, then lowered his voice.
"I wasn't looking for any curse. I was looking for the gold."
Now it was Stone's turn to be surprised. He leaned forward. "Gold? What gold?"
"The gold that was supposed to be up there. But it's not there. I went to the exact spot I was supposed to, but it wasn't there."
This conversation was growing stranger by the minute. "Duncan, what the hell are you on about? What gold? Who told you there was gold there, and why were you looking for it in the middle of the night?"
"Fuck, it doesn't matter now. I'm screwed anyway. Can't hurt to tell you, I guess."
He moved as if to reach inside his multi-pocketed jacket. Stone stiffened.
"Cool your jets, baby. I don't have a gun or anything."
He fished around for a moment, then removed a folded piece of paper and offered it to Stone. He took it, unfolded it, and glanced down, still keeping Duncan in sight and himself between the producer and the door in case he changed his mind about making a sudden and violent departure. The paper was very old, more vellum than paper, and faded. It showed what was clearly the Brunderville area, though just as clearly it depicted an earlier era of the town's history. It showed the locations of several gold claims along the river, and a few entrances to underground mines dotted along the ridge up above what was now the winery. One of those entrances, marked with a red X, was located in the area Duncan had been poking around the previous night. He glanced back up at Duncan. "Who gave you this?"
"I've had it for a while now. It was in my kook file, you know, the stuff people sent to the show trying to get themselves featured. This was supposed to point to a lost gold stash one of the miners had left deep inside a hidden mine. He died before he could get back to it, but the guy who sent it claimed to be a relative, too old to hunt it for himself. I didn't think anything of it until we were coming back here to do the Brunder place. I tried to contact him, but it turned out he'd died in the meantime."
This didn't make sense. Larry Duncan might be an egotistical blowhard, but as yet he hadn't shown himself to be gullible, nor an outright idiot. "So you went poking around inside an abandoned mine in the middle of the night in the rain, looking for some hidden cache of gold, on the word of nothing more than a piece of paper sent to you by a stranger? Surely you've got enough of your own money to keep you from doing something so stupid." To his surprise, Duncan bowed his head. He looked miserable.
Yeah, I know. You're right, it was pretty fucking stupid, especially since I didn't find fuck all down there. There probably never was anything there, or somebody else found it years ago and kept it quiet, or it's behind a cave-in and nobody will ever get to it. Either way, I'm fucked.
So, why then? Stone glanced at his watch. Time was wasting. Any minute now somebody would be here to check on Duncan, and he needed to get back to Mortensen. Why did you do it in the first place?
You'd think I have money, wouldn't you?
He didn't meet Stone's gaze.
But the truth is, I'm busted. I'm worse than busted. I got a bit of a problem with the ponies, you know. The fact is, I'm into some really bad guys for a seriously large amount of cash, so...
So you agreed to do the show so you could get up here and hunt for this non-existent gold. Damn, but people could be idiots sometimes, especially when dealing with either sex or money. But at this point, Stone didn't give a damn about Larry Duncan's gambling problem or its consequences. Did you find anything in the mine? Anything at all? Did you feel odd while you were inside? Somebody knocked on the door. Larry, you coming? Riley's not here yet. Rita went to check on him.
Be there in a minute,
Duncan yelled. He turned back to face Stone. Suddenly he looked tired.
Yeah, I found something. That's why I left.
What did you find?
Bones. Quite a few of them.
Stone stared. Human bones?
I didn't stick around to take a close look. Either they were human or a bear or something was using the place as a lair. Either way, I didn't want to be around. I didn't tell anyone because I didn't want them to know I was up there, you know?
Right, didn't want to reveal what kind of towering idiot you were. I get that. Stone muttered almost to himself. He paused, mind whirling. Okay. Listen to me, Larry. I want you to tell all these people to go back to their rooms at the winery, all right? It's vitally important that you all stay away from each other. At least until tomorrow morning. Do you understand?
Come on, baby, that's crazy. We can't do that. We got a show to shoot. As it is, I think we might be fucked unless the power comes back on soon. If we don't get moving, the Jenny'll go out and we'll have to film with battery power and fucking candles. I gotta salvage something from this clusterfuck of a trip.
Stone rubbed at his face. Mundanes. They'd be the death of him, or more likely in this case, of each other. Look, you do what you like, but I'm telling you, the Brunderville curse is real. It might not really be a curse. It might be gas from the mines or something in the water or... hell, I don't know, but its effects are real. It amplifies people's strong emotions toward each other. Why do you think you've all been at each other's throats since yesterday? If you don't listen to me, that's going to be a literal thing before the night's over. Duncan snorted and stood.
I gotta get back to this shoot, Stone. That's all I give a damn about right now. That and trying to figure out how to keep the mob off my ass long enough to get the money they're after. You and your crazy-ass curse aren't even on my top 10.
He patted Stone's shoulder as he moved past.
Get some rest. Like I said, you're off this segment. Oh, and you can keep that thing if you want,
he added, nodding toward the map Stone still held.
Go look at the bones if you want, but good luck trying to find anything else.
He started for the door. Stone grabbed his arm. One more thing.
What?
Was that you who broke through the bricked-up passageway in the wine cave? Duncan wrenched his arm free.
Yeah, I did it this afternoon. Figured I could find another way in. Like maybe the map might be wrong about where the gold was. But the passage caved in about 40 feet in. Fucking useless.
Stone watched, frustrated as he swept past and headed out the door. He knew if he left them all here together it wouldn't go well, but what could he do? Knock them all out? Stun spells weren't precise things, especially with the curse active. Even if he put them out, it would only be for a few minutes. Half an hour if he was lucky and the curse didn't rile them back to wakefulness sooner. He couldn't lock them all up since there was no place to do that, and even if he managed to neutralize the people currently in the house, he didn't have time to go hunting for the other crew members and the rest of the townsfolk. No, his best bet at this point was to move as fast as he could and hope he could do something to deal with the curse before it got a chance to ramp up to a point of no return. If he was lucky, Duncan's explorations had done something to activate it, and a ritual in the same location could shut it down. If he wasn't lucky, he'd just have to try harder. He headed out of the house and took off at a run toward the winery. Chapter 44. Verity whirled, readying a spell, but let it fizzle uncast when she saw what they were facing. The three men, all dressed in suits or sport coats and looking as hard-edged as Toro, each had a handgun leveled on them. Beside her, Toro lashed out snake fast, and she heard Jason's gun clatter to the floor. Damn, she'd hesitated too long, unsure of whether her shield could block the fire from all three of them. 4 now, since Toro had drawn his, and now they were spreading out, almost as if they'd dealt with magic before. No way could she even begin to hit them all. Better to wait and see if she could get a chance later, unless they made any immediate threatening moves. Toro nodded at one of the gunmen. "Make sure the hallway's clear. Rest of you, take him into Benny's office." To Jason and Verity he added, "And I'm warning you, no funny shit. I saw what you did out there in the hallway, and if I see a hint of anything like that, these guys are gonna blow your heads off. Don't make me have to bring the cleaning crew in here, okay?" "So you just want us to follow along like good little sheep so you can kill us someplace private?" Verity demanded, as one of the gunmen stowed his weapon and headed out. "You know that's not gonna happen, right?" "Damn straight," Jason agreed. "I'd rather take at least a couple of you with us." "What kill?" Toro snapped. "Nobody's killing nobody unless you make us. Like you two said, we're just gonna talk." "Like you didn't kill Gary Woods?" Verity probably should have kept her mouth shut at this point, but she'd never been any good at that. "You gonna toss us in a dumpster, too?" "I'll give you a free hint. That would be a bad idea. Seriously bad. We've got some friends you don't want to fuck with." The guy who'd left poked his head back in. "All clear, Mickey." "Let's go," he said, jerking his gun toward the door. "Like I said, no funny business. We're just going down the hall so the chicks can have their crapper back." Jason glanced at Verity questioningly. After a second's thought, she nodded. She was still reasonably confident she could handle the situation if necessary, so as long as Toro wasn't doing anything but talking, she was willing to take a risk and hear what he had to say. Toro's men, their guns hidden by their bodies, escorted the two of them down the hallway and through another door into a large, wood-paneled office cluttered with newspapers and bedding sheets. It smelled heavily of cigars. Toro waved them toward a pair of leather chairs. "Sit down." When they did so, Toro took a seat behind the desk, and the other 3 gunmen spread out once again so they could keep Jason and Verity covered. "I wasn't kidding about our friends," Verity said. "You said you saw what I did in the hallway? We know people who can do it a hell of a lot better than I can." Yeah. Toro waved them off. "What are you two anyway? Why the hell do you give a fuck about any of this?" "We're investigating Gary Wood's murder for his wife," Jason said. "Looks like we found his killer." Toro snorted. "I ain't saying nothing about that. Like I said before, you two don't know nothing about what kind of can of worms you opened up getting involved in this." He got up and began pacing back and forth across the thick carpet. "What am I gonna do with you now?" "Why don't you tell us why you killed him?" Jason asked. "And what about David Ames? You kill him too?" "Jesus." Toro shook his head. "Every time you open your mouth, you show me even more that you don't have a fucking idea what's going on. So let us in on it, why don't you?" Jason said. While Toro's attention had been focused on her brother, Verity had been watching the auras of their captors. The other gunmen seemed calm, unworried, almost amused. They had the advantage, and they knew it. Toro's, on the other hand, rippled with confusion, unease, and a hint of anger. The oddest thing, though, was that she didn't think the anger was directed at her and Jason. She deliberately let herself begin to look worried, as if it was sinking into her what kind of predicament they were in, and let her hand drift over to take Jason's. Fortunately, he caught on fast. When she asked for power, he gave it to her without question, and once again she felt energies surging around her. Apparently Toro knew about magic, but thought she needed to make gestures or mutter incantations to cast spells. This was as good a time as any to disabuse him of that notion. With a quick flick of her mind before anyone caught on, she telekinetically snatched Jason's gun from Toro's desk and pointed it at the side of the mobster's head, while simultaneously calling up a shield around herself and Jason. "Okay," she ordered. "Everybody put the guns down or Mickey gets it." The gunmen erupted into action, all three of them stiffening and leveling their guns at Jason and Verity. Mickey Toro was still pointing his at them as well, but he'd gone pale.
"Fuck," he breathed. "Nobody shoot!"
He made a placating gesture toward Verity, whom he was now regarding with a lot more respect.
"Come on, honey. Nobody has to get hurt here. Just put the gun down."
"Them first. On the desk there, now."
"Mickey?"
one asked, looking nervous.
"Come on," Jason said. "Nobody's gonna kill anybody tonight. Like I said, we just want answers. And Mickey, you keep those hands where we can see 'em." "All right, all right."
Toro's gaze had never left Verity.
"Do what they say, guys."
"Mickey?"
"I said do it!"
The gunman in Verity's line of sight was shifting his attention between her and the gun floating in midair next to Mickey Toro's temple. Unlike Toro, he looked terrified by what he was seeing. After a moment's hesitation, he lowered his gun and put it on Toro's desk.
"Rest of you too," Jason ordered.
When all the guns except the one pointed at Toro were on the desk, Verity let the shield down. "Jason?" Jason removed the magazines from all but one of the guns and stuck them in his pocket, returned the other guns to the desk, and took up a position in front of the door with the loaded one.
"It's okay, V. You can drop it now. Mr. Toro's gonna talk to us. Right, Mr. Toro?"
Verity sent the gun pointing at Toro across the room to Jason, who pocketed it along with the magazines. "How about if the rest of you guys just sit down over there where we can keep an eye on you, okay?" Toro dropped back into his chair, letting his breath out with a loud whoosh, and nodded at his men. They grumbled, their auras still rolling with unease, but they all lowered themselves to the floor and sat with their backs against the paneled wall. All of them kept looking back and forth between Verity and Toro.
"So you guys want to know about this Gary Woods bastard, yeah?"
Toro seemed to have already recovered from his brief ordeal, though the odd anger still swirled around his aura.
"Yeah, and David Ames, too," Jason said. "We know you dropped Gary's body in that dumpster, but why'd you drop David's ID on top of him? Were you trying to send some kind of message? And why'd you kill Gary in the first place?" Hold on, Toro said, holding up his hands in a stop gesture. "Let's get something straight right now. I ain't saying I killed nobody. Maybe somebody saw me dropping something in a dumpster behind the pussycat, maybe they didn't, but nobody saw nobody kill nobody. You follow?"
"Yeah, okay," Jason said. "So why'd you drop his body there, and where's David?" When Toro answered, he looked not at Jason, but at Verity.
"You should ask your girlfriend, kid."
Jason frowned, but he didn't bother to correct Toro's mistake. "What are you talking about?"
"Let me tell you something you probably didn't know. David Ames was the scum of the earth."
His face twisted into a mask of disgust. "How so?" Verity asked. "And you said was. You know he's dead too?"
"Oh yeah, he got exactly what he deserved, and I ain't crying over it one fucking bit."
"Little hypocritical, you talking about scum," Jason pointed out. "We know about you guys and what you do here. Extortion, prostitution, drugs. You're some kind of real upstanding citizens."
"Ain't saying nothing about that either. But even if it's true, it's biz. If it was true, and let's be straight, I ain't saying it is, we'd be providing a service is all. I ain't gonna sit here and debate it with you, so don't bother trying. But let me ask you this. What would you say if I told you there was a place in town where you could get anything you wanted, no matter how depraved?
Jason glanced at Verity and then focused back on Toro, his expression going hard.
What do you mean? I mean anything. You want it, and you can pay for it, they provide it. And what if, say, their most lucrative line of business came from catering to, say, a particular kind of taste?
Come on, spit it out, Verity said. What are you talking about? She was watching his aura. Whatever he meant, it legitimately disgusted him. His red-orange aura swirled with more of the anger she'd spotted before.
I'm talking about little kids, Toro said, clenching his fists on the desk. Girls, boys, it don't matter long as they're young. What if I told you there was a place that caters to sick fucks like that right here in Vegas?
Verity stared at him, her guts twisting. Little kids? Behind her, she could hear the anger growing in Jason's even tone.
You know this. Oh yeah, we know this. Known it for a long time. But we can't do a fucking thing about it, and the cops can't either. Not that most of them give a shit.
The disgust in his expression grew.
Listen, I got me a little girl, 8 years old. She ain't here in town. My ex got smart and left Vegas with her a while back. But the thought of those fucking bastards...
He shook his head and pounded his fist on the desk.
So why can't you do anything about it? We know the cops are mostly corrupt, but you guys, if you're telling the truth about how you feel about it, how come you don't... 'Cause we can't fucking find them, Toro said, his voice rising in anger along with his aura.
He gestured toward Verity.
We think the guy who runs the show is like you. Yeah, we know about that, he said, when Verity tilted her head in question. Don't know how it works, but we know it's out there. And any time anybody tries getting close to them, either they disappear, or they just can't find where they are.
Okay, hang on, Jason said. This is bad, yeah. These guys definitely need to be taken down, but what's this got to do with David and Gary? Was David connected with him? Verity stiffened. Was Gary? Oh, God. He had 2 young daughters.
You still don't get it, do you?
Toro shifted uncomfortably in his chair, then got up and began pacing again.
Let me tell you another story. Few nights ago, one of our guys overheard some guy making a phone call. Guy that had been seen around town a couple times a year for a while. But this time, something about what the guy said led our guy to think maybe he was setting something up with this place. Guy was an idiot talking in public like that, even if he thought he was alone. Our guy called me and we picked this bastard up. Figured we could lean on him until he gave up the location.
But he didn't, Jason said.
Nope. Kept saying he didn't know. Maybe he didn't. I heard this place moves around every now and then, but we got enough out of him to be sure that was what he was up to.
No doubt about it. He was begging for mercy at that point. Would have given up his own mother if he thought it'd save his pervy ass. And that's when you killed him? Verity asked. Cut his throat?
I ain't saying I killed nobody, Toro said, glaring. Clean out your ears, honey. But suppose somebody went a little nuts, yeah? We get that way when we think about what those sick fucks were doing in the little pleasure hole. So maybe somebody goes a little nuts and their knife slips, you know, after making sure the guy ain't never gonna do nothing to any kids ever again. With a baseball bat.
Wait, are we talking about Gary or David? Jason demanded. It sounded like you grabbed David, but those were the same injuries they found on Gary. Toro grinned, but it was about as far from a cheerful expression as Verity had ever seen.
Now you're getting it, kid. We grabbed Ames. Tall, skinny guy, dark hair, mustache. Except after the knife slipped, he wasn't Ames no more. He shuddered. Freakiest thing I ever saw, like something out of a movie. Soon as he died, he just changed, got shorter and fatter and bolder. All of a sudden, we didn't know who the hell we had anymore, and shit had just got a lot more real.
Chapter 45. The winery's lobby was deserted when Stone shoved through the front door and paused to catch his breath. The lights were still off, though the roaring fire in the fireplace bathed the space in a flickering glow that was, under the circumstances, more eerie than cozy. Still, the temptation to sit down in front of it and take a few moments to warm up and dry off was overwhelming, but Stone resisted it. Instead, he hurried to his own room, intending to quickly change out of his wet clothes before he checked on Mortensen. He hated to take the time, but he was already shivering hard, and he wouldn't be any good to anyone with hypothermia. He fumbled his key into the lock with a shaking hand and pushed the door open. Odd. He hadn't left all those candles lit inside, had he? And then he saw her. "Hello, Dr. Stone. Or can I call you Alastair?" Denise from the front desk lounged on her side on his bed. She was naked, propped up on an elbow, holding a glass of wine between two fingers. She smiled, regarding him through half-lidded eyes. Her tongue made a slow circuit around her lips. "See anything you like?" she purred. He'd expected the unexpected, certainly, but not this kind of unexpected. "Denise, I thought you'd never get back." She took a sip from the glass, set it down on the nightstand next to another full one, and stretched out, putting her hands behind her head in an obvious effort to show off her 22-year-old charms to maximum effect. "You look so cold. Why don't you get out of those wet clothes? All of them. And let me warm you up." Stone shifted to magical sight. As he suspected, the red fog swirled around her, so thick he almost couldn't see her through it. "Denise, please, you're very attractive, and normally I'd be happy to spend some time with you, but I've got things I've got to do right now." "Don't be silly," she said, still in her rough, throaty tone. She swung her legs around and stood up, coming over to him with an utter lack of self-consciousness, and reaching up to shove his sodden coat off his shoulders. "The power's out. It's raining too hard to do anything outside. This kind of night was made for a little indoor fun." She slipped one hand under his t-shirt while the other began to work at his belt. He pushed her back, doing his best to be gentle about it. "Denise, listen to me. I can't stay. I just stopped in to change clothes. If you could just go," he finished lamely. "Come on," she whispered, moving back in and pushing his shirt up as she tried to pull it over his head. "Just stay for a little while. Have some wine." She stepped in closer, rubbing her body against him and trying to kiss him. "Don't you want me, Alastair?" He gripped her shoulders and tried to shove her gently back again, which was difficult since she was still doing her best to get his shirt over his head. Finally, he just let her do it, since he'd intended to change it anyway, and he needed his arms free. "Denise, please. You don't know it right now, but this isn't what you want. You don't want me, and I won't take advantage of you." "Of course I want you." She leaned over and picked up her wineglass, stuck a finger in the swirling liquid, and then tried to poke it into his mouth while running her other hand around his chest. "I wanted you since you walked in yesterday. Don't you think I'm attractive, Alastair? Don't you want me too?" Damn, but her touch was distracting. "She's not in her right mind. She doesn't really want you." He forced himself to picture the frightened look in Mortensen's eyes when he'd pinned her to the wall to get the magical shield up, and any vestige of budding ardor died instantly. He pushed harder this time, and his tone was firm. "Denise, no. I'm sorry. You'll thank me for this later. Just put your clothes back on and go, please." He wasn't watching with magical sight now, so it took him a second to register her shift in expression. In the space of an instant, the gauzy seduction was gone, replaced by cold, flinty anger. "How dare you?" she whispered. Fuck you, you bastard. Before he could react, she dashed the wineglass against the nightstand and slashed at him with the jagged edges. White, hot pain bloomed from his abdomen up his chest, leaving bright red trails behind it. "Bloody hell!" Stone yelled, using magic to fling Denise back onto the bed, where she landed in a flurry of splayed limbs. "Help!" she screamed, trying to scramble back up. "Help! Somebody! Rape!" "No!" Stone hurried forward, one arm locked around his bleeding side. This was getting out of hand fast. He'd have to stop her before somebody... Behind him, a tremendous crash echoed through the room, followed by a second one. He spun, trying to keep both Denise and the door in sight at once, and a cold that had nothing to do with the temperature rolled up his back. The door hung crazily on one hinge, slammed back against the room's inner wall. A big chunk of it was gone. On the other side, bearded and glowering and clutching a two-handed axe, stood Bill Mott. An open rain slicker flapped over his plaid shirt and jeans. Stone took another step back. "Mr. Mott, this isn't—" "What the hell, Denise?" Mott demanded, his face above his beard brick red with rage. "You're fucking this, asshole?" She, too, took a step back, in a different direction than Stone had. She scrabbled at the bedspread and pulled it up in a vain attempt to cover herself. "No, Bill, it's not like that. I fucking well see what it's like." Mott was screaming now, all shreds of reason gone from his eyes. "Give you one chance and you'll just screw everything with a dick, won't you, you little whore? Everything but me, anyway. But that ends today. I'm gonna fuck you, then I'm gonna kill you, and then I'm gonna kill this skinny English prick." He raised the axe over his head with both hands, fixed his mad glare on the terrified Denise, and lunged forward. Stone, momentarily forgotten, grabbed the axe with a telekinetic hold and yanked it backward. Mott was unprepared for the sudden halt to his forward momentum. He jerked up, teetered on one massive hiking boot, and then fell over backward, crashing to the floor. As soon as he lost his grip on the axe, Stone used the spell to fling it out into the hall through the ruined door. Denise hurried forward with a fearful glance toward the stunned Mott. "Don't let him hurt me," she begged Stone. She moved toward him, but tripped over her makeshift cover. It dropped away from her as she staggered and fell forward. "Get in the corner," he ordered, shoving her toward the part of the room farthest from Mott, who was already leaping back to his feet. Denise flung her arms around Stone's shoulders from behind, pressing herself against him in a full-blown panic. "Oh, God," she sobbed. "Please don't let him hurt me." Stone tried to shake free of her grip. Movement impairment notwithstanding, having a naked woman pressing herself against his bare back when he was trying to deal with 250 pounds of enraged mountain man made for a definite split in concentration. But she had him with the strength of a drowning woman fighting desperately not to go under. Add that to the searing pain in his side where she'd slashed him, and he knew he'd have to handle this situation fast. At least nobody else had shown up yet. "Alastair?" Oh, bloody hell. He heard the new voice just as Mott lunged toward him, arms up and charging hard. He tried to fling himself sideways, but Denise's weight threw off his balance. He barely got a shield up in time to deflect Mott as he and Denise went over and crashed to the floor behind the bed. Stone pulled himself up to his knees so he could see past the bed, and still Denise didn't relax her grip on him. It was starting to slide up now, dangerously close to his neck. He barely noticed, because at that moment 2 other things happened that captured his attention. Edwina Mortensen appeared in what was left of the doorway, wide-eyed, her shocked gaze taking in the scene. "Alastair, I heard—" Mott screamed, a keening, agonized shriek as his flailing limbs took out the table and the artful little nest of candles Denise had arranged on it. They tumbled to the floor, rolling in several directions, but the one he was clearly most concerned with was the one that had landed on his chest. The tiny flame caught his wild beard and flared. Stone, finding new strength as all around him, the carpet, the bedspread, and the drapes began to ignite, leapt to his feet, dragging the panicked Denise along with him. The smoke alarms were already going off, but so far the fire sprinklers remained dormant. "Edwina! Run! Get out of here!" He snatched up his coat and tried to throw it over Mott to put out his blazing beard. But the man was flailing in full hysteria now, as his shirt caught fire as well. The room filled with the smell of cooking flesh and burned hair. Denise screamed again and let loose of Stone's neck. He had only a second to be relieved about that before he realized what she intended to do. "No! Denise!" He lunged for her, forgetting for a moment as the smoke began to grow thicker that he could grab her with magic. But he was too late. She snatched up one of the chairs with a strength born of panic and flung it through the window. It erupted in a tinkle of shards, and she immediately tried to scramble through it. Stone remembered his magic then, gripping her telekinetically and dragging her back before she ripped her unprotected skin to shreds on the window's jagged edges. But the flames, fueled by the sudden influx of oxygen, flared higher, engulfing the bed and the drapes. Coughing, he grabbed his smoldering coat and put it around Denise's shoulders, throwing an arm around her and pulling them both down to a crouch. "Edwina!" The smoke was already so thick he could barely see through it. "Alastair, look out!" Footsteps pounded behind him, and the screaming, flailing Mott, his entire upper body engulfed in flame, barreled into Stone and Denise, bowling them over. Beyond reason now, he barely seemed to notice them as he staggered past them toward the door. Denise shrieked again as part of her long hair caught fire. Stone rolled up, grabbed his coat from her shoulders, and quickly used it to put out the tiny flame before it reached her flesh. Still coughing, he stayed there on his hands and knees, tears streaming down his face from the smoke. "Alastair, we have to get out!" Something grabbed his arm hard and tugged. "This way! Hurry!" Stone hauled himself back up and pulled Denise along with him, settling the coat back over her shoulders. "Edwina?" He shifted to magical sight. Mortenson's aura, bright with fear, shone through the rising smoke. He let her drag him, stumbling out into the hall, still keeping a firm grip on the sobbing Denise. 10 feet down the hall, Bill Mott had collapsed into a blazing heap. The carpet around him had already caught, and a solid wall of dark smoke wafted up toward the ceiling. All around them, the harsh beep, beep, beeps of smoke alarms went off in an arrhythmic cacophony. "Oh, my God," Mortenson breathed. "It's blocked. We can't get out." "Yes, we can," Stone rasped. "Don't you dare panic on me, Edwina. Get your room door open." Denise still had him in a death grip, clutching him around the middle now. Pain flared as her arms pressed on his bloody slash wounds, but he was too jacked on adrenaline to do much more than barely register it. He gestured at Mott's two-handed axe, which he'd thrown out into the hall earlier, and it flew into his hand. Smoke was billowing out into the hallway through his ruined door. "Edwina?" "Got it," she said between coughs. "Hurry!" He hustled the mostly unresponsive Denise around and plunged through the open doorway behind Mortenson, then slammed it shut. Heart pounding hard, he tried to free himself from Denise's grip. "Help me with her," he ordered Mortenson. Now that they were inside and most of the smoke hadn't reached them yet, Mortenson was surprisingly calm. She took hold of Denise's shoulders and pulled her away from Stone. "Come on, dear. You're all right. We'll get out of this." She gasped when Denise's arm pulled away from him. "Alastair, you're bleeding." "Aware of that," he muttered, but didn't turn back toward her. He'd just spotted Mortenson's lit candle on her work table. "If you've got a flashlight, turn it on now." A second later, a beam bloomed in the darkness. Stone blew out the candle and hefted the axe. "Stand back!" He'd never done anything like this before and hoped he wasn't making a big mistake. Magic would be easier, but revealing it now would cause more problems. He took aim at the window and swung the axe around in an arc. He needn't have worried. Apparently adrenaline wasn't just good for dulling pain. It also did a pretty good job of providing strength and accuracy. The axe head smashed through the window, shattering it into pieces. He dropped the axe and used the drapes to cover the edges. "Come on, hurry," he urged. He strode over and crouched in front of Denise. "Is anyone else in the building?" She was sobbing now, clutching his coat around her. "Denise," he snapped, shaking her. "Is anyone else in the building?" I don't know," she got out between sobs and bouts of coughing. "I don't think so. It's just the TV people, and they're all up at the Brunder place." "What about the bartender, the restaurant workers?" "Alastair, we need to get out," Mortensen urged. "The smoke's coming under the door." She indicated it with a flashlight beam. She was right. He'd have to go around the front to check the rest of the place and hope it hadn't been engulfed, or that anyone left inside had heard the smoke alarms by the time he got there. Why the hell weren't the sprinklers working? "Right then, Denise, you first." He grabbed her arm. She'd finally shoved them into the sleeves of his coat so it didn't keep falling off her shoulders, and pulled her toward the window. "Careful. Mind the glass." With his help, she clambered onto the chair and jumped out into the rain. Good, Stone said. "Now you, Edwina." Mortensen swallowed hard and coughed. The smoke was already getting thicker, even through the closed door. She gripped Stone's arm and hefted herself onto the chair, which was a lot harder for her than it had been for the young, agile Denise, then eased herself out through the window. At the last second she slipped, yelping as she lost her balance and crashed to the ground outside. "All right, Edwina," Stone called. "Yes! Come on! There in a moment. Where's the box?" He wasn't sure dragging the box of old papers outside into the rain would solve anything. If they got ruined by water, they wouldn't be of any use to them. But he couldn't just leave them there. Not if they might hold the secret to the curse. "Leave the box! Get out here, Alastair!" Mortensen's voice took on a note of panic as she poked her head back in. The entire front of her body was spattered with mud and soggy leaves. "I need to find out about the curse. I know about the curse. I found it. It's in the little book on the table. Come on!" Stone glanced at the table. Concerned with more important things, he'd missed it before, but a small, tattered, leather-bound book lay next to the extinguished candle there. By now a haze had formed around Mortensen's room. He darted his gaze around until he spotted Mortensen's purse, used magic to bring it to him, and jammed the little book inside. "Alastair!" Mortensen yelled. "Coming!" He zipped up the purse, slung it over his shoulder, and dived through the window opening. Mortensen grabbed him and dragged him backward away from the building. Denise already stood there, sobbing, her arms wrapped around herself. Stone thrust the purse into Mortensen's arms. "Hold on to this. I want to take a look at that book, but now let's get you two to safety." He looked them over. The three of them were a sorry lot. Mortensen still wore her loose-fitting lounging outfit with thin slippers, mud soaking her from head to toe from her fall. Denise was covered by his coat now, but barefoot on the rocky ground. He wore only his jeans, blood still trickling from the slash wounds on his chest and abdomen. The rain came down as hard as ever, already drenching them, and all shivered against the cold, wet wind. At least he still had his boots. That was something. "Where is there even safety?" Mortensen asked. "This place might not burn down in the rain, but it will be gutted before anyone gets here, if they even get here." Stone thought about it. She was right. They couldn't stay here. They couldn't go to the Brunder place either. If Duncan's people were still there, it wouldn't be smart to add more fuel to another sort of fire, one potentially more dangerous to human life than the one raging inside the Shangri-La. His mind flicked through the other available options. The store, maybe, or one of the houses. But none of them were close. He looked Denise and Mortensen up and down. Mortensen's mind block was still firmly in place, and as far as he knew, Denise didn't have any deep-seated resentments against her. "All right," he said. "We'll go to my car." He fumbled in his pockets, hoping he hadn't dropped his key somewhere. But no, there it was in his front right, where he always kept it. He shoved it into Mortensen's hand. "Edwina, the road out of here is blocked about a mile up, I'm told, but I want you to take my car. Take Denise with you, and drive out of town as far as you can go. When you reach the rock slide, pull off, keep the doors locked, and wait. Can you do that?" "What will you do?" Mortensen still looked fearful, but there was a stubborn core of resolve behind the fear. "I need to find the source of the curse. I think I know where it is. I need to find it and stop it." "Stop it?" She grabbed his arm. "How are you going to stop it? You don't know the first thing about—" "Yes, I do." He put his hand over hers and squeezed. "I can't explain it now, Edwina, but I do. You've got to let me get on with it. Come on, let's get you to where it's safe." "I'm not going to run away and leave you here," she said. "I'm coming with you." "Edwina, no, you can't. I might be able to help. You haven't got time to read the book I found. It's old and fading, and the handwriting is difficult to read. It took me a couple of hours to get through a few pages." Stone glared at her. Damn stubborn Mortensen anyway. But already he was shivering harder, trying to keep his teeth from chattering as he talked. Now that the adrenaline was fading, the bleeding slashes were starting to make themselves known again. "Oh, come on then. We'll talk when we're out of here. We've got to move." Denise, meanwhile, seemed to have awakened from some of her shock. She hurried up to Stone, pressing against him. Clearly it wasn't lustful this time, though, but simply fear and a craving for human closeness. What's going on?" she whispered. "What's happening?" She stared at the building in horror, watching smoke pouring upward and mixing with the rain. Stone took a quick look with magical sight. The red fog still surrounded her, but clearly survival outweighed sexual desire, at least temporarily. "Come on," he said, taking her arm and hurrying her toward the corner of the building. "We're going to safety." She came along willingly enough, wincing when her bare feet hit pointed bits of gravel, but not complaining. They didn't move fast, and it seemed as if it took forever to get around the winery building and out to the front. Denise sagged in relief as they reached the concrete walkway. Stone led them to one of the decorative benches under the overhang. "Stay here," he said. "I want to make sure no one is inside. Won't be long." "Alastair," Mortensen began. "Stay here," he ordered, and took off at a run toward the front doors. Inside, the smoke had already reached the lobby, but it wasn't thick yet. The fire in the fireplace still blazed merrily away, heedless of its wild cousin slowly consuming the place from the inside out. Stone paused for a moment, planning his route. He couldn't stay in here long, so he'd have to be fast and efficient. 5 minutes later, he was sure nobody else remained in the lobby, the restaurant, the bar, or the other wing of the guest rooms. He didn't enter any of the rooms, but ran down the hallway, banging on doors and yelling, though if anyone inside managed to miss the discordant symphony of mismatched smoke alarms going off, they certainly weren't going to hear his raspy calls. Magical sight didn't reveal any lingering auras inside any of the common areas. He was about to leave when he remembered something. He dashed out through the back door and flung open the double doors to the wine storage area. Yes! He'd remembered correctly. He snatched the 2 sets of coveralls and 2 pairs of rubber boots from the rack just inside the door, then hurried back through to the other side. Already the smoke was thicker. Mortensen and Denise were where he'd left them, huddled next to each other for warmth. "What have you got there?" Mortensen asked. "Didn't have time to go into the rooms," he said, tossing the coveralls next to them and dropping the boots. "Denise, I'm going to need my coat back, I'm afraid."
There's something dry for you. Sorry it's not terribly stylish, but—" He turned his back on them, and stayed that way until Mortensen said, "All right, we're ready." They looked an odd pair. The coveralls were far too big for Denise and too snug on Mortensen, and their feet were far too small for the rubber boots, but at least they looked dry. Denise held out his coat, almost shyly. "Thanks." "My pleasure." He took it, wincing. "Let me take a look at your side before you put that on," Mortensen said. "You're still bleeding." "I don't think it's bad," Stone said. "I just keep opening them back up by moving. No time to worry about it now." "I'm sorry," Denise said, and moved closer to him, reaching up toward his shoulders. "I hurt you. I'm so sorry." Clearly, now that she was temporarily out of danger, the curse's influence was starting to reassert itself. "Let me help you." Mortensen cleared her throat loudly. Stone coughed. We don't really have time for that, Denise." What was he going to do with her? He was already tired. Trying to maintain another mental block would take power away from what he'd probably need to do when they found the source of the curse. "Sure we do." One of her arms snaked around his neck, while she stroked his chest with the other hand. "We're safe. We're dry." Mortensen cleared her throat even more loudly. Stone glanced at her over Denise's shoulder and shrugged. He had an idea, but it was going to be bloody awkward. He hoped Mortensen realized what he was trying to do. "Denise." He put his arms around her and pulled her close. "Love, I'm going to need you to do something for me. Can you do that?" "Anything." Her hand crept downward toward his belt. He gently captured it and steered it back up to his chest. "Listen, I want to be with you. We can be together later, I promise. But I have to do something first, and I need your help. Will you help me?" She tilted her head up, her lips parting for a kiss. "Anything." With another glance toward Mortensen, hoping even more that she'd caught on, he bent his neck and returned Denise's passionate kiss. Her arms slipped around him, her hands rubbing up and down his back with sensuous urgency, and she pressed closer against him. "She's not in her right mind," he kept repeating to himself. "She's under a curse. She doesn't really want you." He let her keep it up for a while until she started grinding into him, and her hand began to wander southward again. Then he gripped her shoulders and gently pushed her away. All right, love. I'll be back soon, I promise, but until then, I need you to wait somewhere safe, all right? Can you do that for me?" Disappointment flashed across her face. "But I want to be with you. Can't I come along?" "It's not safe where I'm going, and I don't want anything to happen to you. I want you to stay safe for me, all right?" He glanced past her toward Mortensen, who was regarding him with skepticism. Denise threw her arms around him again. "All right. I can do that, but you're coming back soon? You promise?" "I promise. I'll come back as soon as I can. Do you want to wait in my car where it's warm?" "No." Reluctantly, she released her hold on him. "I'll go to my house. It's safe there." "We'll take you then. Is it far?" "Not far." She looked suspiciously at Mortensen. "What about her?" "What about her?" "Is she going with you?" Even more suspicion showed in her eyes. "You're not going off to be with her, are you?" Despite everything, Stone almost laughed at the absurdity of that. But one glance at the two of them and the laugh died before it began. He took Denise's hand. "No, love. No, I'm not going to be with her. She's going to help me with something so I can get back to you sooner. Right, Edwina?" Mortensen pursed her lips in displeasure and shot Stone a "you're going to owe me big" look. "Right." She patted Denise's shoulder. "It's okay, dear. I'm going to help Alastair so he can get back to you faster. You two make a lovely couple."
Denise looked skeptical for a moment, but finally nodded. Okay, but come back soon. We're gonna have so much fun. I'm sure we will. Stone slipped his coat on and buttoned it up, hoping he'd stop shivering soon. Soaking wet and muddy from being dragged on the ground behind the shorter Denise, it wasn't much of an improvement over nothing, but at least it kept the wind out. He winced as it brushed against his wounds. Now, show us where your house is. He kept an eye out with magical sight to make sure nobody was approaching. The last thing he needed to deal with was more enraged townspeople taking offense at something, but apparently most people had decided to stay inside. That might be what saves them, he thought. If they didn't interact, maybe the curse wouldn't be strong enough to throw them into each other's paths without provocation. They moved slowly. All three of them were cold and soaked. Mortenson's and Denise's rubber boots were so big they couldn't do more than shuffle along in them, and Denise insisted on keeping a tight hold on Stone's arm, pressing herself close against him as they walked. Still, it was only a few minutes before they reached a tiny, neat house on one of the nearby side streets. "This is it," she said, then looked distressed. "But I don't have my key." "Don't worry," Stone said. He shrugged free of her, walked up to the door, and, screening his actions with his body, popped the lock. "There we are. Wasn't locked after all, was it?" "But—" Denise started to say, then apparently decided it wasn't worth the trouble. She walked in past Stone, who stood aside to let her precede him. The house was small. From where he stood just inside the door, Stone could see the tiny living room, part of the kitchen, and a short hallway that certainly led to a single bedroom and bath. It was decorated in the typical style of a young woman who wasn't long out of college, with an eclectic mixture of movie posters and art prints, and smelled of fresh wood, potpourri, and a faint hint of pot smoke. "Will you be all right here?" he asked. She came back over and slipped her arms around him. "Are you sure you can't stay? I could make you some tea. We could share a nice hot shower, and then—" Her fingers worked at the top button of his coat. He covered her hand with his. "Denise, I have to go." Briefly, he contemplated blocking her so she'd stop it, but he didn't want to take the time or use the energy. They'd be gone soon. "Stay inside. Keep the door locked and don't go out until I come back and tell you it's safe, all right?" She nodded like a little girl, still holding on to him. "Edwina, will you stay with her?" Stone knew it was pointless, but he had to ask. Mortenson shook her head. "I'm coming with you. I want to know what's going on. You owe me that, Alastair." She was right. He did. She'd been through a lot of distressing events this weekend, and she deserved to see them through. "What size shoe do you wear?" She blinked at the sudden non sequitur. 6.5. Why?" "Denise, what size shoe?" 8, she said. "Sometimes 7.5, but have you got something Dr. Mortenson can wear? Boots, trainers, anything better than these rubber things?" She didn't seem to want to let him go, but reluctantly hurried off to her bedroom and returned with some high-top Chuck Taylors and a pair of hiking boots, along with some thick socks. "Brilliant. Perfect. Thank you, Denise." Stone took the hiking boots and socks and handed them to Mortenson. "Edwina, hurry, please." While Mortenson donned the new footwear, Denise drifted back over to Stone. "You'll come back?" she asked again. "I promise I will. And if things go as I hope, you won't even care." She threw her arms around him and stood on tiptoe, pulling him down for a deep, impassioned kiss. He didn't fight it, but let her keep it up until Mortenson coughed. Then he pulled back and brushed Denise's hair off her forehead. "Be safe. Remember what I said." "I will. I want you so bad." "Soon." He extricated himself from her grip and got them out of there fast, closing the door behind him and stopping to catch his breath. "Are you going to be able to function, Alastair?" Mortensen asked, a trace of her old arch tones evident. Do you need a moment to yourself? He glared at her, but there was no rancor behind it. The whole situation was absurd. Come on. We need to move fast before Duncan and that lot will kill each other up at the Brunder place, if they haven't already. Chapter 46. Holy shit, Verity breathed. You're saying Ames just turned into Gary? At that point, if Toro had decided to lunge across the desk and grab her, she wouldn't have done a thing to stop him. She stared at him in shock.
Shouldn't surprise you, Toro said. You know about that kind of shit, right?
Well, yeah, but he's not supposed to be able to do that.
Trust me, honey, he did it. Surprised the fuck out of everybody who saw it. You were there, Petey, tell her.
One of the three seated along the wall shuddered. Yeah, I saw it, and I wish I hadn't. Like he said, it was like something out of a fucking horror movie.
V?
Jason spoke from his sentry point at the door.
You got any ideas?
She almost said she didn't, but then a memory popped into her head. Something Stone had told her a while ago, and she'd almost forgotten about it. Wait a sec. Hold on.
What?
Toro demanded. They were all staring at her now. What if he was a wild talent?
A what?
Jason asked. A wild talent. Jason, remember the guy Doc, our friend who knows about this stuff, told us about? The one who could get through wards but couldn't do anything else?
Sort of, I guess.
She gripped her chair arms, her thoughts moving faster than her mouth. It's the only explanation I can think of. That Gary was a wild talent, and his trick was that he could turn himself into somebody else.
But what about his aura? You said...
I know what I said. You can't fake an aura. But that's the thing about wild talents. By this point, she'd almost forgotten Toro and his men were there. They're really limited, but within those limits they can sometimes do things you're not supposed to be able to do. The Doc and I saw one when we were in Vegas together. He was really good with illusions, but that was all. But I never thought it was possible to completely change your aura. Toro was watching her with narrowed eyes.
Sister, I don't follow half of what you're saying here, but it sounds to me like this bastard could make himself look like somebody else.
Yeah, Verity said. Not just look like somebody else, actually become somebody else, down to the aura. He was a different size, probably had a different voice. I wonder if he didn't even have different fingerprints.
Holy fuck, Jason said. So we got a guy who could do a perfect disguise as another person, and he uses it to
go off to Vegas twice a year so he could molest little kids without anybody having a chance of finding out, Verity said in disgust. Suddenly, she wasn't in all that big a hurry to secure justice for Gary Woods, or to take the information back to his grieving and unsuspecting widow. Shit.
So you're saying these guys have been around a while, but you can't find them?
Jason asked Toro, his tone equally disgusted.
Yeah, I even tried finding one of your kind, offering a big payoff if they could help me track 'em down. But you guys ain't so easy to find, you know. Can't exactly put a want ad in the paper. Hell, I'd even tried getting the cops involved, but it always ended up getting dropped in some kind of black hole. Why do you think this town's as fucked up as it is? The cops don't give a shit about what goes on around here.
We might know one who does, Jason said. He turned to Verity.
V, he's telling the truth as far as you can see?
Yeah, he's sure as hell disgusted about something, and everything he's told us about Gary fits the facts as we know him. Jason addressed Toro.
Mr. Toro, I don't think we have an issue with each other anymore. I got no proof that you or any of your guys murdered Gary Woods. If anything, you killed David Ames, a guy who doesn't even exist. And anyway, I'm just a trainee PI. I could hand over the info I've discovered to the cops, but like you said, it won't do any good. All I'm obligated to do is provide the information I was hired to find to the person who hired me, his wife, which I'm now going to have to think long and hard about before I do. But bottom line is, If I put this gun down, are you or your guys gonna shoot us?" Toro waved him off. "Nah, kid. Like I said, nobody's shooting nobody. It'd make a mess, and Benny'd kill me for staining up his carpet."
"So, what do we do, Jason?" Verity asked.
"What do you mean?"
She couldn't stop the images. Young girls and boys, their faces streaked with tears as leering older men with Gary Woods' face loomed over them. "I want to take these bastards down. We can't let them keep hurting kids." Jason let out a loud breath.
"I do too, V, but you heard Toro. They can't even find where they're operating."
"Yeah, but maybe we can." In truth, she had no idea if that was so. She didn't have the first clue about how to track down an underground child sex ring, especially one under the control of what had to be a fairly formidable mage, or more than one. It didn't matter, though. If she didn't do something, the images and the guilt would never stop haunting her. She turned back to Toro. "Mr. Toro, were you serious about wanting to find these guys and stop them?"
"Fuck yeah."
"Even if they might have people like me on their side? You know about the hard eights, right?"
He snorted. "Yeah, course we know about 'em. Bunch of fucking nutcases."
"If we can find where these guys are operating, can we count on you for some muscle to back us up?"
"V,"
Jason began in a warning tone. "No, Jason, I'm doing this. If you don't want to, that's fine. I get it if you don't want to jeopardize your job, but if I can take these guys down, I'm gonna do it. And if Mr. Toro's willing to help, I'm not gonna turn him down. So are you in or out?" She met his gaze squarely. His expression was hard.
"Oh, I'm in. No doubt about that. I just want to make sure we do this smart."
Verity smiled. "We'll do it smart, don't worry. So, Mr. Toro, can we count on you?" Toro's expression would have looked at home on a shark preparing to zero in on a tasty seal.
"Damn straight. You find them and we're in."
Jason was silent as they pulled out of the Palomar's parking lot 20 minutes later. Verity kept glancing over at him. His aura was alight with unease. "Jason?"
"What?"
"What are you thinking about?" He didn't reply, but just kept driving. "Come on, big bro, you can't hide from me. What's on your mind?" For a moment, she thought he still wouldn't answer. Finally, though, he spoke without looking at her.
"Where do I start?"
"Just start somewhere." She looked down at the slip of paper in her lap. It had 2 numbers scrawled on it, contact numbers for Mickey Toro. He told them to call if they found anything, and he'd send some guys in to back them up. He appeared to be driving aimlessly, or at least not heading toward any destination Verity could identify, like the Obsidian, the police station, or the Pussycat Club. He pulled off into a McDonald's drive-thru.
"I'm hungry. Let's grab a burger."
"Jason,
"I just want to get a damn burger, okay? You want anything?"
Clearly, he wasn't going to talk until he was good and ready. "Yeah, get me one too, I guess. And a Coke." When they had their food, he pulled into a space in a mostly deserted corner of the lot. He unwrapped his burger with care, took a big bite, and washed it down with soda.
"I don't like any of this," he said into the darkness.
"What do you mean?" She thought she knew exactly what he meant, but she wanted to hear it from him. He sighed loudly.
"This was supposed to be a straightforward case. Guy turns up dead, we figure out who killed him, report back to his wife, collect paycheck, call it a day. But now we're up to our asses in magic, gangsters, the mob, a fucking child sex ring, which, I might add, our nice straightforward dead guy, who's really 2 dead guys, was up to his ass in, and a police force that's so corrupt, I'm not even sure I want to let Roper in on this, in case he accidentally or on purpose tips off the wrong people and this whole damn thing goes up in smoke."
He chomped another bite from his burger, chewed, and swallowed.
"And now my little sister wants to mount some kind of magical commando raid backed up by the mob."
Verity stared out of the window. watching other customers return to their cars with bags of food and drive off. Jason, I told you, if you don't want to get involved, but that's the thing, V. I do want to get involved. He did turn toward her now, and his expression was fierce. I have to get involved. Yeah, you're right. This has so many ways it could screw up my future that I've stopped counting them. Starting with the fact that we both fucking know Toro tortured and killed Gary, so we're purposely working with a murderer. When she started to speak, he held up a hand. But none of that matters. They're kids, V. Little kids. What kind of sick fucks? He shook his head and trailed off, going back to attacking his dinner. Maybe I just wish a little bit that we could do it the right way. You know, the way we do it in a sane world. Track down the information, figure out where these bastards' operation is, then call the cops and let them round him up and handle it. This isn't a sane world, Jason, Verity said softly. She worried about her brother sometimes. At his core, Jason was a sheepdog, a lion, a protector of the innocent. A cop, in other words. She had no doubt he would charge into any dangerous situation with both eyes open if somebody needed help. It was one of the things she'd admired about him since she was a little girl, back when he used to stand up for her to neighborhood bullies, even when they teased him about it. But the problem was, for all his courage and drive to do the right thing, not to mention his several years' worth of association with her and Stone and all the magical craziness they'd dealt with, he still essentially longed for the world to go back to being normal, for things to make sense, and for problems to be solvable in ways he'd always been taught they were. Sure, he'd accepted the magical world far better than most mundanes would, and even made his contributions, which were a lot more of a big deal to Verity than he wanted to believe they were. But this case, more than anything they'd dealt with before, was pulling his worldview in uncomfortable directions. She just hoped it wasn't on its way to coming unraveled. He didn't answer her right away, but focused on finishing his burger and draining his cup of soda. He gathered both into the bag, got out of the car to toss them, then dropped heavily back into the driver's seat. I know it's not a sane world. I know this is probably not even the craziest thing I'm going to have to do this year. It just takes a little time to process, you know? Jason. She wished she could help him. Hell, she felt in over her head, too. She wished she could grab his cell phone and call Stone to come and help them, or storm into the Obsidian and recruit Harrison to rain his avenging fury down on the place until nothing was left but a smoking crater. But that wasn't going to happen. Stone was off where she couldn't reach him, and who the hell knew where Harrison had gone? Or, if she was completely honest with herself, who knew whether he'd even consider their mission worth his time? She had no idea. It's okay, he said. We're gonna find these guys, we're gonna take them down, and we're gonna help whatever kids they've got there and make it so they can't mess with any others. That's not negotiable. No, she said. It's not. But I haven't got the faintest idea where to start. Maybe I do, Jason said. He pulled out his wallet and removed a slip of paper, the one he'd sneaked out of Gary's suitcase back at the Oasis. Let's call Xavier. They knew they'd have to be careful about their next steps. If the mysterious Xavier was connected with the people they were looking for, and they were fairly sure he was, since Gary had hidden the number and his visits to Vegas seemed quite single-purpose in nature, they had to make sure they didn't tip him off by saying the wrong thing or calling from a number that could be traced back to somewhere that would make them suspicious. I'm pretty sure wherever it is, it's somewhere in Hard Eight's territory, Jason said. They were back at their suite at the Obsidian, so they could be sure they wouldn't be overheard or jumped by the Hard Eights. Toro thinks so too. That's why they dumped Gary behind the club, Verity agreed. But that's a big area. We can't just go cruising around looking. Even if we didn't look suspicious, they'd still recognize that red Mustang of yours. Good point. Maybe that's where Nakamura can help us. You want to let him in on this? Why not? He asked. Hey, if you can find Harrison and get him involved, this would be a lot easier, right? But even if he can't, maybe he can lend us a car. As it happened, Nakamura still claimed not to know how to reach Harrison, and Verity believed him. They met him in his office this time and told him the brief story of what they'd unearthed. He listened impassively, with only a hint of tightness in his jaw indicating his anger. "I truly wish I could give you more help," he said when they finished. "But aside from Mr. Harrison, we are not equipped here for dealing with that sort of thing. I can certainly lend you a car that would be difficult to trace, but aside from that—" He spread his hands. "I would advise you to take this to the police, but I understand why that isn't feasible." "Yeah, that's not going to happen," Verity said. She and Jason had already agreed not to contact Roper, at least not until the matter was fully in hand. "So you don't know anything about the guy who's supposedly running this place? The one who's supposed to be a mage? I thought Mr. Harrison kept tabs on other mages in town." "He does, when he's here," Nakamura said. "He has been spending very little time at the Obsidian over the last couple of years, and when he does return, it's generally for less than a day." "Wonder what he's up to," Verity murmured. But at that particular moment she didn't really care. He wasn't here to help, so she didn't need to think about him anymore. "Anyway, we should get going. Wish us luck, okay?" "I do. And if there's anything else you need of a material nature, please let me know."
"How about an attack helicopter with twin-mounted machine guns?" Jason asked.
"That, unfortunately, would take me a few days."
Verity couldn't tell if he was lying or not, even when looking at his aura. She wasn't sure whether that made her feel safer or more nervous.
"You gonna be able to do this?" Verity asked. "I know it's pretty disgusting, but if they hear it in your voice, they'll know something's up." They'd picked out the Desert Breeze, a generic-looking hotel of a similar type to the Oasis not too far from the Hard Eight's territory, and Jason had used cash and a fake name to rent a cheap room. The desk clerk hadn't appeared to notice or even care. Verity waited in the car with his cell phone until he had the room number, then used her disregarding spell to get there without anyone noticing her. It was about 1 a.m.
"Yeah, I'll do it. I might have to punch something or throw up afterward, but I'll do it."
"You have any idea what the delightful part is about?"
"I'm guessing it's a code word. So they'll know whoever's calling is legit. If it is, I hope they don't change the word for each individual customer, otherwise we're screwed."
She gripped his shoulder. "We'll do what we can. You got this. Remember the kids."
"Yeah."
He sat down on the bed, pulling out Xavier's number, and tapped it in. Verity watched impatiently as it seemed to ring several times, but then Jason tensed.
"Yeah, hi," he said, in a voice a little deeper than his own. "I'm looking for a guy named Xavier. I'm in town for a layover, and I was told he knew where to find a really delightful time."
He left the number at the hotel room and hung up. A minute later, the phone rang. He snatched it up.
"Yeah?"
He paused a moment, listening. Verity wished he could have put it on speaker, but that would have sounded suspicious.
"Yeah," he said. "That's right. My flight leaves first thing in the morning, so—"
He forced a sleazy, salacious grin that looked so genuine it made Verity shudder.
"Hey, listen. I don't want to say much on the phone, but I like my chicks really short, you know what I mean? I heard you guys could help me out with that."
Another pause.
"Oh, yeah. I got money. Yeah, of course. I get it. No problem. I'll be there."
He hung up, looking disgusted. "What did they say?" Verity demanded. "I don't think that was Xavier on the phone. I'm supposed to show up at this place downtown. It's an all-night mall. I'm supposed to sit in the food court and order a large drink from the Mexican place. I guess they gotta give me the once-over and make sure nobody's following me or anything." "A mall? That's kind of weird, isn't it?"
"Maybe not. If they lasted this long, they've got to be careful. Maybe you meet them there, and once they've approved you, you get further instructions or something."
"We'd better get going then," Verity said. "That's still in the right area, which makes me think we're right about the general location."
You want to get there early? I don't think I can show up at the meet, V. They're gonna recognize me. Even if we had time for a disguise, they haven't lasted this long under the radar by being stupid. And I'm guessing you can't keep an illusion up that long, right?
Unfortunately not. And I don't know how to make those illusion generators Dr. Stone uses, but no, I don't want you to go to the meet anyway.
What then? You want to stake it out and follow him? You think they just head straight back to their base if you don't show? If it were me and the customer didn't show, I'd get suspicious. And I sure as hell wouldn't lead anybody straight back to my den.
Yeah, true, but we have to get a look at them somehow.
Jason sighed. I might have to do the best I can at disguise and hope they don't send any of their magic people to the meet. Or the Hard Eights haven't described me to their bosses.
He stared off into the middle distance for a moment.
I do think I want to call Roper about something, though.
What?
I'm just thinking about this operation.
He got up and began pacing around the room.
If they're using kids, they've got to get 'em somewhere, right? They might snatch 'em in other places and transport 'em here, but that's dangerous, especially since the way things work in Vegas means it's unlikely they're going to get much investigation if some street kid turns up missing here. They're also going to need a steady supply coming in.
His expression twisted, and for a moment he looked like he might be sick.
Kids grow out of the desired demographic fairly fast.
Verity tried not to think too hard about that, or about what happened to the ones who aged out. She frowned. So you want to find out if any kids have disappeared in Vegas? What good's that gonna do us? It's not like I can trace them or anything. Even if we could get something that belonged to one of them, you can bet if a mage is running the show, he'll have some kind of protections up.
Maybe nothing, but we've got a little time, so it's worth a shot.
Roper wasn't on shift at 1 a.m, which could have been a problem, except that apparently there were still a few more non-evil cops left at the LVPD. One of them promised to ring him at home and give him their urgent message. 15 minutes later, he called back. Jason swiftly explained what he needed, and Roper promised to get back to them as soon as he could. Roper called back a half-hour later, which was starting to cut close to their meet time.
You get anything?
Jason asked, punching the speaker button so Verity could hear too.
Well, yeah, lots of missing kids, no surprise there. Street kids turn up missing all the time in this town, and sometimes even local kids. How far back you want me to go?
How about within the past year? Jason had a map spread out on the bed.
Any clusters? Anything that jumps out at you?
Let's focus on girls under 13.
Girls. Okay, that narrows it down.
He started rattling off dates, ages, and locations, and Jason and Verity tried to keep up with him by marking them on the map. The cop was right. There were a lot of kids going missing in the Vegas area. Oddly, none of them were in the Hard Eights territory.
Wait, Roper said. Here are a couple of, not clusters, but places where 2 kids disappeared near the same place a few months apart. One's on the east side near a school, and the other one's at a mall on Carson.
Verity and Jason stared at each other.
Did you say a mall?
Jason asked.
Yeah, it's downtown, just off Fremont. Sketchy place, open all night. Why?
Nah, never mind, Jason said, stabbing his finger down on the spot while still staring at Verity.
Anything else?
They let him give them a few more dates and locations, but none of them pinged their radar.
That should do it for now, Sergeant,
Jason said at last.
Thanks for the help, and sorry for getting you out of bed. Are you two going to tell me what you're up to? Roper asked with suspicion. What do missing kids have to do with Gary Woods? Probably nothing, just checking out all the angles. We'll tell you if we come up with anything. Thanks, Sergeant. Good night.
He hung up before Roper could say anything else. That's the mall where you're supposed to meet the guy, Verity said, though she didn't need to.
Yeah, I guess it could be a coincidence, but how likely?
Come on, let's go, Verity said, jumping up. I want to get a look at that place.
The mall?
The whole building. Chapter 47.
Off in the distance, Stone and Mortensen could see the flames and towering column of smoke coming off the Shangri-La. One entire wing was engulfed now, though it appeared the rain was doing a good job keeping the fire contained. Stone doubted they'd have to worry about any of the nearby forest catching, which was one good bit of an otherwise very bad situation. Mortensen eyed it dubiously. "We're not going up there, are we?" "Not yet." He fumbled in his pocket and pulled out the map Duncan had given him. "We need to find this mine entrance. It's up on the hillside past the winery, but first we have to stop at my car." "Why?" "I need to pick something up, then we'll find the mine." "How are we going to do that? It's dark, smoky." "Don't worry. I don't think we'll have any trouble finding it once we get closer." He examined the map for a moment, then stuffed it back in his pocket and started walking faster. "Tell me about the curse. What did you find out?" She was already puffing with exertion, but perked up at the opportunity to share her knowledge. "The diary I told you about, from the girl, wasn't much help. It talked about people dying, but it didn't say anything about how, because her family recognized something was wrong and got out before it got bad. I was starting to think I wouldn't find anything at all, but then in the bottom of the box, stuck under one of the flaps, was that little book." She indicated her purse. "It's very old. From what it sounds like, someone in the girl's family lived in the area during the gold rush days, and then her family moved back there during the Depression because their relatives here told them they could find work. Edwina, this is all fascinating, and I'll be happy to listen to the whole story later, but what about the curse?" She looked momentarily miffed, but then glanced sideways at the smoldering Shangri-La and sobered. "Yes, I don't think it was the miners who cast it, though they might have helped. It was Sarah." They reached the BMW in the parking lot, which fortunately hadn't flooded yet. Stone stopped, staring at her. "Sarah? The daughter?" He opened the trunk and pulled out his black leather bag of ritual materials, slung it over his shoulder, slammed the trunk shut, and set off again. Mortensen hurried to catch up. "Some of this is fuzzy, you understand, but I think I've got the story right. Brunder was a very strict and unkind man. Sarah didn't want to come here. She was happy in New Orleans with her mother's family, but her father insisted she return. She did so, reluctantly, but then she fell in love with one of the miners, a man named Zeke Newhall. She hid the relationship for a while, but eventually her father found out about it, and the two of them ran off to get away from him, hiding with some of the local Native Americans Zeke had befriended." "Don't tell me Brunder tracked them down." They were off the road now, slogging through a carpet of wet leaves and needles, and Mortensen slowed her pace. Stone didn't like cutting his speed so close to their goal, but it couldn't be helped. He shined the flashlight around, but it was mostly for show. It wasn't normal light that would show him the entrance to the mine. "Yes." Mortensen's tone was sober. "The diary's writer was one of the town's miners, an acquaintance of Zeke's. He talks about how he joined the posse Brunder put together. He didn't want to, but it wasn't healthy to cross Jacob Brunder, apparently. It took them a while to find Sarah and Zeke, but eventually they did. They dragged them back to town while killing off most of their native friends." "Brilliant," Stone said in disgust. He began scanning the hillside for signs of magical energy, trying to pick out a brighter concentration among the red fog that covered the entire valley now. "And I suppose Zeke didn't come to a good end?" "No, especially since the rumor was that Sarah was already at least 3 months pregnant when they found her. They hanged Zeke in the town square for kidnapping and rape, with little or no trial beforehand. According to the diary writer, it was quite an event. There wasn't much to do in town when you weren't hunting for gold, so the entire town turned out for the spectacle, and Jacob made Sarah watch. The writer describes how devastated and angry she looked, standing up there on a raised platform with her father so she could have the best view." Stone shook his head. It never failed to dismay him how much people refused to mind their own damn business and let others live their lives. "But that doesn't explain—" He stopped. "Wait a moment. You said Sarah's mother's family was from New Orleans. You came to the same conclusion I did." Mortensen carefully picked her way over a twisted fallen branch.
Voodoo. Yes. There's no evidence of it in the diary, obviously. The miner wouldn't know about it, but the tradition's always been powerful in the New Orleans area. I'm not sure where a wealthy, sheltered young girl would have learned it, though. Possibly from her mother or someone on that side of the family. Or perhaps, if the family had slaves, she might have befriended them and they taught her. I suppose we'll never know for sure.
Unless her echo is still hanging about here and we can talk to her, he thought.
There's one more thing, too.
Yes? They were getting close now. Stone shifted to magical sight, slowing down as he tightened his scan, focusing on the area indicated on the map.
The miner can't be sure he heard it correctly, but he claims he heard Sarah yell something into the crowd as Zeke died. Something like, "If I can't have my desire, then you can all feast on yours until you choke on them."
Stone stopped scanning and turned toward her. There it was. The final piece fell into place. "That's it," he murmured.
"What?"
"That's what the curse is. It doesn't just amplify strong emotion, it amplifies desire."
"Desire?"
"Yes. That's got to be it. Look at what's happened. Denise's mild attraction to me turned to lust. Mott's unrequited attraction to Denise turned to jealousy and rage. Your resentment of me was amplified. My disgust of Riley's prima donna tendencies, Riley's need for adulation, Randy and Mary Yates's mutual disagreements. Edwina, it all fits." Mortenson's eyes glittered in the flashlight's beam.
"So our mere presence here was enough to activate it?"
"Possibly." He was thinking fast, going over the events of the last day. "Or, I have a theory."
"Yes?"
"I talked to Duncan. He was poking around up here last night looking for the same place we are, but not because of the curse, because he believed there was a large cache of hidden gold in that mine. He owes a great deal of money to some very nasty people." He started walking again. "He claims he found the mine. There wasn't any gold, but he did find bones, possibly human bones." He was mostly thinking aloud now, and unconsciously picked up his pace. What if the presence of Duncan and his particularly strong desire, find the gold so he could pay off the mob before they caught up with him and killed him, acted as a sort of catalyst for the whole thing, got it started faster than it normally would? Mortenson took a deep breath.
"Alastair," she said slowly, "are you sure this is what's going on? You've always been such a skeptic about the world of the supernatural. Wouldn't you think there might be a scientific explanation for this? Some kind of gas or something in the water, or—"
He didn't answer her right away, because at that moment he spotted what he'd been looking for. A brighter, heavier concentration of the red mist, right where the map said the mine entrance should be.
"There it is," he murmured. "Alastair, answer me, please."
Her tone was sharper.
"What?"
He paused to rewind what she'd said. "Oh, right. Yes. Well, there are some things you don't know about me, Edwina, and unfortunately this might finally be the time when you learn the truth. Suffice it to say for the moment that yes, I do believe it's a curse, and I can deal with it. But we need to find the source. Come on. I see the entrance up ahead." He started forward, but stopped when he didn't hear her behind him.
"Learn the truth?"
She hadn't moved.
"What truth?"
Stone didn't have time for this. "Come on, let's deal with this before someone else is killed, and then I'll tell you everything. You wanted to come with me, so let's go. I won't stop now." Suiting actions to words, he turned and headed up the hill toward the bright glow. After a moment, he heard her stomping and puffing along behind him.
"What are you even looking for? I don't see any mine entrance."
She shined her flashlight beam around, passing directly over the spot Stone had identified without stopping. "It's got to be well hidden, or it would have been found years ago." He wondered if some sort of magic effect didn't protect it, at least partially, and if so, how the thoroughly mundane Duncan had managed to find it. Perhaps the curse was sensitive to strong desire and encouraged anything that might help it flower back to life. Again, he'd probably never know the answer. He didn't notice it until he was almost on top of it, fueling his theory about magical protections.
Set into the hillside, it opened up beneath the heavy shadow of a rock outcropping, obscured by decades' worth of roots, underbrush, and rocks. As he approached, actually making use of his flashlight now that he could see the area more clearly, he spotted telltale signs that someone else had been here recently. Broken branches, pressed down weeds, and rain-soaked impressions it looked like rocks had recently filled. He was far from an outdoorsman, but the signs were clear enough even he could see them. Duncan hadn't been careful. "We have to go in there?" Mortensen looked dubious as she shined her own beam into the black hole. "I'm not sure I'll fit." Stone wasn't either. "Look, Edwina, I won't think any less of you if you don't want to keep going. It could be dangerous in there. If you like, you can wait for me, or make your way back on your own, but I'm not stopping now." Her gaze shifted between Stone and the hole in the hillside as she obviously weighed her burning curiosity about what was going on in the mine against her fear of pushing herself into a hidden and potentially hazardous place. Finally, her expression hardened into resolve. "I'm going. I'm not waiting out here, and I'm not going back. I don't know what you're trying to do, but I want to see the end of it. And help, if I can." He had to give her credit for bravery. Even if her coming along would make things more difficult for him, both in the short and the long terms. "Right then." He handed her the leather bag. "I'll go in first and make sure at least the first part is safe. Then you pass the bag through and come in yourself. I'll help you." All right." She still looked scared. Stone wasn't thrilled about the whole thing himself. Old mines were dangerous places even without the curse, especially with the rain coming down as hard as it was. Who knew how stable the old timbers holding the thing up would be? Even at his best, his magic wouldn't be anywhere near strong enough to hold back a cave-in. They'd have to be careful and get in and out as fast as possible. He got down on his hands and knees and scrabbled through the muddy opening, pushing the flashlight ahead of him and squinting to keep the worst of the mud from dropping into his eyes. He wasn't normally claustrophobic, but the overpowering sensation of tons of rock pressing down on him from above was unnerving nonetheless. He forced himself to keep a steady pace and not make any sudden or jerky movements. When he got all the way through, covered from head to toe in muck, he rose to a crouch and shined the light around, revealing a passageway similar to the one at the Shangri-La, about 4 feet wide and 6 feet high, stretching back until it disappeared into the darkness. In here, it was easier to see what had happened. Rocks piled up around the opening indicated the presence of a long-ago cave-in. He wondered if the remaining hole had occurred naturally or if the curse had helped reopen it by shifting rocks around over the years. No time to dwell on it now, though. They had to move. "All right, Edwina. Send the bag in, then come on through. It's larger inside. The entrance is the worst part." It was a tight fit, and it took Mortensen a good deal longer than it had Stone to worm her way through. As soon as her arms were through, Stone took hold of them and pulled, adding a little magic to help things along. After several tense minutes and a few words he'd never heard his prim colleague utter, she popped through and landed splayed on the cave floor. Stone let her lie there for a few moments, panting, then helped her scramble to her feet. "Now what?" she asked. Stone looked around, shining the light toward the back part of the passage, then up at the thick wooden beams bracing the top. He didn't like the look of those at all, but so far at least they appeared secure. "Now we walk. Duncan said he found the bones about 40 feet in." He kept his voice low and even. "Speak quietly, step lightly, and don't make any loud or sudden noises." Mortensen's eyes widened as she, too, directed her gaze upward. "It's not going to cave in, is it? I mean, it's been here this long, right?" "That's the plan," Stone said. "But I don't fancy helping it along, do you?" She shook her head and gripped her flashlight tighter. Stone wanted to move fast, to find the source of the curse and get this over with, but he made himself move slowly and deliberately down the tunnel. So far, the air seemed all right, It smelled damp and musty, but no headache or lightheaded feeling warned of potential danger. Then again, people brought canaries into mines as early warnings because their tiny systems were more sensitive, right? It was probably safe this close to a source of fresh air, but still, he'd feel a lot better when they'd found what they were looking for, dealt with it, and gotten out safely. He swiped his mud-caked hair off his forehead and kept going, with Mortensen huffing along behind him. Magical sight revealed the red energy growing stronger with every step they took. He felt it pressing against him, looking for a way in, and took a moment to reinforce his mental defenses. So far, Mortensen seemed to be holding, but if they stayed here too much longer, he'd need to shore them up as well. "All right, Edwina?" he murmured. "I'm all right." Her voice shook, but she stayed close behind him. "How horrible to be a miner and have to work in conditions like this every day." Yes, but they were all looking for a big score, so at least they were motivated. Stone raised the flashlight. "I think I see something up ahead." "Is it what you're looking for?" "Not sure yet. Just a bit further." Up ahead, the passage widened a little, forming a small chamber 10 feet wide by 12 deep. More rotting timbers ran across the ceiling and down the sides of the walls, holding back the crush of rock. But Stone barely glanced at any of that. This was what he'd been looking for. Behind him, Mortensen gasped softly. "Oh my God." Duncan had been right. There were bones. A lot of bones, and unquestionably human. Most were spread out along the walls, as if the bodies had been haphazardly tossed there to get them out of the way. Stone wasn't sure how many they were looking at, but it had to be at least 4 or 5. He wondered if they'd found some of the mysteriously missing Brunderville residents, or if the bodies had somehow been part of the curse ritual. But even the bones weren't what interested him most. A small alcove set into the far side of the chamber lit up his magical sight like a beacon, drawing him over. "Here we go," he said. Mortensen hurried over and stopped just behind him. "Is that part of a voodoo ritual?" "Looks that way." Stone studied it. A small stone altar had been set up in the alcove, surrounded by various items too rotted at this point to make out their forms. Someone had carved symbols into the stone in a rough circle surrounding it. On top of the altar itself, though, was the main source of the magical energy emanating from the shrine, a cracked leather bag about the size of a wallet. Stained and crusted with dirt, it was festooned with various objects. Bits of hair, swatches of fabric, chunks of wood and bits of stone, and smaller cloth bags full of things Stone couldn't identify without opening them. "A gree-gree?" Mortensen asked, clearly fascinated in spite of her nervousness about their surroundings. Stone nodded, continuing to study the thing closely with magical sight. "I see what she's done here, I think. She's gathered bits representing the essence of the town. The people, the soil, the buildings, the trees, and fashioned this as the focus of the curse. She's got to have been a practitioner, though. She couldn't do this with just bad intent." "A practitioner?" Mortensen frowned. "You mean a practitioner of voodoo?" "That too. She's got to have learned some serious magic from whoever taught her in New Orleans. But no, when I say practitioner, I mean a real one." Her frown deepened. "A real one? Alastair, I don't understand. You're saying Sarah could actually do magic?" "Well, obviously." He waved toward the altar. "She's done it, hasn't she? We've seen the end product. Please be quiet for a moment and hold the light on this. I need to concentrate." She looked as if she had 100 questions, but took a step back and did as directed. Stone focused in closer to the tattered little bag, though he did not touch it yet. Mortensen was right. It was a gree-gree, a sort of amulet used by voodoo practitioners. Though it was often used as a good luck talisman, some in the tradition had subverted its purpose, turning it into a bad luck charm meant to bring vengeance and ruin upon the practitioner's enemies. Sarah must have been patient and careful when she created it,
taking the time to gather a wide sample of items to represent the town of Runderville. He suspected if he looked inside the bag, he'd find more intimate or valuable items, possibly a tiny gold nugget, or even things like nail parings and dried blood. The thing that troubled him was not the powerful magic swirling around it. The presence of the ley line had clearly amplified whatever magic Sarah had infused it with, so even if her own powers had not been strong, this could explain why the curse had persisted after all these years. But even so, if that were all he faced, he could deal with it easily. All he'd have to do was put up a ward and a circle around the area to be safe, then carefully dismantle the gree and neutralize it with a simple ritual. It would take perhaps half an hour to set everything up. But that wasn't all. When he'd focused in tighter, he'd spotted something else. The little shrine wasn't the only component to the curse. A thin thread of energy stretched out from it, twisting and writhing upward until it disappeared through the ceiling. The shrine was connected to something else, and he wasn't sure merely destroying the gree would be enough to break the curse if the other component remained. He'd have to locate it first, so he could track it down and neutralize it as well after they got out of here. Alastair? He'd almost forgotten Mortensen was there. What? Oh, sorry, I was just thinking. What are you going to do? Shouldn't we destroy that thing if you think it's the cause of the curse? Not yet, there's more to it. He stood up and began pacing the small confines of the room, thinking. How was he going to find the other part of the ritual? The only thing he could think of was to leave the cave and try to find the thread once he was outside, then follow it to its source. But that could take longer than they had, assuming he could even pick it out of the swirling, strengthening red cloud. The curse would grow stronger the longer it was allowed to remain, only going dormant again when once again it had taken its fill of destruction and carnage. More? What do you mean? How do you know this? He took a deep breath. Edwina, I haven't got time to explain it all to you right now. I promise. I'll tell you everything when we get done here and everyone's safe. Short answer, I haven't been completely honest with you over the years about my skepticism regarding the supernatural. She stared at him. What does that mean? It means that I really do believe in the supernatural and magic. I'm more than believe in it. I practice it. He patted her shoulder. And I need to do that right now. There's another bit of this ritual and it's not here. I can dismantle this bit, but if I can't find the other part, I'm not sure that would be enough to break the curse. Another bit? She frowned. Are you saying that Sarah did something else, somewhere else? Exactly. I'm sensing a link between them, but I can't trace it from here. So we're either going to have to leave here and try to do that, or I'll need to find a way to locate it from here. He began pacing in frustration again. I wish I had some link to Sarah other than the gree. It's entirely possible that her echo is still knocking about in Runderville. Echo? It's what you'd call a ghost. If I had something to connect her, I might be able to call her up and ask her about it. She was staring at him as if he'd gone insane, or as if everything she thought she knew about him had suddenly been tossed out the window. Contact her spirit. Yes, he said, impatiently. Edwina, I'm terribly sorry, but I don't have time to explain things to you right now. You claim to believe. I need you to give me a little of that belief right now, all right? And any ideas you might have for ways to contact Sarah's echo. Something connected to her. He turned away, pacing again and scanning the little chamber for anything he could use. Perhaps he could risk taking a small part of the gree. What about this? She opened her purse and pulled out the little leather-bound diary. Sarah didn't write it, but it's from the same time period, and its writer was close to the events. Would it— Stone crossed the room to her in 2 long strides. Edwina, you're brilliant! He grinned, almost forgetting to keep his voice down as he snatched the diary from her. I'd kiss you, but poor Denise would be terribly jealous. Thank God for small favors, she said dryly. She still looked like she was trying hard to get her mind around this new facet of her skeptical colleague. Will it work? I don't know, but I'm going to try. Hand me my bag, will you? She retrieved it from where he'd tossed it and passed it to him.
What have you got in here, anyway? Hold the light. He unzipped it and began laying out candles, crystals, incense, chalk, sandbags, and other ritual components. I need to set up a circle here, so please stand back. A circle? Do you mean a ritual circle? Alastair, what on earth? Stone was already using a bag of sand to sketch out a crude circle on the dirt floor. I'm a mage, Edwina. I do magic. Real magic. I told you I'll explain later. Let me do this. She looked as if she was about to say something else, but decided not to. Instead, she watched silently, eyes wide from near the altar alcove. Stone worked as fast as he could. It wasn't a great circle, and it should have been more intricate, but he didn't have time for elegance. Right, he said. That's done. I really need you to stay quiet for this bit, all right? And please don't come near the circle no matter what happens. What's going to happen? She asked. Not sure yet. Hopefully nothing horrible. If it does, though, get yourself out of here. Got it? She nodded slowly, looking stunned. All right. This shouldn't take long. He stepped into the circle, still gripping the little diary. He turned slowly around, lighting each of the candles at its 4 points with magic, ignoring Mortenson's shocked gasps. He closed his eyes, blocking out the real world, and concentrated on opening his mind to the world contained in the diary. Sarah Brunder, I know you're still here. Show me your world. Show me what you've done. It took a few moments, but eventually something poked tentatively at the edges of his awareness. He didn't open his eyes, but instead reached out to it, projecting an aura of power, but also of acceptance and welcoming. Sarah, I'm not your enemy. None of these people are your enemies. Those who wronged you and Zeke are long dead. Please, help me end this. He sensed stubbornness, anger, grief, rage, resistance. Gripping the diary more tightly, he focused harder. Sarah, please, I mean you no harm. I don't blame you for what you did. I don't blame you for wanting revenge, but you've had your revenge. This can't be what you want. Show me what I must do to bring an end to this so you can rest. Images flooded his mind then, almost too fast for him to process them, lighting his head up with bright pain. Angry images, grief-stricken images, one after another they came. A smiling, handsome young man in rough miner's clothes. A larger, older man in a fine suit, looming, angry, vengeful. Chaos, death, slaughter, terrified faces, people running, blood. The handsome young man, now battered, beaten, swinging on the end of a rope, pale, lifeless. A woman's scream, anger, hatred, rage. The alcove in the cave. Crouching before the altar, singing, chanting, other faces behind her, feeling the power grow, feeling the power move through her as the song's cadence thrums. In a room. Locked in, a prisoner. Life flutters in her belly. Must escape. Frantic packing. Sneaking. Run. Get out. Get away. Betrayal. Capture, screams, yelling, the man in the fine suit screaming. Too much screaming, too much rage. Raises his hands. Nothing. Blackness, swirling void. No, no, floating. Big man, shirt sleeves, no fine suit now. Alone. Digging. Bloody sheet-wrapped form. No. No! Try to run, try to escape the house, get away! No! Nothing. Chapter 48. The mall, which didn't even appear to have a name, had one entrance at the far end of the tourist part of Fremont Street, and another on the block one street over. Jason and Verity had walked past it a few times while hunting for the forgotten, but they hadn't gone inside. They didn't go in now, choosing to cruise by on both sides and get a good look.
The boring gray sedan Nakamura had lent them had tinted windows, so unless someone peered straight in at them through the windshield, it was unlikely they'd be spotted. Still, both of them kept a close eye out for signs of the hard eights. Jason looked at his watch as he drove. Half an hour before the meet. Verity didn't answer. She was leaning forward, craning her neck to get a look at the rest of the building above the mall. "Can you stop somewhere around the back? I want to take a look at something." He retraced their route and pulled the sedan into a small parking lot in front of a dark office building across the street. "What are you looking for?" "Hang on a sec." She shifted to magical sight and once again leaned forward in her seat, twisting her neck so she could see the top floors of the mall building. It appeared to be around 10 stories tall. Its drab, featureless upper floors were unremarkable next to its neon-clad neighbors. Magical sight was hard to manage in Las Vegas. For one thing, the general aura of the town was so overpowering that it was sometimes hard to pick out individuals in the midst of its overwhelming influence. The main reason, though, was much more mundane. Auras glowed brightly in a rainbow of colors, which meant they often got lost at night amid all the neon. Although most of the building Verity was looking at was dull and neon-free, the top of it was lined with glitzy, kinetic billboards advertising casinos, shows, and other local attractions. She narrowed her eyes, scanning each floor in turn. She was probably wasting time. There was no way these guys would have their operation in the same building where they met prospective customers, right? Wait, what's that? She blinked, gripping the dashboard and leaning forward farther until her head touched the inside of the windshield. "V, you see something?" She didn't answer. In fact, she barely heard him. She'd almost missed it because of the billboards throwing off her sight, but there it was. Something odd about the building's top floor. "That's weird," she murmured. "What?" She frowned, still examining the area, half afraid if she looked away she wouldn't be able to pick it out again. "There's something up there. It's kind of like a ward, but not exactly." "What do you mean? How can it be a ward, but not exactly?" "It's hard to explain. Most wards are easy to spot with magical sight if you know what to look for, but this one, it's almost like whoever cast it is trying to hide it in plain sight. Those billboards make it really hard to see." She tilted her head. "I wonder if they didn't do that on purpose. But whatever it is, it's covering the whole top part of that building." "Wait, you're saying that might be the place we're looking for?" Jason sounded skeptical. "Right there on the roof of the same place we're supposed to meet the guy?" "In a way, it makes sense, I guess. If they're that good at hiding themselves and the cops don't give a damn, it makes things convenient." "Roper said 2 kids disappeared from here, though. You think they'd be that brazen about it?" "If they've got magic, they could easily make sure the kids were spotted somewhere else to throw off suspicion. And as far as the customers go, they probably have ways to confuse them so they don't have any idea where they are, so they don't even realize they're in the same building. But what? V, we gotta get going." "That's a pretty hefty ward. How are they casting it? That kind of permanent magic is hard to do, especially for black mages." She stared at him, a chill settling as a thought struck her. "Unless they're killing people to power it. Jason, what if that's how they're getting rid of the kids they don't need anymore?" Holy shit. Jason looked up as if trying to spot any of what she'd told him about. "V, we gotta get in there. Are you sure this is where it is?" "No, not positive, but if we don't take a chance—" He opened the car door. "Let's do it. Can you keep that disregarding spell of yours going for a while?" "Yeah, I charged up the bracelet." "Take power from me." "I don't want to do that yet. I'm thinking we'll need it later on." "Come on." It was grandiose to call the lower floor of the building a mall. It certainly wasn't one in the usual sense, with anchor stores, national chains, and movie theaters. Instead, it was more like one of those places you sometimes saw after a more typical mall died. gradually losing its name-brand stores until most of its spaces were either forlorn, empty shells or occupied by one-off local businesses. Sometimes this type could be far more interesting than the homogenized conformity of the other. You could find one-of-a-kind crafts, odd hole-in-the-wall bookstores, multicultural art, and other treasures you'd never see mixed in with the teen-focused clothing stores. This wasn't one of those types. At nearly 2 a.m., the all-night space was sparsely populated, its few customers about equally divided between rough-looking locals, tourists looking for a quick, cheap bite to eat, and homeless people huddled in doorways. As Jason and Verity entered, they were treated to the side of a uniformed security guard hustling a ragged-looking bearded guy, none too gently, out the door they'd just come in. "I guess the Forgotten don't spend much time in here," Jason commented. They minded their own business, staying off to the side and out of the way so they didn't attract attention that might affect the spell. They passed a couple tiny slot machine parlors, a few souvenir shops, and a place that sold adult magazines, videos, and toys. Everything was lit by bright colors, and the slots' clatter spilled out into the wide middle walkway. It was like a tiny microcosm of the town. They didn't have a tough time spotting the food court. The most populated area by far, it was clearly the jewel in this diseased little crown. Surrounded by off-brand stalls selling everything from questionable hot dogs to pungent Indian food, the center area comprised a series of 2- and 4-person tables with attached chairs spread out in a horseshoe shape. The decor suggested the place hadn't had a facelift in at least 15 years. All around, spread out to keep maximum distance between them, individuals or small groups lounged at around a quarter of the tables. Most had food, or the remains of meals, in front of them. Several smoked, despite numerous posted signs forbidding it. As Jason and Verity watched from the shadows near the adult bookstore, a security guard passed by but made no effort to admonish the smokers. "Did he tell you exactly where to meet him?" Verity asked. "Nope, just to get the large drink from there and wait at one of the tables." He pointed at a Mexican stall called Macho Burritos. "Should I chance it?" "No, I just got an idea. You have any more cash?" "Couple 20s. Why?" "Give me one and hang out for a minute. You won't have the spell till I get back, so stay out of sight." "What are you gonna do?" "Just watch me." She took the 20, called up an illusion around herself, and hurried off in the direction of the entrance, where she looked around until she spotted a bored-looking 30-ish man in slacks and a polo shirt. "There we go. You should do fine." When she got back to Jason, he was looking impatient. "What did you just do?" he asked, as she dropped her illusion and settled the disregarding spell back over the two of them. "Just keep watching that guy. I gave him $20 to go buy a big drink from the Mexican place and sit and drink it for a few minutes. Told him I'd be back soon." "V, just watch." From their vantage point near the adult bookstore, they watched the polo-shirted man as he crossed the food court to Macho Burrito and got a soda in a cup the size of a small bucket. After glancing around and apparently not spotting what he was looking for, he finally chose a table and sat down. The time of the meet arrived. The man continued sipping the soda. He pulled something out of his back pocket and kept looking down at it. At first he would glance up nervously every few seconds as if expecting something to happen, but when nothing did, he finally settled in to sip and read. "They're late," Jason murmured. "Maybe they figured out—" "Wait! Look!" Verity hissed, pointing. A man was approaching the table with the confident stride of someone who was right where he wanted to be. A little younger than the other man, he wore slacks, a buttoned shirt, and a corporate-looking leather jacket. Though Jason and Verity couldn't get a close look at him from so far away, he appeared to be a good candidate to occupy the boring entry in the dictionary next to Gary Woods. "He's got magic around him," Verity whispered. "Illusion, maybe. Look around and see if you can spot anybody else watching them."
She, meanwhile, kept her attention focused on the meat. The man at the table looked startled when the other man took a seat across from him with his back to Verity. As best she could from 20 feet away, she watched the first man's expression and the second man's body language for cues, and could almost follow the conversation even without words. The first man listened a moment, then tilted his head, confused. He shrugged, pointed at the massive cup in front of him, and then looked around as if trying to spot the sexy blonde who'd paid him to sit here with it. The other man stiffened, then relaxed. He stood, said something to the man, then left the table and strode quickly but still confidently away. He didn't look around at all.
"Got him," Jason said. "2 guys. One over by the Indian place, the other one in the doorway of the slot parlor, there across the way. They both just got really nervous, and they're starting to look around."
"Perfect," Verity said, still watching the man who'd walked away from the table. "We can't follow the guy yet, but as long as these jokers don't take too long with whatever they're doing, I should be able to follow the magic trail he's leaving."
"You can do that?"
Jason sounded impressed. "Not for long, few minutes max for something like this."
"We'd better move. One of those guys is heading in this direction."
"Just stay cool. Unless he's a mage too, he won't see through my spell if we don't draw attention to ourselves. Let's go toward the hot dog place. It's on the way we're going."
"Careful," Jason said as they reached it. "Guy's passing right behind us in a couple seconds."
They focused on examining the hot dog joint's menu as, after a moment, a beefy man in a rebel's jacket moved past them without appearing to notice them. He kept going the same way the first man had gone. Jason and Verity waited a moment longer, then changed their mind about ordering and kept moving.
"You still have the trail?" Jason muttered.
"Yeah, it's getting really faint, but I can still follow it. Looks like it fades out past that smoke shop." When they got closer, Verity got a better view of why it seemed the magical trail had faded. It hadn't actually done so, but merely turned left into a utilitarian hallway containing 2 elevators and a drinking fountain. The faint and fading trail, however, led not to either of the elevators, but to a featureless space beyond them on the same wall, where this time it did fizzle out. "That's weird," she said. "It just stops at the wall there." She glanced over her shoulder. "Keep an eye on the entrance. I want to check something."
"Hurry up. I don't like being stuck in a dead end."
Verity walked closer to the blank wall where the trail had fizzled. She reached out a hand to touch it. It felt solid and substantial, but how could the guy have walked through a solid wall? She shifted to magical sight again and gave a fierce smile as she caught on. "These guys are good," she said.
"You find something?"
"Elevator. Right here behind an illusion." She tapped the wall.
Jason looked grim. "V, I don't want to go up in any elevators, illusionary or otherwise. If they're onto us, we could be fucked."
She considered. He was definitely correct. She didn't relish the idea any more than he did. "Call Toro and tell them they're on the top floor. I don't know how they're going to get up there either, since they won't be able to get through the illusion. He'll have to figure something out."
"We should wait for them. It's not smart to go up on our own."
"Can't wait. If those guys think somebody's onto them, they might move the kids before we can get to them. I'm sure they've got other ways out of here. We're not getting this close to let them slip away from us." Jason's expression suggested clearly that he thought it was a bad idea, but also that he knew Verity was right.
"How are we gonna get up then? I don't see any hidden staircases."
"Not the same way they are. Come on, let's go back outside."
"V, I don't like this at all."
They were standing next to some dumpsters along one side of the building. Jason looked up, the flashing neon from the neighboring casino bathing his dubious expression in a series of shifting colors. "I don't have another idea, do you? We can't call up Mr. Harrison and ask to borrow his helicopter. You don't want to take the elevator, and I'm sure if there are stairs, they've got them guarded. If we don't want them to see us coming, That leaves levitation. He was still looking up toward the top of the building. That's 10 stories, V, like 100 feet. Are you really sure you can levitate both of us up 10 stories without getting tired? That's a long way down, and we can't exactly stop for rest breaks on the way. She'd been thinking about it on their way out. She'd been practicing, using the levitation spell to help Edna move logs and other heavy items back in Ojai. But did those items weigh as much as herself and Jason combined? She thought so, but wasn't 100% sure. She pointed at the neighboring building. Yeah, we can. That one's only half as tall. We can go up there, take a break, and then go the rest of the way. You sure? I trust you if you say you can do it, but I want you to be sure. If you let me have some power, I can do it. She didn't want to use Jason's power this soon, but they wouldn't be any help to those kids if they ended up 2 smears on the sidewalk because she couldn't hold the spell. Okay then. Let's do it before I chicken out. He'd retrieved his gun from the sedan. He took it out, checked it and his spare ammo, and put it back in the holster. Go for it. Here goes. Don't do anything to startle me, okay? Verity took a couple deep breaths, focused her concentration, and took Jason's hand. Once again, the comforting and now familiar sensation wreathed her as power flowed into her, energizing her mind. Duck over. I'm gonna ride your shoulders like we're playing chicken fight in the pool. That way I can just concentrate on lifting you. He bent, and she climbed on his shoulders. It was a good thing he worked out regularly. Even though she was small and light, she never would have been able to do this with Stone. Of course, if Stone had been there, they could each have levitated up on their own, and it wouldn't have been a problem. Damn, she wished he was here. Enough of that. He's not here. You can do this. She drew on the fresh influx of power Jason had given her. A moment later, they lifted off the ground and began floating upward. Beneath her, Jason tensed but didn't say anything. Verity gritted her teeth. This wasn't as easy as she thought it would be. Apparently her brother had selected the lead plate special at the breakfast buffet this morning. She forced herself to keep them moving at a steady speed. If she tried to go too fast, it would be harder to maintain control. Keeping her vision firmly fixed on the top of the neighboring building, she continued directing the magical energy to bear them upward, until, after what seemed like about 20 years, they drifted over and touched down on the roof. She let her breath out in a whoosh. Holy shit, Jason. You need to go on a diet. Jason was puffing almost as hard as she was, staring up at the 5 stories they still had to traverse to reach their destination on the other building. You gonna be able to do this? Because I just realized it's kind of the point of no return now, unless you want to explain to the people in this building how we managed to get onto their roof. Yeah, she panted. Just give me a couple of minutes to recover. Take your time. She perched on an air conditioning unit and relaxed as her strength returned. She could still feel her borrowed power coursing through her, but she'd used quite a bit of it already. She didn't dare try it again, not this soon, anyway. She hoped she wouldn't have to do it at all. While Jason paced behind her, she idly shifted to magical sight and scanned the roofline of their destination building, and spotted an aura. Jason, she hissed, get down. She rolled over and dropped behind the air conditioning unit, putting it between her and the aura. He threw himself down next to her. Did you see something? There's a guy on the roof over there. He frowned. That's weird. Why would they have a guard on the roof? Can you see if he has a gun? No, too far away. He might just be up there having a smoke or something. Did he see us? I don't think so. She continued to watch the figure. It moved at a steady pace, its aura watchful but not overly agitated. Get ready. I'm going to wait until I can't see him anymore, then take us over toward the opposite end. I don't want him to spot us, at least not till we get there. They crouched tensely behind the unit as Verity tracked the figure. The more she watched it, the more convinced she became that it was, in fact, a guard. It had a patrol pattern that took it around the corner of the building and out of sight, and it re-emerged on the other side a couple minutes later and repeated the same circuit. She told Jason about it. "Okay," she said. "As soon as he goes out of sight on the right side, we're gonna go to the left. That should put the maximum distance between us and him." Jason nodded grimly. "If he spots us, will you be able to take him out?" "Not while we're in the air." She was still watching the figure. He'd reappeared and was now heading toward the right side edge. "Get ready." He crouched so she could climb on his shoulders. "Go." Verity lifted off and angled them up and toward the left side of the taller building. She didn't keep magical sight up. It would have made things easier, but she didn't dare waste any power she might need to keep them aloft. Sweat formed between her shoulder blades and trickled from her brow, and her heart pounded hard as she forced herself to concentrate on nothing more than keeping the spell going. Until they reached their landing spot, nothing else mattered. They bobbled in the air when they were still 2 floors from the top, and Jason's hands tightened around her ankles. "V? Shh!" She was panting now. Jason's power was almost depleted, and she'd used a good portion of the bracelet's stored energy to fuel the spells she'd used down in the mall. Just a little farther and they'd have it. Her strength failed as they reached the top edge of the building. She was about to make the last push to get them up and over when a sharp pain lanced through her head and she faltered. "Oh God, no, not this close." "Jason?" Her voice was a strangled croak as the spell slipped. She clamped her legs around him and fought to get it under control again. "Hang on!" His hands shot out and grabbed hold of the lip of the roof. She felt corded muscles knot in his arms, shoulders, and back as he pulled himself up and pitched her over the edge, then flung himself over after her. They landed in a panting heap. "Oh, God," Verity moaned. "Jason, I almost—" Images of them both plummeting to the ground 10 stories below replayed themselves in a loop in her aching head. "It's okay. We're okay." His voice shook, though. That had been far too close. "Where's the guy?" She'd forgotten about the guy. She scrambled around, still breathing hard, and shifted to magical sight. For a moment she didn't see him, but then she turned toward their side of the building. There he was, already rounding the far corner and heading right toward them. "Jason, up ahead," she whispered, barely audible, struggling to quiet her puffing. "I see him," he whispered back. "Stay low." He began crawling toward a nearby pile of debris. Up here, the wind noise was loud enough that their faint scrabblings wouldn't reach the guy. All they had to worry about was being seen. Verity stayed prone, continuing to watch the guy with tense anticipation until he drew level with Jason's hiding place. Then, cat-quick, her brother leapt from behind cover and jammed his gun barrel into the guy's back. The guy stiffened, his aura flaring red, then raised his hands. Verity jumped up and hurried over. The guy was muscular, in his early 30s and a couple inches shorter than Jason. "What's this about?" he demanded. "How the hell did you get up here?" With one hand, Jason patted him down and removed a handgun from a holster inside his jacket and a radio from his inside pocket. He handed the guy's gun to Verity. "Hold this on him a sec while I tie him up." Verity reluctantly took the gun. She didn't like them, but the guy didn't have to know that, and held it while Jason pulled out some zip ties and bound the guard's wrists and ankles. "How do we get in?" Jason demanded, taking the gun back, checking it, and stowing it in his pocket. He kept his own aimed at the guy. "I'm not telling you anything." "We don't have time to wait," Verity said, looking nervously around. "What if he has to report in or something?" Jason put the gun to the guy's head. "I will shoot you if you don't tell us. We know what they're doing in there with kids, so I'm not in a sympathetic mood right now. You guys are already fucked.
Make it easy on yourself. How do we get in?
Verity watched his aura. It was nearly solid red now. He's more scared of somebody else than he is of us, I think. There's got to be a door up here somewhere. See if he's got keys or a card or something. Now that the guard was trussed up and no longer a threat, it was easier to search him. After a moment, Jason found a key card inside another of his inner jacket pockets.
You're dead if you go in there, the guy said.
Let us worry about that, Verity told him.
You gonna kill me?
In answer, Jason pulled out his pocket knife and cut a strip off the bottom of the guy's shirt, then tied it around his mouth to make a gag.
If you're smart, you'll just stay here and be good.
If I see you again, I will kill you.
Got it?
The guard glared at him, but gave a curt nod. Come on, Verity urged. We have to get in there. She was already feeling better. The few moments of rest and the adrenaline rush from capturing the guard had revitalized her. Let's find the door. She hoped it wasn't under an illusion, too. It wasn't. Apparently, whoever ran the show around here didn't figure they'd need to hide their rooftop doorway, since theoretically there was no way to get up here from the outside. As they crossed the roof toward a small central building, Verity noticed there wasn't even enough open space to land a helicopter. That didn't explain why they'd stationed a guard up here, but maybe they were just ultra-paranoid. The small, featureless building squatted in the middle of the roof, surrounded by debris, air conditioning units, and other protuberances they couldn't identify in the dark. Beyond the building, they spotted an area dotted with lounge chairs, pole lamps, and what might have been a covered bar area. All of this was currently dark and deserted.
Careful, Jason whispered as they approached. They might have cameras.
Verity squinted at the building, but magical sight didn't help her spot electronic devices. I don't see...
There, by the door.
Now that he pointed it out, she saw the small dark form of something just above the building's single, reinforced metal door. Can you disable it?
Yeah, but not much point. They'll be monitoring it. When it goes out, they'll know something's up. We'll have to go in fast and sneaky.
He crouched around the building's corner and turned to her, his expression hard.
You sure you're ready for this, V?
You could still back out. I could back out. And you just go in without me? He nodded soberly.
Yeah.
Hell with that. We go in together. He looked as if he might say something, but didn't. Instead, he gripped her hand.
You okay now?
Yeah. She hoped she was right. She still didn't feel completely okay, but the power she had would have to do for now. Jason took point, ducking around the corner.
Get the door, he whispered, handing her the key, and stay to the side in case they're waiting for us.
He pulled out his gun and crouched behind a nearby pile of debris. Verity took a deep breath, swallowed hard, and slid the card into the door's lock. With a soft click, the light went from red to green. No turning back now. Chapter 49. Stone sagged to his knees, gripping his head with both hands, heart pounding. Alastair? Mortensen's voice was soft but urgent. Alastair! The candles had gone out now, and the diary had slipped from his nerveless fingers. He remained silent for a moment, breathing hard, letting the pain settle back down to manageable levels.
He killed her, he said numbly.
Is it safe? She asked, indicating the circle. When he nodded, she took his arm and led him out of it, helping him to sit down against the wall. Who killed her? Killed Sarah, you mean? Again he nodded without opening his eyes. The pounding was settling down, but it still felt as if a mining team was trying to excavate his head.
She tried to leave. I think he was keeping her prisoner in the house.
probably waiting until the baby was born so she could have it in secret, and he could send it away to pretend she was never pregnant. She sneaked out, set the curse, but when she tried to escape the town, he caught her, and he killed her." He opened his eyes and looked up at Mortensen. "He killed his own daughter?" she asked, horrified. "The baby?" I think the curse was already in operation by then. It all moved too fast, probably because of the ley line. I doubt she knew about it. His voice came out ragged, exhausted. "Ley line? A magical power line? Those exist?" "They do. There's one running through the town. I'm sure it amplified the curse beyond what Sarah intended. I think her father was affected by it. They got into an argument when he caught her trying to escape, and he killed her. I think he panicked. He buried her body in the basement of the Brunder place." He dragged himself back to his feet. "That's got to be where the other part is. She didn't do it on purpose, but because she'd laid the curse in the first place, her murder added an extra component she never intended. So, we have to find her body?" "Exactly. And do what with it?" "Same thing we're doing here. Neutralize the curse so she can rest. That's why her echo is still here. The curse is holding it, the part anchored by her body. She wants to go, but she can't." For a moment, Mortensen was silent, taking it all in. She looked like someone who'd just been smacked between the eyes with a baseball bat. Finally, she swallowed. "Alastair, you're going to have to explain all of this to me." "I will," he assured her. "I promise I'll tell you everything when we've finished, but for now I need you to hold your questions until the end of the class. Can you do that for me?" Her expression hardened. "Yes. Do what you need to do." He gripped her arm. "Brilliant. Right then, now that we know where the rest of the curse is, we can take care of this bit here. Then it's back outside and up to the Brunder house, where hopefully we can get down to the basement without anyone noticing us. I suspect it's going to be quite a madhouse up there. I just hope we're not too late to save them before they kill each other." "Horrible," she said, shuddering. "So, what will you do here?" "Just need to put up a little circle and a ward around it in case anything goes wrong, and then take apart the gree-gree and burn the components, with a little magic tossed in to make sure nothing goes wrong." "Magic," she murmured. Some of her shock had given way to a clear undercurrent of fascination. "Real magic. I can't believe it." "Oh, believe it," Stone said, kneeling in front of the shrine and already setting up another circle. This one would be much faster since it was so much smaller and only had to power a tiny ward. "It's amazing." "It is that. Bloody dangerous, too, though. Sometimes, anyway." "Alastair." Her voice was soft, tentative, completely unlike her, in other words. "Yes?" He still didn't look up from what he was doing. "Do you think it might be possible for you to... After this is all over, I mean, could you teach me to do magic?" He did turn to look at her then. Despite her muddy face, wild hair, and general aura of complete disarray, her expression looked like nothing more than that of a young child who'd just come down on Christmas morning to find the most incredible and unexpected gift ever under the tree. Though she still looked shell-shocked from everything that had occurred over the past few hours, her eyes shone with eagerness. Despite their rocky history together, he wished he didn't have to burst her bubble. "We'll see, Edwina," he said gently, "after we're out of here." "Thank you. I'm sorry. I'll be quiet now so you can work." Stone turned back to his circle, closing his eyes for a moment. He hadn't ever examined Mortensen in depth for any signs of the talent, but he suspected if she had it, he'd have seen some evidence of it over the nearly 10 years of their acquaintance. Stranger things had happened, though. He thought about what might occur if he discovered she did possess magical ability and the sensitivity she'd always claimed, and never proven, ended up being the real deal after all.
The thought of Edwina Mortensen, who was more than 20 years his senior and had a personality that defaulted to vaguely grumpy, acting as his apprentice, was, well, pretty much out of the question. Good thing the odds of her having the talent were so low, but letting her down wouldn't be easy or fun. Now, though, none of that mattered. He had to concentrate on the curse. He finished the circle, which was only a half-circle since the walls of the alcove formed a natural barrier, and knelt inside it. All right. Ready to go. I'm going to bring up the ward and then see about taking this little thing apart. It amused him how easily and naturally he'd fallen into lecture mode, explaining to Mortensen what he was doing as he would have to Verity if she'd been here. He wished she were here right now. He could have her deal with the Gree while he headed up to the house to find Sarah Brunder's bones. For a moment he wondered how she was. Las Vegas still wasn't safe, but she and Jason knew what they were doing and what they were up against. With luck, he'd see them both soon, and get started on the necessary steps to help Verity move back up to the Bay Area. He had to admit he was looking forward to having her back as his apprentice again. But that was for later. With a flick of his mind, he fed power into the circle, and a small, swirling, dome-shaped ward sprang up around him, visible only to magical sight. Now, if anything went wrong and this blew up in his face, it wouldn't bring the whole cavern down on top of them. He hoped. With the care of a surgeon, he picked up the Gree. It felt strained in his hand, as if it were writhing even though it wasn't moving. Power thrummed through it, its malignant energy struggling to push him away. He fought back the nausea and unease it was trying to inflict on him and bent to his task. Slowly, gradually, he picked the little thing apart, removing each of the tiny representative objects one by one and setting them aside. Bits of faded fabric, clumps of hair, and splinters of wood came off one after the other. As he'd expected, as soon as they lost contact with the Gree's main structure, their potency faded along with their individual glows. Then he removed and opened each of the little bags, dumping out sand, clumped dirt, small pebbles, powders, until finally, after several minutes, he was left with nothing but the leather bag that everything else had been attached to. Behind him, he was aware of the intensity of Mortensen's scrutiny. "There we go," he murmured, looking around. He wasn't sure, but he thought he noticed the red fog dissipating somewhat. "Now all I need to do is remove what's inside here. Then we'll burn everything with a little ritual, and that should be the end of it, at least from this end." With care, he opened the leather bag. Inside, just as he'd predicted, were several tiny vials stoppered with corks, each one stained with what had to be dried blood. He wondered who the blood had belonged to, but the vials weren't marked. Also inside was a gold nugget the size of a bottle cap, glinting in the beam of Mortensen's flashlight. Larry had been right, in a way, he thought idly. There had been gold in here, just not in the amount or the manner he'd expected. He set the items aside along with the others, checked the bag for any remaining contents, and put it down next to the group. "All right, here's the tricky bit. Might want to stand back just in case anything goes wrong." Mortensen backed off to stand over near the entrance to the chamber. "Be careful. I'm always careful. Now, let's see." He shifted back to magical sight and looked over the collection of items. They were all inert now, their glows stilled, though the red haze hadn't dissipated any further. He collected them into a pile, pulled a candle from his pocket, and lit it with a bit of magic. The red mist roiled and crashed against the edges of the ward, but couldn't get inside. With a final glance at Mortensen, he touched the tiny flame to the pile of items. They went up like tinder, a whoosh of flame shooting up and then settling to engulf the items. Stone shifted back as far as he could while still being inside the ward, switching his attention between the little pyre and the altar. To his surprise, these things almost never went as planned in his experience. Nothing flared up as the items burned to ashes and the flame guttered out. The red mist receded from him, gathering around the edges of the chamber. "That's done," he said, dropping the ward and turning to make one last check of the altar. "Let's get the hell out of here, shall we?" He stood and turned toward the entrance. An instant later he spotted sudden movement behind Mortensen. "Edwina!" She yelped as a shadowy, mud-smeared figure shoved past her and darted into the cavern. Teetering, she lost her balance and fell hard against the wall. Her flashlight slipped from her hand and rolled away, its beam pointing off into the far corner.
"You came back to steal my gold, you bastard! I knew it!"
the figure shrieked, and only then did Stone identify who it was. Larry Duncan, looking like some kind of primal, crazed mud monster with glittering red eyes, held a flashlight in one hand, waving it at Stone's face. He had something in the other as well, but Stone, dazzled by the careening beam, couldn't see what it was. Incandescent with rage, Duncan raised the thing in his other hand.
"Die, you thieving motherfucker!"
Only when it went off did Stone realize it was a gun. Time seemed to stretch out as the weapon's deafening report shattered the space, echoing around the tiny chamber until it seemed the sound would never stop. Mortensen screamed. White-hot pain streaked across the top of Stone's shoulder, but he barely noticed it. A rumbling sounded from above them, followed by a loud crack. Oh, dear gods, the timber's going. It all came down fast. So fast. Above the chamber entrance, the massive rotted timber bracing the ceiling gave way, spilling a cascade of rock down toward Duncan and Mortensen. Stone had only a split second to think, to decide, to act. His thoughts didn't even form coherent words, but only a lightning-quick stream of consciousness. Too much for shield. Can't deflect. Can't get both. Must do something. Must try. He lashed out with a two-pronged spell, throwing up a barrier above the screaming Mortensen, even though he knew it wouldn't hold long enough, and grabbing her with a telekinetic grip to yank her toward him. His head exploded with psychic feedback as the rocks crashed down on the barrier and blew through it. But maybe it's enough. Please let it be enough. Slamming into the space where Mortensen had been only a second ago. Did I do it? Please let it have worked. As dust filled the air and pain pounded his head, spiked his eyes. Is she all right? She's got to be all right. And then another crash, loud against the sudden quiet, and Mortensen's scream of fear rose into one of agony. The world went to black. Chapter 50. Nobody attacked as Verity ducked to the side of the door and used magic to fling it open. "See anything?" she called to Jason. "Stairway. Come on." He rose from behind his cover and hurried over. There was no light inside, but the flashing neon from the billboards along the building's edge provided enough illumination to identify a featureless, institutional stairway leading down to another door. The guard's keycard opened this one as well. Jason motioned for Verity to press herself against the wall, then quickly pulled the door open and did likewise, gun out. Still, nothing attacked them. Maybe they just didn't expect anybody to come in from the roof, Verity said. Maybe they're watching the elevator. "I don't think this is their area," Jason said, looking around. "This looks like a maintenance hallway to me. I don't see any cameras here. Think about it, they have to let the rest of the building have access to the roof if they need to fix the AC and stuff." "So we're looking for the door in?" "Probably a fire door, locked from our side. Remember, they're bringing the paying customers up in the nice elevator. Nobody's gonna come in this way. Come on." Verity followed him down the gray-painted hallway. She spotted several doors on their left side with labels like maintenance and air conditioning and storage. Jason shoved each one open and they peered inside, but they all looked like exactly what they claimed to be. At one point he waved for her to wait and dashed into one of the rooms. coming back with a hefty metal pipe about 2 feet long. "I don't really want to shoot anybody if we don't have to," he explained, then nodded toward a corner up ahead. Nobody lurked around the corner, all but confirming Jason's suspicion that this part of the building was communal space. What they did find was a substantial-looking double door. "Do not enter. Alarm will sound," was stenciled on it in bright red. "That's got to be it," Verity said. "But if we go in that way, it'll alert everybody inside." Jason was examining it. "I don't think so," he said. "Look." Verity followed his pointing finger up to a large fire bell up near the ceiling. "What am I looking at? That thing looks loud." "Yeah, but look up near where it connects. Somebody's disabled it." She looked closer and saw he was right. It was nearly impossible to see if you weren't looking at it, but the spot where the connection met the box itself had been severed. "Guess they don't want anybody going out the wrong door and setting it off, or else that's how the guard gets back inside and they don't want it going off when he does." "Good for us, though, if you can get that door open." "I can do that." Jason stood back off to one side, gun drawn. "Okay, do it. Then move to the side, it'll swing out." Verity's heart pounded as she concentrated on the door. She felt more nervous now than she had when dealing with all sorts of magical threats in the past. Somehow this seemed more real to her. Men with guns, captive kids forced into unspeakable acts. If it weren't for the fact that the operation was supposed to be run by a mage, this would be far more Jason's kind of thing than it was hers. When she felt the door click, she let her breath out and stepped back. Point of no return. Do it. She swung the door open. Inside, an elaborate tapestry blocked the doorway so they couldn't see inside. No shouts or gunfire greeted them, but only the sound of light classical music. Verity sneaked along the wall until she stood next to the doorway, then used magic to push the tapestry aside enough so she could see, and peered around the edge. "See anything?" Jason whispered. "There's some kind of table in front of the tapestry with vases on it," she whispered back. "They really don't want anybody using this door." "They still don't know we're here? That's weird." A thought chilled her. "Jason, maybe they do know we're here, and they're escaping instead of fighting." "Damn, you could be right. Let's get in there." Gun out and ready, he shoved aside the tapestry and pushed a heavy wooden credenza table aside, careful not to topple the vases. He moved into the room and off to the side, and Verity followed close behind him. "Stay close," she said. "I can't shield you if you get too far ahead." "We need to move fast. If they get out, we'll never find him." They hurried down a plush-carpeted hallway lined with art prints. At the end of it, a set of heavy drapes obscured a wide opening. Jason and Verity crept down the hallway and stopped on either side of it, backs pressed against the wall. "I'm going to take a look," Verity said, pulling up her shield. Jason nodded, looking tense. Verity crouched low. If somebody on the other side opened fire, her shield wouldn't be able to save her for long, and twitched the drapes apart just far enough so she could see what was beyond. Beyond was a large room that looked like a lounge area. Sofas, comfortable chairs, and small tables were scattered around in groupings, leaving the middle part of the plush-carpeted floor empty. 2 large chandeliers provided light, and double doors, currently closed, indicated exits on all 3 other sides. As far as Verity could tell, the room was quiet and empty. She shifted to magical sight, but saw no telltale auras. "What's there?" Jason whispered. "Looks empty. Doors on 3 sides." "Great, let's pick one and go, I guess. Far side?" She resumed her spot on the other side of the hallway, feeling more and more like they'd missed their chance, that somehow whoever was in here had gotten a warning and made a run for it, probably evacuating through some hidden elevator. "At least we've shut him down here," she consoled herself. That didn't help the kids, though. "I'll turn us invisible till we get across. Let's go. Fast." She cast the spell, and together they pushed through the drapes and darted into the room, intent on the door directly opposite them. They made it as far as the middle when something slammed shut behind them. All around them, grinning figures shimmered into view. "So nice to finally meet you two," said a voice. Chapter 51. When Stone awoke, the first thing he saw was the flashlight beam. It was pointed directly at him, lying on its side a few feet away. The light was still strong and steady. He couldn't have been out long then. He blinked, turning away from the beam, and a fit of coughing seized him, lighting up his head again. His shoulder hurt, too. His chest and side hurt. Everything hurt. For a moment, his brain refused to provide him with the memory of what had happened. He lay there, trying to work his way past the carrier hum in his head, knowing there was something important he had to remember. Something had happened. Mortensen! Heedless of the pain, he scrambled to his knees and snatched up the flashlight, shining the beam around the cavern. "Edwina!" he croaked, and coughed again. A faint moan caught his attention. He wheeled toward the chamber's entrance, or where the entrance had been, and memory flooded back. Duncan. He'd fired a gun into the chamber. The bracing timber, finally stressed past its ability to cope by the sudden loud noise, had given way and cracked in the middle, sending part of the ceiling down to block the entrance. He'd tried to get Mortensen out. Where was she? Had he managed to save her? More desperate now, he flashed the beam around faster. And then he spotted her. He sagged, icy dread crashing down on him. "Edwina! Dear gods!" She was alive, but that was about the best that could be said. She lay on her back, her eyes clamped shut, her head rolling back and forth on the dirt floor. Her breath came in shallow bursts. He had managed to yank her free of the worst of the collapse, but not all of it. A massive rock the size of a chest freezer lay across her lower body, obscuring her from the pelvis down. Other, smaller rocks formed a drift against the larger one. Blood pooled beneath her, seeping from under the rock. Heart pounding, his own injuries forgotten, Stone dropped to his knees next to Mortensen and put his hand on her forehead. "Edwina, can you hear me?" To his shock, she opened her eyes. They looked glazed and dark with pain, but mostly lucid. "Alastair," she whispered. "Yes, it's me," he said gently, brushing her muddy hair off her forehead. Her hand fluttered at his arm. "Something's wrong with me." He gripped her hand, swallowing hard to keep his voice even. "I'm afraid so, Edwina. It's bad, isn't it?" He tried to answer her twice, but both times he couldn't get the words out past the growing lump in his throat, so he settled for another squeeze on her hand. Fighting against a rising tide of despair, he shined the flashlight beam at the rock. Maybe if he could use the magic to move it, he might be able to... Hell, who was he kidding? He'd heard stories of people who'd been crushed into walls by cars. Most of them, maybe all of them, had died as soon as the car was removed, even with emergency personnel standing by. They either bled out or succumbed to shock before they got to the hospital. Even if he got the rock off, there was no way his healing skills were up to the task of handling this kind of massive damage. He didn't even think Edna Soren or Grace Ruiz could do it. And trying to heal her with the rock still in place would be worse than useless. He glanced around quickly, shining the light to take stock of the rest of the rockfall. It appeared to be confined to the entrance to the cavern. At least he hoped the whole passageway hadn't come down. A few small openings in the top meant it was possible if the passageway was still open, fresh air could still get in. He was about to bring the beam back around to Mortensen when he spotted something else. a blood-streaked, mud-caked arm poking out from beneath a jumbled pile of rocks. His expression hardened. Duncan. The producer had bloody well gotten what he deserved then. He knew none of this was Duncan's fault. Not really. He'd been under the influence of the curse, same as everyone else in the town. But given that his greedy meddling had likely rekindled the whole thing in the first place, Stone didn't plan to spare him any sympathy. "Alastair?" He turned his attention back to Mortensen. "I'm here, Edwina. I'm not going anywhere." He slipped off his coat, folded it into a pillow, and gently slid it under her head. "Is that a bit better?" She nodded weakly. "Hurts. I know. I know." He fought back the despair and frustration again. How could he be so bloody useless? He knew magic, damn it. He was supposed to be one of the strongest practitioners in the entire bloody country. And yet here lay this woman, his friend and colleague, in front of him, grievously injured, and he couldn't do a damned thing about it that wouldn't just kill her faster. All his ability, even Trevor Harrison's strange magic which elevated his power to another level, was useless in this situation. He couldn't even try to get out and bring back help. For one thing, there was no help available, and for another, these rocks were stacked on each other like an interlocking puzzle. Moving one could easily bring the whole pile down, crushing Mortensen instantly, and maybe him, too. So here he was, waiting. Mortensen moaned again, and a sob escaped her throat. "I'm going to die, aren't I?" she whispered. "Edwina, don't. Please, Alastair. Please don't lie to me. Please don't." Her voice drifted away and hitched into another sob. He took her hand again. "It's bad," he said softly. "You'll stay with me until—" "I'm not going anywhere," he said, and this time he didn't manage to keep the catch out of his voice. "I promise." Her hand tightened on his. "Magic," she whispered. "All these years, and you never told me." "I'm so sorry. I know. I should have. I was so unkind to you." No, you weren't." She coughed, and her face contorted. "I was. I'm sorry. It wasn't your fault. Edwina, don't talk. You don't need to. I want to talk," she said, and moaned. "Oh, it hurts." He couldn't sit there and do nothing. "Hold on. Let me see." He shifted forward, moving closer to where the rock had crushed her. Blood stained her muddy tunic, gathering beneath her. He didn't want to think about what he'd see if he lifted it up, but he didn't need to. "Let me see if I can do something to help you." He didn't know if he could do it. It was tricky magic in a style he had little affinity for. Verity had tried explaining the concepts, and while he understood them on a purely academic level, he'd never seemed to get his mind around the core empathy required to be truly effective at using them. That was his problem, he knew. It wasn't his mind he needed to get around them. The mind was his realm, the place he felt most comfortable. But empathy wasn't about the mind or the will. It was about the heart, about harmony, about setting things back to the way they should be. He couldn't heal her, he knew that, but perhaps if he could manage to break past his preconceived way of looking at the world for just a few moments, he might be able to ease her pain. "What are you doing?" Mortensen whispered. "Shh. I think I might be able to take some of the pain away." With magic?" "I'm going to try," he said. "No," he corrected. "I'm going to do it." He shifted to magical sight and winced. He knew Mortensen's aura would be a mess, but he'd never looked this closely at such a severe injury before. Her normal red-purple was almost solidly red now, flickering and fading with only hints of the original hue poking through, mostly up near her head. It was noticeably dimmer than normal, and as he watched, a little more of the red-purple trickled away and disappeared. The area around her abdomen was, as he expected, the worst. Muddy and angry and alight with flickering energy. If it weren't for her obvious shock, she would no doubt be in agony right now. How could he do this? He wished Verity or Edna were here, but if they were, he wouldn't be doing it at all. This was all him. If he was going to ease Mortenson's last moments on Earth, he'd have to stop convincing himself he couldn't do it. What was that line from that film Jason had made him watch once? The one with the ridiculous green Muppet? Do or do not, there is no try. He focused on the flickering red energies, trying to gather them together, to bolster them with his own power. They flitted away from him, almost mockingly. At the edge of his awareness, he heard Mortenson moan again. It wasn't working. He closed his eyes and concentrated harder, focusing on nothing but the magic and the tendrils. Again they danced away from him. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, why wasn't it working? And then he heard Verity's voice in his mind, almost as if she were right there speaking to him. You can't force nature, Doc. You have to work with it. You have to feel it. Feel it. He was rubbish at feeling. He always had been, ever since he was a child. Every time he tried it, it blew up in his face. Thinking was safer. Thinking made sense. Mortenson's grip on his arm tightened. Please, make it stop. Stone swallowed and gritted his teeth. He wasn't going to fail at this. He reached out again with his power, but this time, instead of trying to corral the flickering energy and force it into a pattern, he examined it, watching what it did, studying its own pattern. For several seconds, nothing happened, but then, faintly behind it, he began to discern another pattern. It sort of looked like the pale outlines of a coloring book, while the red, painful energies swirled around, coloring outside the lines. Everywhere the energies touched the outlines, brighter spots flared. He was tempted, now that he saw the pattern, to try grabbing the energies and returning them to their normal channels. It seemed as if it would be so easy to... But as soon as he tried it, the red tendrils started to get away from him again. He settled back, let his mind quiet, and then let it fill with images of the Mortenson he'd known over the years. The cat lover, the smart, dedicated professional, the lover of vampires and shapeshifters and trashy paranormal romance books. The woman who'd come to his house and helped him and the traumatized raider understand each other. The way she'd been so frustrated and jealous of being overlooked and passed over for an event she'd worked to set up. Her deep devotion to the supernatural and its study. Her belief in the world on the other side, even though she'd never seen any evidence of it. He almost didn't see it. The red tendrils beginning gently, tentatively, to flow back into their grooves. When he did spot it, he almost upset the fragile balance by trying to hurry it along, but stopped himself just in time. He made himself focus on his grudging affection for Mortenson and her cranky ways, discovering that the energy was easier to nudge now that it was running in its proper channels. With careful, subtle manipulation, he made his final changes, redirecting the channels that ran up from her abdominal area, blocking the energy from flowing from her lower body to her upper. He didn't get it perfect. Verity or Edna probably would have tied everything off with neat bows and completely stopped the pain. But he figured he should quit while he was ahead, before he tried to do too much and ended up breaking the fragile work he'd already managed. Sadly, he didn't think it would have to hold for long. He carefully pulled back, then shifted out of magical sight and sagged back on his heels, shoulders slumping with the effort. He had a new respect for Edna Soren. This stuff was hard work. "There," he rasped. "Did that help?" He could already see it had. Some of the pain had left her face, and she looked more relaxed, despite the occasional wince or shudder. "What did you do? Is it better?" She nodded slowly. "It doesn't hurt so much." Her voice was so weak. "Did you fix it?" He thought for just a moment about lying to her, telling her he'd fixed it and everything would be fine. Instead, he squeezed her hand. "No, I can't do that. I'm not sure anyone could, but I've blocked some of the pain away." His shaking grip on her hand tightened. "I wish I could do more. I'm so sorry, Edwina." "Magic," she whispered. "You do magic. How wonderful." "For all the bloody good it's doing me now. I'm sorry I never told you. I should have trusted you." She was getting pale now. It was evident even under her coating of mud. "I want to tell you something," she said. "Anything." He shifted position until he was sitting next to her, gripping her trembling hand in both of his. "I'm here. I'm listening." "I just want you to know I'm sorry about the way I treated you all these years. It wasn't your fault." "Edwina, please. I told you it's fine. I know I can be a right arse sometimes." She turned her head a little and looked up into his eyes. "I never told you I was almost married once, did I?" That was a surprise, but he supposed it shouldn't have been. She'd been in her 50s when he first met her, so it was certainly possible. He realized he knew next to nothing about her personal life, beyond the fact that she had a sister in Los Angeles and 3 cats. "No, you never told me." "It was just after I left college. I met him there, at Berkeley." Stone, sensing this story wasn't going to end happily, didn't reply. She shifted, gritting her teeth. "He was handsome, brilliant, very charming. I was deeply in love with him. And I thought he was with me, too. We were engaged, but gradually he changed, tired of me, or perhaps I just finally saw him as he truly was. He was verbally abusive, narcissistic. He never missed an opportunity to belittle me, to make himself look better." "I'm so sorry." Stone had a hard time picturing the flinty, confident Mortensen staying with a man like that, but people often changed as they grew older. He certainly wasn't the same person he'd been even 10 years ago. "Then I thought I was pregnant. I was so happy. I thought a child might finally bring us back together, but when I told him, he just laughed. He told me I was on my own and left. By the time I found out it was a false alarm, he disappeared. I never saw him again after that." "Edwina." She squeezed his hand and looked up at him again. "When I met you, you reminded me of him. Handsome, charismatic, never took anything seriously. You even resembled him a little. All these years, I think I projected everything I grew to hate about Jim onto you. I'm not sure I even realized I was doing it." Stone gently swiped her hair off her forehead. "It's all right, Edwina. I forgive you. I'm no prize as a colleague, and that's certain. I could have been kinder to you as well. I wish I had." Her chuckle ended in a wince. "I suppose we all have our regrets. If it matters, I forgive you too." "It does matter," he said. "It absolutely matters." "Will you tell my sister what happened and make sure my cats—" "I promise. I promise." She gave him a faint smile. "Thank you, Alastair. Thank you for showing me the magic." Her voice barely had any volume now. Her aura twitched and faded once again. His throat clenched and hot tears stung his eyes. "Here, Edwina, look at this. Look at the magic." He lifted her head gently into his lap, then switched off the flashlight and raised his hand, summoning magical energy into a dazzling, multi-hued light show that danced around it, illuminating her pale, mud-streaked face in a riot of brilliant color. "So beautiful," she whispered, eyes shining. "So beautiful." He didn't need to watch the light fade in her eyes. Instead, he focused on her aura as it flickered and receded, and felt her body go limp. Slowly, he lowered his hand, letting the light show fade. He didn't turn the flashlight back on. He'd have to get moving soon, but for now, for just a few moments, all he wanted was the darkness. Chapter 52. Verity spun around, dropping the invisibility spell. All around the room the figures lounged, all male, all well-dressed, all of them holding guns on her and Jason. She counted 8 she could see, but couldn't identify which of them had spoken. "Drop your weapons, please, Mr. Sayer," the voice said. If it had come from one of the men in the room, he was a ventriloquist, because none appeared to speak. "You might manage to shoot one of us before the others can act, but even those odds aren't good." The voice was pleasant, with a faint hint of an accent. German, possibly. Verity couldn't tell for sure. "Are you gonna show yourself?" she demanded. "Why not?" The air shimmered around one of the couches on the far side of the room, revealing 3 more figures. A man and 2 young girls. Immediately, 2 of the other men moved behind the couch and pointed their guns at the backs of the girls' heads. Verity barely noticed, though. She was staring at the man. Tall, slim, and dressed in a light gray suit, he appeared perhaps 30 years old. His white blonde hair, clear blue eyes, and even tan made him look like some kind of Eurotrash matinee idol. But his expression, equal parts calculating intelligence and decadent indolence, spoiled the effect. One thing she was sure of: she'd never seen this man before. Next to her, she felt Jason tense. The man smiled. "You can call me Matthias. It's not my real name, but it will do for our time together." He had one arm casually draped around the girl on the left, who wore a sequined gown far too old for her and the makeup of a child beauty queen. The other girl leaning against him had no makeup and was clad in an outfit typical for her age, which couldn't have been more than 8. Both of them were smiling, though the smiles looked far away and disassociated, as if they weren't quite sure where they were. "So you're the head sicko behind this pervert factory," Jason said, his face twisting with disgust. He hadn't dropped the gun yet. "If you like," Matthias said. "I prefer to look at it from a different perspective. Please, Mr. Thayer, the gun. Now. I'd very much hate for one of my friends here to become nervous, and so would one of these young ladies here." Jason sighed and put his gun and the pipe on the floor. "Very good. Thank you. Just kick them toward one of my associates there." As Jason did as he was told, Verity faced Matthias again. "Aren't you going to kill us? Isn't it a little comic book supervillain to keep us around and tell us about your plans?" Matthias's smile grew wider. "Oh, whether I kill you depends very much on you." He tilted his head, looking her up and down. "You're an accomplished mage, Miss Thayer. Better than I expected. I honestly didn't think you'd find your way up here, or at least I thought you'd discover my hidden elevator and opt for that way. Yeah, like we're gonna get in a sealed box you control." Matthias glanced around the room with its 4 sets of closed doors. "And yet you have done just that. It's just too bad you didn't take my wards into account. They weren't designed merely to conceal, but to alert. I knew you were here from the moment you passed through the fire door.
An understandable mistake, especially since, based on your age, I guess you're still an apprentice. Am I correct? Verity didn't answer. Your ruse with my men downstairs was nicely executed, though. I approve. And levitating to the roof, I didn't expect that either. You're quite resourceful for an apprentice. I'd like to meet your master. No, you wouldn't, she said. He'd rip you to pieces. Perhaps he might, but we'll never know, will we? He lounged back, leaning half against the couch and half against the little girl. Honestly, I don't understand why we even have an issue. You're kidding, right? Jason asked. You're a fucking pervert. You're kidnapping kids for sex and charging other perverts to come here. You don't think we'd have a problem with that? I provide a service, Mr. Thea. It is only outdated law and the sentiments of moralizing fools that makes what we do here perversion. We're not hurting anyone. The children are well cared for. They receive good food, entertainment, and what education is necessary. My clients are kind to them. Some even bring gifts for their favorites. You're not hurting anyone? Verity asked, staring at him in shock. You're kidding, right? You kidnapped these kids. You're holding them here against their will and forcing them to have sex with your bunch of perverts. In what reality is that not hurting them? In the background, her thoughts whirled as she tried to figure a way out of this that wouldn't get them or the two girls killed. No way was her shield good enough to stop that much gunfire, and Matthias had already proven that not only could he see her through her invisibility spell, but he apparently had one of his own that was good enough to not only hide this many people, but hide their auras too. For all she knew, he could still be hiding more. Matthias waved an airy hand. It's the nature of the strong to subjugate the weak, Miss Thea. It is the way of the world, and has been as long as history has existed. You and I disagree on what constitutes harm, and in any case, when they no longer fit my client's needs, they will be released, safe and unhurt. You... Jason's fists clenched, and his voice shook with rage. You're fucking kidding, right? You're insane! You actually expect us to believe you'll let them loose? Not like that changes a fucking thing, anyway. With certain mental modifications, yes. We are not monsters, Mr. Thea. As I said, I merely provide a service. Free hint, Chester. I think you pretty much fit the textbook definition of a monster, Verity said. She spread her hands. So what's the plan here? Is this when you ask us to embrace our inner sadist and join up with you so we can all rule the world together? Is that what you meant about not killing us? Miss Thea. Matthias stroked the right-side girl's hair in a way that made Verity want to throw up. Your worldview is so limited, it's truly a shame. He nodded toward two of his men on Jason's side of the room. Let's separate them for a while. I'd like to have more time to talk with Miss Thea. I think I might still be able to persuade her to my way of thinking, though I fear her brother is a lost cause. On second thought. He gestured again toward the two men. Take him and kill him. Dispose of him in the usual way. The two approached, still grinning. As one got closer, Verity could see the double force tattoo on the side of his neck. She gathered magic to her and prepared to strike. It was probably a death sentence for both of them, but she wasn't going to let them take Jason and... From behind them, gunfire filled the hall as the doors slammed open. "Nobody move!" yelled a voice. Chapter 53. It took Stone more than an hour to get out of the cavern. He wanted to go faster, had to keep forcing himself not to go faster, but the risk of upsetting the precarious balance of the rockfall and burying himself made him pick his way with slow, methodical care through the blockage. Standing back and using telekinetic magic to do the work, he removed one rock at a time, floating them over and depositing them in a pile on the opposite side of the chamber from Sarah's makeshift altar. He tried not to look at Mortensen. He hadn't removed the rock that pinned her. There was no need in order to clear the passage, and nothing to be gained from viewing the ruin of her lower body. He'd pulled his coat from behind her head and spread it over her so he didn't have to look.
It didn't seem right to stare into his colleague's lifeless face while he worked. And anyway, the exertion of all the magic he was throwing around and the growing temperature in the cavern had heated him up to the point where he was sweating runnels down through the streaks of mud caking him from head to toe. He discovered early on that some of his pain had come from Duncan's wild shot, which apparently had sliced through his coat and grazed the top of his shoulder. The wound was bleeding, but not serious enough to worry about under the circumstances. He'd have to get it looked at later, along with Denise's slashes, if he got out of this. But for now, his priority was getting out. When he'd finally removed enough rocks to make a hole large enough for him to crawl through, he paused a moment, taking a last look around the cavern. He had no idea if anyone would even risk coming in here to retrieve Mortenson's and Duncan's bodies. If one timber had failed, would that put more stress on the others? If the experts deemed it unsafe, it might be weeks or months, if ever, before anyone came in here to get them out. The thought of some animal entering the passage and feasting on their remains distressed Stone, but he knew it wouldn't be wise to take the time to bury them or cover them in a cairn of rocks. This place could come down at any moment, and the curse was still active. There were still, he hoped, living people in Brunderville he had a chance to save. Finally, he settled for leaving his coat to cover Mortenson. It was a small and futile gesture of respect, but it was all he could give her. Duncan was on his own. He grabbed his leather bag of ritual materials and a flashlight, summoned a protective shield around himself, and levitated to the hole he'd cleared. He hoped it would hold long enough for him to get through, and that the area past it was open. He was already exhausted from moving the rocks. If he had to clear out the rest of the passageway, he could be in trouble. It was a tight fit, and a couple of times the ominous shifting of rocks and creaking of timbers made him move faster than he'd originally planned. But in a few seconds he was through. The flashlight's beam picked out the passage, open and clear as it had been before. At least Duncan's crazed, headlong dash hadn't disturbed anything that he could see. He hurried up the passage until he reached the entrance and squeezed out into the rainy night. For a moment, he just stood there under the open sky, panting in relief, letting the rain wash over him and carry away some of the mud and grime encrusting him. He shivered, the cold slicing at his bare skin. He had to get going. He took a quick look around, as far as he could see in the darkness. Off to his left, in the distance, the smoldering form of the Shangri-La winery glowed faintly, thick smoke still hovering over it. As he predicted, the fire hadn't spread beyond the winery building. Everything outside was far too soaked from the heavy rains to do anything more than send up a lot of smoke. He couldn't see the Brunder place through the trees, so he hitched the leather bag over his uninjured shoulder and set off in that direction. At least he couldn't hear any screams or gunshots. That was a start. Unless they've already all killed each other. Cheery thought, Stone. Do keep that up, won't you? He trudged on, moving as fast as he dared, trying to submerge the vision of Mortenson's bleeding, broken body and pain-filled eyes as she looked to him for help he couldn't give her. He could grieve later. He wondered if any of the liquor in the winery's bar had survived the fire, and planned to investigate that later. But now, he still had things to do. He reached the fire road and turned right, moving at a slow, ground-eating jog toward the rising bulk of the Brunder mansion. Lights burned on the first floor near the back, but other than those, he saw no others. At least the place wasn't on fire. Slowing down, not wanting to get taken out by a stray shot from an upper window if anyone else had a gun, he pulled up a disregarding spell and approached the house's rear entrance. The first door he found was locked, but magic got him through and into a dark hallway. He closed the door behind him, dropping the disregarding spell and shining the light around in front of him. "Hello? Is anyone here?" he called. His voice still came out as a raspy croak from all the dust and smoke he'd been inhaling. He crept along like a cop clearing a crime scene, pushing open doors and shining the light inside to verify no one was there. The last thing he wanted was for someone to get the jump on him from behind. Perhaps he could find the entrance to the basement, find Sarah's body, and take care of the curse before... He pushed open another door and was about to move past when he spotted two dark, prone forms. Neither of them had an aura. He entered the room and shined the beam at them. "Bloody hell," he murmured. It was Randy and Mary Yates, and both were obviously dead. He lay on the floor with a knife buried in his gut, while she was draped over a floral sofa, her throat crudely slashed. From their positions and expressions, it appeared the two of them had killed each other, perhaps when the mild argument Stone had accidentally eavesdropped on earlier that day had escalated, with the help of the curse, into a murderous rage. He let his breath out slowly, wondering how many others he'd find. He was about to retrace his steps and leave the room when a figure leapt up from behind the kitchen counter, and a harsh clunk sound cut through the silence. "Come back to steal my limelight, huh?" Bryce Riley said with a sneer. He held a shotgun pointed directly at Stone. Chapter 54. Verity acted instantly as the room erupted into chaos, flinging a wide-beam concussion spell toward the two gunmen behind the children and throwing them into the back wall before they caught on to what she was doing. Matthias disappeared. "Down!" Jason yelled, diving at Verity and dragging her to the floor. Gunfire boomed all around them. For a second she wasn't sure what was going on, but then she heard Mickey Toro's loud voice shouting, "Don't hit the kids!" Jason rose to a crouch and threw himself at one of Matthias's goons, bullying him into another wall as his gun went off into one of the chandeliers. Verity started heading for the girls, but apparently they were less out of it than she'd initially thought, because they dropped to the floor immediately after Matthias had disappeared. "Jason, we have to find Matthias before he gets away." Mickey Toro sprayed two of the gunmen with the small submachine gun he carried. "You the one in charge?" "Yeah. Good to see you, Mr. Toro," Verity said, panting. "Great timing." She had her shield up now, but so far Toro's men seemed to have the situation in hand.
"Come on, let's find the bastard."
Toro's expression was cold and angry.
"We picked up a few of those perverts trying to make a run for it downstairs, by the way."
"How'd you get up here?"
"Maintenance stairway. We got a floor plan. That's why we took so long to get here."
Jason skidded up next to them. He had his gun back and another one stuck in his belt.
"Any idea where he went?"
Verity shifted to magical sight. It was hard to get anything. The room was alight with agitated auras on both Matthias's side and their own, but she focused on the spot on the couch where he'd been before he disappeared. A faint, magical trace headed in the direction of the room's rear door, but most of it had already faded out. As she watched, the rest of it disappeared as well. "That way," she said, pointing. "But the traces are already gone. I can't track him."
"Let's go."
Toro was already heading that way.
"Leo, with me. Rest of you guys deal with this shit and start looking for more guys and kids. Somebody make sure the kids are safe."
The mobsters had already gotten the upper hand and were starting to mop up the scene. Several of Matthias's men lay bleeding on the floor, along with one of Toro's. One brush-cut guy in a brown suit broke free of the fight and hurried over to join them. "Careful," Verity said as they approached the door. "He was invisible before. He might be again." Toro and Leo flanked the door on both sides, guns raised. Verity used magic to throw it open and they rushed through, sweeping the area. Jason and Verity quickly followed. On the other side was a hallway lined with closed doors running off to the left and the right. "There's gotta be an elevator around here somewhere," Jason said. "We gotta find it."
Toro stood for a moment as if trying to orient himself, then pointed to the left. There. That's the direction the elevators from downstairs would be. They hurried down the hallway and soon found the single elevator, its doors closed. If he got out this way, we'll never catch him, Jason said. Yeah, we will, Toro said. I got guys on the elevators downstairs in the stairway. Anybody comes out that way, we'll get him.
Verity was impressed in spite of herself. Toro might be a murderer, if you could call killing a scummy pervert like Gary Woods murder, but he was damned efficient. Can you leave somebody here to make sure he doesn't get out if he's still up here?
Better than that. He pushed the button to open the door. Stand back. When they did, he fired a burst from his SMG into the control panel. Ain't nobody using that thing tonight. Come on, Jason urged. If he's here, he won't be for long. Rats like that always have multiple exit strategies. He hurried down the hall and shoved open the first door, leading with his gun, then stopped and lowered it. Verity hurried up next to him and looked into the room. 3 girls, none older than 10, sat huddled together on a big bed, staring at them with wide, fearful eyes. Verity swallowed hard, stomach clenching and tears prickling at her eyes. "It's okay," she said softly to them, trying to sound comforting even though she knew it was futile. How could you possibly say anything to comfort someone who'd been through what these kids had? "It's okay, you're safe now. You stay here and we'll be back for you, okay?" Behind her, Mickey Toro looked over her shoulder. "Fuck," he breathed, only loud enough for Verity to hear. Jason was already pushing open the next door, and once again he stopped and lowered the gun. "More kids?" "Yeah." His voice sounded strange, demoralized and disgusted. They were boys this time, 2 of them, about 10 years old, dressed in t-shirts and shorts. They looked as scared as the girls had, and their eyes got even bigger when they spotted Toro's SMG. "Put 'em all together," Toro said. "In with the girls. Leo, you stay with them outside the door. Make sure nobody gets in. Sal!" He barked toward another of his men in the outer chamber. "Bring those 2 little girls, too. Put 'em all in here until we can get 'em all out." Verity and Jason didn't wait. In less than 2 minutes, they'd finished checking the other 2 rooms along the hallway. They found 5 more kids, 3 more girls and 2 more boys, but no sign of Matthias. They gathered the rest of the kids and put them in the first room, then paused for a conference with Toro outside. "My guys have checked the rest of the floor," Toro said, looking angry. "No sign of the fucking bastard. I think he slipped us somehow." "Maybe he got out the way we got in," Jason said. "If he did, no way we're gonna catch him," Verity said, despondent. Damn. They'd been so close, too. She wondered if they'd made a mistake by not calling Roper. Maybe they were overestimating the number of evil left in the LVPD. A full-scale police raid might have rounded Matthias up before he could sneak out. But would they? How would a bunch of mundane policemen stop a guy with his obvious power? Even if she could have clued them in about the magic, most of them wouldn't have believed her. "What do we do now?" she asked. "We get the kids out," Jason said. "Get 'em somewhere safe, then call Roper." "We'll call the cops," Toro said. "Anonymous tip. I'm guessing you 2 don't want to be involved in this any more than we do, yeah?" "Yeah." Verity looked down, still frustrated, picturing Matthias relocating to some other town, maybe somewhere outside the U.S., and setting up his sick little operation all over again. "Come on, let's round up the kids and get 'em out. Mr. Toro, can you keep some guys here to make sure nobody's hiding while we get out?" "Yeah." He got on his radio and started giving orders. "I'm going with you, though, just in case." Jason looked dubious, but Verity was fine with having another guy with a gun on their side. "We gonna take him down the maintenance stairs? That's a long walk for a bunch of freaked-out little kids." "No, we'll go down to the next floor and take one of the regular elevators from there." "Okay, let's get going."
Leo stepped aside to let Verity open the door. The kids were mostly huddled together on the big bed, a couple of them seated on the floor. All of them looked dazed and disoriented. "Okay," Verity said gently. "We're going to get you all out of here now and take you someplace safe where nobody's going to hurt you. Okay?" They looked at her, but their eyes were haunted. Clearly they didn't believe her. Her stomach clenched again, and she wished she had Matthias there so she could kill him herself. She'd have done it without a second thought. "You gotta help us, though, okay? I want you to stay together and come with us. We're going to the elevator. Can you do that for me?" Slowly, the little group got up and, still huddled together, shuffled toward Verity. She gestured at Toro. "Put the guns away," she whispered. Toro, Leo, and Jason all stowed their weapons as the group of kids came tentatively out through the door, looking back and forth as if expecting to be jumped. Several of them looked more scared when they spotted the men, and two of them, a boy and a girl, began to cry. "Hey, it's okay," Toro said, his voice surprisingly soothing. "It's okay. Nobody's gonna hurt you guys, I promise. I got me a little girl, too, about your age, and I love her more than anything in the world. We're gonna take you someplace safe and get you back to your moms and dads, I promise." The kids still didn't look convinced, but they allowed themselves to be herded down the hallway, through the big open room, and past the tapestry into the service area. Toro and Leo went first, keeping watch with their hands on their guns in case anybody else came after them. The kids were next, staying close to each other and moving like small robots. Verity and Jason brought up the rear, both of them silent and lost in their own thoughts. As they drew near the small chamber containing the service elevator, Jason squeezed Verity's hand. "At least we got the kids out alive," he murmured. "That's the most important thing." Verity wasn't so sure he was right. Matthias could just do this again somewhere else with a new group of kids. And she'd seen other children, older ones to be sure, but still children, with the same haunted looks in their eyes that these kids had. Hell, she'd been one not so many years ago, albeit for a different and less horrific reason. They wouldn't just go home to their parents and recover from this. Not even if Matthias had put some kind of mind magic on them so they wouldn't remember the details. Their conscious minds might not remember, but some part of them would. She hoped they could all get the help they needed and eventually be able to put this behind them. But at best, it would be a long road. She studied them as they waited for the elevator to arrive, noting how, even though they stayed close to each other, most of them didn't interact. A couple of the girls clutched each other's hands, but for the most part, all 13 of them were little islands, each submerged deeply into a personal world they wouldn't or couldn't share with anyone else. Wait a minute. Hadn't there been 12 kids, 8 girls and 4 boys? Now there were 5 boys. "Jason, Toro, we got an extra kid here." She frowned at the boys, her gaze settling on one she didn't remember seeing back in the rooms. She felt the swell of magical power, and managed to get her shield up just as a wave of force flew out and slammed her, Jason, Leo, and Toro back into the walls. But she still staggered back and lost her balance enough that she wasn't fast enough to stop what happened next. Chapter 55. Stone sighed. At this point, Riley's appearance was more frustrating and exasperating than terrifying. "Mr. Riley, put the damn gun down before you hurt someone." "Yeah, I'm gonna hurt someone. You." He glanced sideways toward the door, as if he thought someone might bust in on them. Stone didn't miss the look of fear in his eyes. "What's wrong? Expecting someone?" Riley was panting almost to the point of hyperventilation. He still wore his leather jacket, but his shirt was untucked and dirty. and his expression was scattered, shifting between fear and rage. He glared at Stone. "You shut the fuck up! I gotta find Larry. We gotta finish the shoot. You're off the project. Larry said so." "Larry's dead," Stone said. He pulled up an invisible shield around himself, just in case Riley got trigger-happy. "What? You're shitting me. Wait." The gun wavered, then settled again on Stone. "Wait. You killed him, didn't you? You killed him so you could take over." "Take over what, you prat?" Stone didn't have time for this. "Put the bloody gun down now. I've got no more patience for idiot prima donnas." "Shut up, shut up! I'm the star, not you. I make the rules. You got that? You might have Larry fooled, but not me." His eyes narrowed in his reddened face. Suddenly he wheeled at the door. "Everybody leave me alone!" he screamed, and fired. The shotgun went off almost as loudly as Duncan's gun had in the cavern, blowing a foot-diameter hole in the door. Stone acted instantly, using magic to wrench the gun from Riley's hands and fling it across the room. Riley shrieked in rage and dived after it, but Stone grabbed him in a telekinetic hold and slammed him down on a chair next to the floral sofa where Mary Yates lay. He was about to direct a concussion beam at him when another thought broke in and stopped him. He could use an ally. He didn't know if the curse would try to prevent him from reaching Sarah's body, or how many other crazed townspeople and TV crews still remained alive and at large. He'd be vulnerable during the ritual. Bryce Riley wouldn't be his first pick, or even his fifth, but right now he had little choice in the matter. He maintained his hold on Riley, pressing him against the chair to prevent him from getting up, and quickly crossed the room to him. Riley's eyes widened, his face still blooming with rage. "What the fuck? Get away from me, I'll kill you! Shut up!" Stone ordered. He clamped his hand over the struggling star's forehead and quickly wove a mental shield. It wasn't as good as the one he'd put up on Mortensen, but if it had to last longer than an hour, something had gone terribly wrong. When he finished, he stepped back and released the hold. For a couple seconds, Riley continued to struggle as if on autopilot. Then he let his breath out in a long, loud exhalation and stared up at Stone. His eyes held sanity now, but still fear, too. "What the fuck?" he breathed. "What the fuck happened to me?" "Long story," Stone said. "Come on, I need your help." Riley blinked. "My help? To do what? Tell me what's going on. Everybody was after me. They were chasing me with axes. Nick tried to come onto me, and Kelly threw a chair at him, and Cody tried to fucking take my head off with a baseball bat." Stone wasn't at all surprised, given the crew's general opinion of Riley. "We've got to stop them," he said. "What do you remember? What happened with the shoot?" Riley shook his head, swiping his hair off his forehead. "Man, the whole thing just went to hell. It was fucking insane. Everything went wrong. Everybody started yelling at everybody else. Like I said, Nick came on to me, and I got pissed. Then Kelly got jealous and flipped out and tried to kill Nick. Rita went after Larry, and then Larry realized you weren't there, yelled something about you stealing his gold, and took off before Rita could get another shot at him." He gripped his head with both hands. "Am I going batshit?" "No," Stone said. "You're not anymore, and we need to stop this so everyone else isn't either. You're going to help me." Riley glared at him, but it was more of a "I have no idea what's going on" sort of glare than an angry one. He looked Stone up and down. "What the fuck happened to you, man? You look like hell." "Long story," Stone repeated. "Do you know where the basement of this place is?" "Is Larry really dead?" Riley glanced toward the door again. "Yes, he really is, and no, I didn't kill him. Riley, where's the basement?" "What's in the basement?" he asked suspiciously. "The source of all this. If I can find it, I can make them all stop. You don't want people coming after you with axes, do you? You might be an annoying arse, but being an annoying arse isn't a capital offense. You can make them stop? His gaze darted between Stone and the door. How? Too hard to explain, but I promise you I can do it. First, though, we need to find the basement. He wondered if Riley was otherwise impaired, perhaps from too much overindulgence in his room before the shoot. Yeah, come with me, but give me the gun back. If they come after me again, you want to what? Kill your co-workers? Trust me, Riley, you don't want to do that. I can handle them if they come after us. Riley snorted, looking him over again with contempt. Yeah, right. I handled you, didn't I? Now come on. Do you know where it is? The basement? Riley reluctantly followed him out of the room, with several nervous glances toward the two dead Yateses. Yeah, but it's locked up tight. They showed us the door on the tour. Show me. You aren't gonna... Stone spun on him, his patience exhausted. Yes, I am. Now show me the damn door. Apparently, he'd finally hit the right amount of authority in his tone, or Riley was just done arguing. Fine. Come on. But there's no way you're gonna get past the lock. It's fucking massive. He turned left and headed down the hallway. Halfway down, he stopped, pointing. There. See what I mean? He was right. It was a big lock. The old-fashioned door was bound with iron, held shut with a heavy hasp and a rusting lock the size of a child's fist. He wondered what else was down there, or what else people thought was down there that would warrant this kind of protection. Popping this one would take some effort. All right, stand back and keep a watch for anyone coming. What are you gonna do? Riley took a step back, hovering in the hallway behind him. Stone concentrated on the lock. It wasn't anywhere near as easy as door locks in good repair. With those, he could simply use magic to release them. This one would require main force, something he had in short supply at the moment. Sweat broke out on his forehead, and he began to shake from the exertion. Hey, dude, you're gonna pop a blood vessel, Riley said nervously. What the hell are you trying to do? Let's just go get the shotgun and— Quiet, Stone rasped. He gripped the lock in both hands, directing power with more precision into its jammed-up workings. How long had it been since anyone had opened this door? He doubted the Yateses had ever even looked in their basement. How could someone live in a house with a locked door like this and not be the least bit curious about what was behind it? There could be a bloody dimensional portal down there, or some sleeping, horrific creature, or a cache of old dynamite left over from the mining or logging days. How could they stand not knowing? Stone? Quiet, he snapped again. The shotgun would never get through this door, despite what happened in the movies. If he couldn't get it soon, he'd need to go in search of another axe and see if he could convince Riley to try taking the door down that way. He wondered if Riley's Hollywood-sculpted physique was actually capable of doing real work, or— With a sudden, loud scrape, the rusty shackle popped and the lock sprang free. It dropped to the floor with a clunk that echoed through the hall like a gunshot. Holy shit, Riley said, moving in for a closer look. How the hell did you do that? Leverage, Stone said, distracted. Come on. He pushed open the door, revealing a rickety wooden staircase descending into blackness. Riley looked at it dubiously. You sure you want to go down there, dude? Those stairs look pretty shaky. Come on, Stone repeated. He was once again rapidly losing patience with the man. Riley wasn't much better with the mental shield up, but at least he wasn't trying to kill him at the moment. He counted that as a positive. He shined the light down the staircase. The basement formed a single large room with a dirt floor, about 20 feet on a side, and open except for a few support columns breaking up the space. Most of the room was empty, with a few large shrouded objects, rusting tools, and wooden boxes stacked up along the walls and one large covered pile in the center. "There's nothing down here but old shit," Riley said. Stone ignored him, switching to magical sight. The red fog was strong here, filling the whole room from floor to ceiling and creeping up the stairs into the house. It was no wonder the TV crew had all freaked out so badly and so fast. This, not the shrine in the mining chamber, was probably the epicenter of the new, upgraded curse. Stone was sure now that Sarah had never intended things to go as far as they had. She'd only wanted vengeance on her father and the original townspeople of Brunderville for what they did to her beloved Zeke. But her murder at the hands of her father, along with the Leyline's presence, had made things exponentially worse. "Dude, what are you—" Riley grabbed his shoulder, the injured one. With no thought and a snarl of rage, Stone wheeled around and slammed Riley against the opposite wall with a concussion beam. Riley's eyes got huge. He gaped at Stone as if he'd just seen a real, unmistakable ghost, raising both hands to ward him off. "Dude, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What the hell?" Then he got a good look at Stone's shoulder and must have realized what he'd done. "Oh, fuck. My bad, dude. I didn't mean to." Stone got in his face, and the rage he vented had nothing to do with the curse. "Listen to me, Riley," he said. "I have no more patience. I'm tired. I'm freezing. I hurt, and I just watched a good friend die because of your idiot boss's greed and stupidity. If I don't stop this curse, the rest of your dysfunctional lot and everyone else in this godforsaken town are all going to slice each other up like Sunday barbecue. I'm going to say this once. Either help me or get the hell out of here, or I'll put you down to keep you out of my way. So what's it going to be?" The tone of deadly calm had gradually risen in volume and intensity until at the end he was shouting. Riley scrabbled at the wooden floor, pushing backward into the wall as if trying to shove himself through it. His breath came in terrified gasps. How did he began, then apparently figured out that perhaps he didn't want to know. Okay, I'll help you. Just back off, okay? I'll do it." Stone backed off, breathing almost as hard as Riley was. "Right," he said, in a calmer tone. "Good. What do you want me to do?" Riley was eyeing him warily, keeping his distance. "Come inside with me and hold the light." Stone handed him the flashlight, then pushed through the door and carefully began picking his way down the rotted staircase, staying close to the wall. It creaked under his weight, but held. Riley watched until Stone made it safely to the dirt floor, then gingerly retraced his steps. "Wait a sec," he said when he reached the bottom. He shined the light at Stone. "Did you say something about stopping the curse?" "Yes." Stone had already moved into the room and was looking around with magical sight, trying to pick out any anomalies in the solid wall of swirling red fog. They didn't have time to dig up the whole floor looking for Sarah's bones, so he hoped he'd see some signs to help narrow things down. "You mean the Brunderville curse? You know of another one? Shine the light over here, please." Riley, who hadn't moved from the foot of the stairs, did as directed. "So, the curse is real? You tell me. Do you think your co-workers hate you enough to go after you with axes if they were in their right minds?" When Stone didn't spot anything unusual in his scan of the clear areas of the floor, he returned to the center of the room and pulled the dusty cloth cover off the tall pile of objects there, revealing carefully stacked wooden boxes and several pieces of heavy, rotted wooden furniture. "Help me with these, please. We need to look underneath." Riley still didn't move. "So you're saying everybody went batshit because the curse made them do it?" "Yes," Stone said with growing impatience. "Get over here and help me." He picked up one of the boxes and, with the help of a bit of magic, put it aside. Then Riley walked slowly over and picked up another box. How come I'm not trying to kill you anymore? Oh man, I tried to take Nick's head off because he came on to me. I didn't even know he was gay. I mean, I don't swing that way personally, but I got no problem with it. Wasn't your fault. Stone picked up another box. The curse amplifies desire. His mind went back to the scenes with Denise back at the Shangri-La. He might have fancied you but never said anything about it before, but the curse brought it out. Riley swallowed and picked up another box. But why am I not doing it anymore? I was gonna blow you away up there just 'cause I thought Larry was paying too much attention to you and trying to push me out. How fucked up is that? He prepared to toss the box aside. You must have thrown it off, Stone said. Stop, he added, with sudden urgency. Don't do that. Do what? Riley stopped in mid-throw. Throw those. We don't know what's in them. This is a mining town. It could be explosives. Riley went visibly pale under his tan. Holy shit, he breathed, and practically tiptoed over to the spot where Stone had been stacking the boxes. Do you think so? Do you want to find out? Stone added another box to the stack. One more row of boxes, and they'd clear the floor. He had a good feeling about this. If Brunder had killed his daughter and buried her in the basement of his mansion, he'd want to make sure to cover up the spot well in case anyone got suspicious. What are you looking for, anyway? With far more care than before, Riley hefted another box and added it to the stack. A buried body. Riley stopped and stared. You're shitting me. You mean a dead body? Clearly, for all his on-screen charisma, Bryce Riley wasn't the sharpest knife in the drawer. People don't generally bury live ones. Yes, a long-buried body, Sarah Brunder's, to be specific. And you think it's here? He indicated the area they were clearing. I hope so. Move that last box and I'll have a look. Riley did so, leaving a cleared area covered by an oilcloth tarp. Stone gathered it up and draped it over the remaining pieces of furniture, then shifted to magical sight and examined the spot. Pay dirt. He knew as soon as he looked at it that they'd found the right place. The glow here was much brighter, and now that the area was cleared, he could see that the fog originated here, pumping up to roll over the floor, up the stairs, and out into the rest of the town. What are you staring at? Riley asked from behind him. I found what we're looking for. Stone glanced around the room until he spotted the pile of tools and pointed. See if you can find a couple of shovels over there. Wait, how do you know you found what we're looking for? It doesn't look any different than the rest of the floor. I just know, Stone said with a sigh. Find some shovels or pickaxes, anything we can dig with. He turned back to the spot, studying it. He hoped the ground wasn't too hard down here. Stone? Riley called. His voice had an odd edge, quiet and stressed. What? Remember what you said about explosives? Yes. Dude, take a look at this. Stone grabbed the flashlight from where they'd left it and strode over to where Riley stood facing a pair of wooden boxes stacked next to the wall. He'd obviously pulled another dusty tarp off them, looking for shovels. Stone shined the beam on them and stiffened as he read the faded text stenciled on the side. Dangerous. Explosive. Dynamite. Allied Logging Company, Incorporated. Chapter 56. Matthias stood on the far side of the room. He'd snatched two of the children and held them now, immobile and terrified, in front of him, with a gun pressed to one's head in such a way that if he fired it, the bullet would pass through it and kill the second child as well. Everyone stop, now, he ordered. Oh God, he hid with the kids and I didn't even think to look for it. Stupid. Verity looked around. Jason lay in a stunned heap a few feet away from her.
Toro and Leo were scrambling up, dazed. The rest of the children had fallen into a tangled pile, still conscious, but making no effort to stand back up. Their robotic eyes lit up with fresh terror. Leo went for his gun, but Toro barked, "No! He'll shoot the kids." "Boss, put it down, Leo." "Yes, Leo," Matthias said with a mocking smile. "Put it down. You too," he said to Toro. When the two of them laid their guns down and kicked them away, he turned his attention to Verity. "And you, little witch. If you make a move, I'll kill these children, and then I'll kill you. Do you doubt me?" That was the problem. She didn't doubt him. She knew he'd do exactly what he said he'd do. "So what now? Are you going to kill us?" Jason groaned and stirred, but didn't get up. "Again, that is up to you." He stroked the side of the little boy's head with the gun barrel in a disgustingly sensual motion. "It's unfortunate that you had to notice my subterfuge. If you hadn't, I would simply have made my escape with the rest of the children, and none of you would ever have seen or heard from me again. But now, this complicates matters." He considered. "I could still simply escape, but I suspect at this point if I were to let you go, you especially, you wouldn't rest until you tracked me down, and I do believe you when you say you know others who might be better equipped to do it. So best if I tie up loose ends, I think, much as I'd rather not." He nodded to Toro, then pointed at Jason. "You. Kill him." "You're fucking kidding," Toro protested. "I ain't killing anybody, you fucking perverted scum. Except you if I get a chance." "Do it," Matthias said, "or I will kill one child every minute until you do. And please don't waste your time trying to shoot me. My magic will prevent your bullets from reaching me." Verity froze. "No, you can't." She'd been hoping if they could stall long enough, either some of Toro's men might come up to investigate, or she'd figure out some way to use magic against Matthias. The problem was, she believed him. He was undoubtedly watching her aura, and he'd spot any telltale signs of hostile magic. Think. There had to be a way. She might be able to get off some indirect magic, if there was anything she could use it on. The room was featureless, so she couldn't drop anything on his head, and if she tried to throw anything, a gun or even one of the other kids, at him, he'd stop it instantly. Think, Verity. What would Stone do? He'd undoubtedly come up with a clever way out of this situation. He always did. But would even he be able to do it before Matthias pulled the trigger? He was good, but he didn't move any faster than Verity did. With obvious great reluctance, Toro had picked the SMG back up. "You're gonna kill these kids anyway," he snapped, clearly trying to stall. "I give you my word I will not," Matthias said. "I know you don't believe me, but you have little choice, do you?" "You're lying," Verity said. "How the hell are you powering all this stuff? The wards, the illusions, without killing people? Are you sucking power from the kids? Is that why they're acting like zombies?" He glared at her. "You know so little, apprentice, if you think so. Now enough talk. Kill him." Think, think, think! Verity's mind felt like it had seized up, her thoughts tumbling and incoherent. She felt like she had once back in school, when she hadn't studied for a test, and all the problems on the page could have been written in Swahili for all the comprehension she had of how to solve them. It was only when she'd allowed herself to calm down and focus that she'd been able to get through them. "But I don't have time to calm down and focus. He's gonna kill Jason if I don't do something." But none of Stone's lessons would work here, and Edna's were useless. What would she do? Heal the guy to death? And then, in a sudden moment of frightening clarity, a thought slid into place in her mind. A memory of the time a few days ago when she'd helped the kid in the motorcycle accident. How she'd taken control of his energy flow and used her own energy to set it right. What if she could use that same energy to set it wrong? If she'd had time to think about it, the thought would have been abhorrent to her. That wasn't the way that kind of magic was meant to be used.
That wasn't what Edna had taught her in her lessons about how to use the power of the natural world to bring things into their proper balance. But she didn't have time to think about it. She only had one chance. Toro, still trying to stall, had swung his gun barrel around to point at Jason, who still lay stunned on the floor. Toro's gaze met hers, pleading with her to do something, anything, so he didn't have to kill her brother. Matthias was too far away. She'd never done it from this distance before. She didn't have Jason's power to draw on, and her bracelet was depleted. But the principle was the same, and there was no reason she couldn't do it from a distance, just because she'd never tried. Think outside the box. That was the lesson Stone had drummed into her over and over again. Always consider the unexpected. "Please!" she cried, dropping to her knees and shifting to magical sight. Matthias wasn't hiding his aura anymore. It was red, fading to gold on the edges, brilliant and vibrant, confident. "Please don't kill Jason. I'll do whatever you want, just don't kill him." It wasn't hard to sell it. Her heart pounded with fear. No fear. Focus. "I'm afraid it's too late for that," Matthias said. And then to Toro, "Do it." Verity reached out and took hold of that red and gold aura. She didn't try for subtlety or care. She knew as soon as he noticed what was happening, she'd be lost. She'd have to do it hard and fast, and she had no idea what was going to happen. As soon as her mind locked onto a flow of energy, she paid no attention to where in his system it was. She merely grabbed hold of it and wrenched it sideways until she felt it shatter, like an orderly marching column of ants that suddenly had a bomb dropped on it. Her head exploded with pain, and she heard herself scream. She heard Matthias scream. She heard several of the children scream. She heard something clatter to the floor. She heard the deafening staccato of gunfire. She heard nothing. Chapter 57. "Why the fuck would they store fucking dynamite in the basement of a fucking house?" Riley demanded, fear pitching his voice higher. "Dude, we gotta get out of here." "Not yet." Stone had to admit it was a good question, though. Allied Logging Company. This isn't from the Gold Rush era. It's from when this place was a logging town in the 30s. Did they use dynamite for logging? He didn't know, but evidence suggested they did. "Does it matter?" Riley grabbed his arm. "Come on, that stuff could go up any minute and blow this whole place to hell." "It's been here this long. As long as we don't jostle it or get fire near it, it should be fine for another hour or so." In truth, Stone wasn't at all crazy about the idea of staying down here with at least 2 crates of old, unstable dynamite either. But the curse was even more of a threat at the moment. "Come on, help me and we'll get out of here faster." "No way, man. If you want to do this, knock yourself out, but I'd rather take my chances with the crazies upstairs and get my ass blown to smithereens." He shoved a rusted spade at Stone and headed for the stairway. "If you're half as smart as you think you are, you'd come with me." Stone thought for a moment about trying to stop him, but it was pointless. If he used magic to imprison him here, he still wouldn't be any help with the digging, and having to pay attention to him would only fragment his concentration. "Fine. Go then, but close the door behind you." Riley didn't answer. He took a last glance at Stone, then turned and ran up the stairs toward the door. He made it 3/4 of the way up before the rotted wood gave way and splintered beneath his weight. His foot plunged through, and something cracked as he was pitched sideways. Screaming and flailing his arms, he lunged for the door at the top of the stairs, but his hands slipped as it swung inward. He lost his balance and tumbled back to the basement floor with a loud crash. A rain of broken wood pattered down on him as the entire top section of the rickety stairway gave way and plummeted after him. Bloody hell. Stone tossed the spade aside and hurried over to him. "Riley?" The other side star lay there, clutching his leg and making no attempt to get up, his face drawn into a rictus of pain.
"Oh, fuck," he yelled. "I think my fucking leg's broken."
Stone's sympathy for Riley's antics had gone the way of his patience. "Did you hit your head?" "No, but are there any bones poking through anything?" "No, but are you in danger of bleeding out?" "No, but, dude, you'll just have to cope then, won't you?" Stone turned his back on him and returned to the middle of the room, where he retrieved the spade. Thanks to Riley's foolishness, he'd have to do all the digging on his own, which would make things go a lot slower. At least the crash hadn't set off the dynamite.
"Dude, you gotta help me."
"What do you want me to do? You're not dying. Just stay quiet. I'll help you when I'm done here."
"But the stairway's fucked. We're trapped here. How are we supposed to get out?"
"We aren't, unless you belt up and let me get on with this," Stone snapped. Riley started to protest, but got a good look at Stone and clearly got the message that he wasn't kidding. He subsided into glaring silence, except for the occasional moan of pain or muttered bit of profanity. Stone ignored him and jammed the spade into the ground. The photos he'd seen of Jacob Brunder, along with the vision he'd gotten back in the cavern, had all indicated that while Brunder was a big man, he was portly and likely unaccustomed to any kind of physical labor. That, Stone hoped, would work to his advantage. Perhaps he'd dug a shallow grave, since he didn't expect anyone to investigate what he'd done. Not that Stone himself was any kind of impressive physical specimen. He wished ardently that Jason were here right now, but at least he kept himself in shape, and he definitely had motivation to get this done as soon as possible. He glanced nervously over at the 2 boxes of dynamite, wondering if there were more around here he hadn't seen yet, and pulled up a shovelful of dirt. Fortunately, the ground wasn't rock hard. Either the rain had softened it, or it was just naturally soft down here. Either way, the shovelfuls of dirt came up without too much difficulty. Not too much being a relative phrase, given how tired and stiff Stone already was from the night's activities. He soon got into a rhythm, bending to scoop up a shovelful, tossing it aside, and bending to scoop another. The slashes on his chest and the furrow in his shoulder both started bleeding again as his movements opened them up, but he couldn't do anything about that, so he gritted his teeth and tried his best to ignore them. Behind him, Riley watched with occasional winces and moans. Stone continued to ignore him. After a few minutes, his spade hit something that wasn't dirt. He stopped, leaning on the shovel and giving himself a few seconds to catch his breath. He might be in shape, but distance running didn't do a very good job of preparing one for ditch digging. If this sort of thing was going to become a habit, he'd have to start hitting the university gym when he got home. If he got home. That was by no means a foregone conclusion yet.
"Why are you stopping?"
Riley croaked from the other side of the room.
"Find something?"
"I think so." Curious, Riley began dragging himself closer.
"Is it the body?"
"I don't know yet." Stone crouched next to the hole, moving the flashlight so it shined into it. The beam illuminated a section of heavy oilcloth wrapped around something he couldn't identify. "Have you got a knife?"
"Yeah. Hang on."
Now that it appeared Stone had validated his claims that something was indeed buried under the floor, Riley showed more interest in the proceedings. He fumbled in his pocket, wincing as he jostled his broken leg, and tossed Stone a Swiss Army knife.
"Fuck, this hurts."
"Not much longer." Stone caught the knife, opened the largest blade, and sliced at the oilcloth. It gave way easily, rotted from being buried so long, and he grabbed both sides of the slashed fabric and ripped a large hole. "Well," he murmured, "pleasure to finally make your acquaintance, Sarah. You've caused a lot of trouble around here." From inside the wrapped oilcloth, a dusty skull grinned up at him, a few hanks of long, dark hair still clinging to it. He'd uncovered her head and the upper part of her torso, which was still encased in a plaid miner shirt. She must have worn it as a disguise when trying to escape. The bones of her neck appeared oddly twisted and broken. Stone pictured the looming, livid Jacob Brunder, his big hands wrapped around his screaming daughter's slender neck, and bowed his head a moment. So many lives lost because of the man's pig-headed unwillingness to allow his only child to be happy. "Whoa," Riley breathed, lurching closer and gaping down into the open grave. "Is that her? Mr. Riley, meet Sarah Brunda." A thought occurred to him then. He carefully cleared away the dirt covering the lower portion of Sarah's torso and pulled open her faded shirt. As he suspected, a tiny figure of smaller, more delicate bones lay curled where her abdomen would have been. And her unborn child. For what might have been the first time in his adult life, Bryce Riley was speechless. After a moment, he said softly, "She was—" Stone nodded. He felt as if he should do something to acknowledge Sarah's horrific fate, but they didn't have time. He had no idea what was going on upstairs, and he still had no desire to be around the dynamite any longer than he had to. "Back up, please, and hand me that black bag. I want to get this done." Riley did so with obvious reluctance, wincing all the way. "What are you going to do? And you still haven't told me how we're getting out of here." Stone opened the leather bag and began creating a quick circle around the grave. With magical sight, he could see the red energy brighter than ever, pouring out of the grave with even more intensity than before. "Don't fight me, Sarah. You want this as much as I do." "I'm going to help Sarah move on, so all this madness will stop." "Huh?" He hooked a thumb at the grave. "You mean she's the reason for the curse?" "Right in one. Be quiet for a moment, please." Stone finished with the circle and began setting up the other components. Good thing he'd brought a large selection this time. It had been a while since he'd had to do 2 rituals this close together without time to restock. "What's that stuff? What are you doing?" "Quiet," Stone said again, more sharply. When he finished setting up the circle, he stood back and examined it. He'd done it quickly, but he couldn't afford any mistakes. Sarah Brunder clearly wasn't ready to release her hold on the town on her own. He turned to Riley, who was watching from a few feet away, clutching his broken leg. "Mr. Riley, we're almost done here, but this is the critical part of what I'm doing. If things go well, it will only take a few minutes, but in that few minutes I need you to be absolutely quiet and remain where you are. Don't come near the circle and don't distract me. Understood?" "What the hell are you going to do?" Riley demanded, eyeing the circle. "That looks like some kind of magic circle. Selena uses them on the show sometimes, but it's all bogus." "This one isn't bogus. Will you do that for me?" "What are you going to do, talk to her ghost or something?" "Something like that." Stone sighed loudly. "Riley, no more talk, please. We don't have a lot of time." Riley looked like he'd object, but finally lay back against one of the boxes they'd piled up. "Okay, knock yourself out, man. But hurry!" "Fast as I can, but these things can't be rushed." He took a few deep breaths to calm his mind, then stepped into the circle and shifted to magical sight. The red fog swirled around him, licking at him like waves in an unquiet sea. Stone ignored it, concentrating on Sarah. "Sarah, can you hear me? I spoke with you before, remember? Back where you performed your ritual." For a while, nothing happened. The foggy tendrils continued pawing at him with increasing intensity, and he had to pause to reinforce his mental shields against them as he felt the anger beginning to rise. He'd been right that this was the epicenter. This was powerful, primal magic that had grown and fed on Sarah's desire for vengeance and the ley line's potency for well over 100 years. Like a river eroding a slow, inexorable path through a valley, the initial curse had dug in deep, and damming it, or even forcing it to change direction, wouldn't be easy. "Sarah, Are you there? And then, suddenly, he felt another presence in the room. It rose up out of the grave and hovered there, shifting and silvery and indistinct in front of him. Stone faced it. Sarah, we have to end this. You've had your vengeance. It served its purpose. You don't have to lie in a forgotten grave any longer. I will make sure you're remembered properly, you and your child, but you've got to stop this and move on. A flash of anger in his mind. For a second, the swirling figure took on a human face. A pretty young woman, her face darkened with rage. Sarah, I promise you'll be remembered properly, you and your child, and Zeke. I promise history will record what your father did to you. More anger and denial. At the edges of his awareness, Stone heard Riley say something. Damn you, Riley, I told you to keep quiet. He couldn't deal with the man now. He refocused his attention on Sarah, beginning to subtly weave magic around the swirling figure. If she wouldn't go on her own, he'd have to force her to go. It wasn't the method he'd prefer, but time was short. If he could cut her off from the red energy sustaining the curse before she caught on to what he was doing, she'd no longer be able to maintain her hold on this plane. She'd have to pass on. And without the vestiges of her will to sustain it, the curse would collapse on itself. Stone! This time, Riley's voice, bright with terror, cut through his concentration. Glaring, he turned his head, trying to split his focus between Sarah and Riley. As soon as he did, he heard more voices, yelling voices above him. And was that smoke? Gods, no. Not again. There he is! One of the voices screamed. Two figures loomed in the open doorway at the top of the ruined stairs. Kill him! Cried another. Burn him out! Something flared and streaked down into the basement toward Riley. With a yelp, he jerked himself away, and the burning torch landed on top of the pile of boxes he and Stone had moved off the grave. Instantly, the dry wood ignited. Stone! Riley yelled again, scrabbling toward the circle. Panic filled his voice. Stone, his heart pounding and his breath coming fast, spun back around to the floating form above the grave. Sarah, he pleaded, you've got to end this. You've got to pass on, or a lot of innocent people will die. We mean you no harm. We never harmed you. Do you want us to die too? Denial. Anger. Rage. Stone! Riley had lurched only feet away from the circle now. Stone fought down panic of his own. If the fire, or even the heat from it, reached those crates of dynamite, the whole place could go up. He turned back to Sarah again, and a desperate thought seized him. If he couldn't plead with her, perhaps he could shock her. Sarah, this is your doing, you know. Your own curse killed your child. Rage, anger, and then confusion. It did, Sarah. You know it. Your father never would have killed you. Otherwise he wouldn't have kept you prisoner. He'd have killed you with Zeke. He only wanted to keep you prisoner until the child was born. Horrible, yes, but you and the child would have survived if not for your own desire for vengeance. The heat was rising around him, and Riley was screaming as he frantically scrabbled toward the ruined staircase. Sarah, you know I'm right. He took another chance, sharpening his focus on the Sarah thing, and his hunch was rewarded as he spotted another figure, tiny but distinct, swirling around her. Sarah, you've got to pass on, for your child's sake if not your own. Do you want your mad vengeance to imprison your child here forever? Is that what you want for the only thing you have left of Zeke? Denial, confusion, realization, horror, sudden, overwhelming guilt. Stone, I can't get out! Riley screamed and coughed. Come on! For a second, just a second, the swirling figure resolved itself again, this time fully. Instead of mist, a translucent young woman stood in front of Stone, her face sad now instead of enraged. A tiny baby clutched at her. She looked at Stone with pleading eyes,
Go, he said gently. Take your rest. Both of you. You don't have to fight anymore. The figure regarded him a moment longer. Then she nodded, just once, and she and the baby faded away. A second later, the flowing red fog began to recede as well, settling back into the grave as if someone had run the film in reverse. "Stone!" Riley shrieked. Stone vaulted out of the circle and over to Riley in 2 long strides. The flames were still focused on the pile of boxes in the middle of the floor, but were licking up high enough they threatened the basement ceiling any moment. Black smoke swirled. Stone crouched next to Riley. "Grab onto me and hang on," he snapped. "Do not let go. What are you? Do it!" Riley, in full-blown panic now, flung his arms around Stone's neck and locked his hands together in a crushing grip. Stone barely noticed the pain, focusing fully on the levitation spell. He and the screaming Riley lifted off the ground and floated upward through the still open door. The figures were gone now, so they had a straight shot up and out. The smoke hadn't reached up here yet, but they had no time to pause. He darted his gaze back and forth, identifying the nearest exit. Down the hall to his left, the wide-open front door swung wildly in the wind. He didn't drop the spell. No amount of adrenaline at this point would have given him enough strength to physically carry Riley far enough to get them both out. Instead, he redirected them in a straight shot toward the opening. They popped out of the house and kept going, Riley still maintaining his death grip around Stone's neck. As soon as they cleared the door, Stone threw a shield around them, but still didn't drop the levitation. If the house blew, they'd need to be as far away as they could. 50 feet out, his strength finally failed. The levitation spell fizzled, pitching the two of them face first into the graveled street, but he managed to keep the shield up. He had to keep the shield up, otherwise— Barely conscious now, fighting to maintain the shield over himself and Riley, Stone heard a series of deafening booms behind him as the fire finally reached the dynamite. He twisted to look back over his shoulder in time to see the Brunder mansion explode and erupt into wild flame. A second later, the shockwave hit, tumbling them forward, followed almost instantly by a rain of debris. As awareness finally left him and the spell failed, his last wild thought was one of mad amusement. I doubt George Landry will be going through with that donation to the department after all. Chapter 58. Verity awakened to streaming sunlight. Groaning, she dragged her arm up to cover her eyes. Her arm seemed to weigh 50 pounds, and her head felt like someone had run it through a meat grinder sideways. "V? You awake?" "Jason!" She sat up fast and immediately regretted it, but she didn't care. There he was, sitting in a chair next to the bed where she lay. "You're alive!" "Yeah, thanks to you from what they tell me. You okay?" "I feel like somebody ran over my head with a truck." She put her hand to her forehead as images flooded back to her, and she stiffened. "Jason, the kids, Matthias, where are we? What happened?" She started to scramble out of bed, but he gently pushed her back. "Calm down, everything's fine. The kids are fine. Well, as fine as they can be, all things considered. They're safe now, anyway." She looked around at her surroundings. It wasn't a hospital room as she'd feared, but a hotel room. It wasn't the one at their suite at the Obsidian, though. She'd never seen this room before. "Where are we? Where's Toro and the others? The cops?" "Shh, calm down. We're in a place Toro's people run. He got us out of there before they tipped off the cops. He said we can stay here till we feel like leaving." He looked troubled, and Verity thought she knew why. Now that the whole thing was over, the idea of taking any kind of charity from a murderer and mobster wouldn't sit well with him. "What happened to Matthias?" Jason didn't answer right away, and he didn't meet her gaze. "He didn't get away, did he?" Her insides clenched at the thought. After everything they'd been through, if that piece of shit had managed to weasel out of their hands— No. He didn't get away. Well, what then? When he still didn't answer, she grabbed his arm. Jason! He's dead, V. More thoughts flooded back, reaching out to grab his aura. His scream, her scream. He's dead? Yeah. Well, I can't really say I'm sorry about that. If anybody deserved it, it's him. Those kids. She shuddered and wondered how many of them would spend years in therapy, or worse, because of what Matthias and those like him had done to them. What did you do to him, V? Jason's tone was soft and inflectionless. What do you mean? It had to be you. Nobody else there could have done it. He was going to make Toro shoot me. I was barely awake, but I remember that. Then you started pleading with Matthias, and suddenly he screamed, grabbed his head, and keeled over. Then you screamed and fell over too. When I finally came to my senses, I found Toro bending over you, trying to get you to wake up, and Matthias was dead. I didn't see you cast any magic, and nobody had shot him. What did you do to him? She paused to consider her words, to consider what she'd done. I don't know exactly, she said at last. That's the truth. I know what I was trying to do, but I don't exactly know how it worked out. What were you trying to do? Make him stop. Her head was feeling better now, so she sat up the rest of the way and leaned back against the pillows. To make him stop so he wouldn't make Toro shoot you. That's all I cared about. I had to do something. I couldn't let him kill you. I couldn't— She began to shake as the enormity of what she'd done came crashing down. I used the magic Edna taught me. Healing magic. To hurt somebody, Jason. To kill somebody. He stared at her. How the hell did you do that? Slowly, with deliberate care, she pushed the covers aside and got up. She still wore her t-shirt and jeans. Her leather jacket was over a nearby chair and her boots at its foot. She couldn't stand the way he was looking at her, so she turned away from him and slipped into her jacket, then bent to put her boots on. We should go. We're not being held here, are we? No. V, not now, Jason, please, not now. So we can go? Yeah, he said. His voice was ragged. Toro said we could go whenever we wanted. You slept the rest of the night. It's afternoon now. He said his people would take care of everything so we didn't need to be involved. She wondered if that was what she wanted, but she also knew they didn't have a choice. If they got involved, if they even called Roper about it, they'd have to answer too many uncomfortable questions, and they'd probably never escape the web of lies they'd have to weave. Better to just slip out with the knowledge that they'd done what they'd come here to do. They'd found why Gary Woods had been in Las Vegas. They'd found his killer, though he'd never be brought to justice for his crime. They'd tracked and broken a hidden child prostitution ring that the cops and even the mob couldn't touch, and saved a bunch of children, current and future, from a horrific fate. She should feel good, right? She finished tying her boots and stood, shoving down the lightheadedness still hovering around her. Let's get the hell out of here, okay? I want to go home. Yeah, me too. He gave her an odd, troubled sideways glance, but didn't say anything else as they left the room. Mickey Toro met them downstairs. Apparently he'd set one of his men to keep an eye on the elevator and alert him when they showed up. Hey, he said, looking Verity up and down. You feeling okay? I wanted to have my guys take you to the hospital, but your brother said you just had to sleep it off. I'm okay, she said, without looking at him. Thanks for getting us out of there. No problem. Figured you didn't want to get in the middle of that clusterfuck, you know. Listen, he added, I know you probably want to get the hell out of Vegas, and I don't blame you, but I just wanted to tell you before you go,
My guys rounded up the rest of those lowlifes, the ones we didn't already take out, and left them as a little present for the cops. They didn't want to. Hell, I didn't want to, but it's easier that way. We don't need the hassle if they decide to come after us for murder. We even got some of the customers who tried sneaking down the elevator like rats when the shit hit the fan, so that operation's dead in the water. He gripped Verity's shoulder. We got you to thank for that, kid. Ain't none of us were ever gonna find that place.
Yeah, Verity mumbled, and shrugged off his hand. All at once she had no desire to talk to Toro or any of his people. No doubt after all this was over they'd go back to their usual extortion, prostitution, loan sharking, and all the other illegal activities that made up their little crime empire, under the blind eye of a mostly corrupt LVPD that didn't give a damn about what they did. But that was supposed to all be okay, because Mickey Toro had a soft spot for kids. She felt like she might be sick. Listen, I'm still feeling like shit. I just want to get out of here. That a problem?
No problem. He waved them toward the door. We got your car out of there, too. It's waiting for you in the parking lot. You two are on your way.
He dropped his volume so only she and Jason could hear him.
Unless you want to think about staying in town and working for me. I could use somebody with your talents, even if you didn't get a chance to plug that fucking pervert before he stroked out. Too much coke, I'm gonna guess.
Verity's gorge rose, and she had to settle for shaking her head.
Yeah, probably. And no thanks on the offer, Jason said. Take care, Mr. Toro.
He gripped Verity's arm and hustled her away. She staggered along with him, trying hard not to puke on Toro's carpet. What are you going to tell Gary's wife? They were back in the Mustang, headed out into the desert after a quick stop at the Obsidian to pick up their stuff and swap cars. Nakamura hadn't been available, so they'd left a message on his voicemail thanking him for his help, and then got out of there. Verity, feeling somewhat better, had been sitting with her face pressed against the passenger window, sipping a Coke Jason had gotten for her when he gassed up the car. Now she turned toward him when she asked her question, the first time she'd spoken since they left the Obsidian.
I don't know how much of this is ever going to make it to the papers. My guess is most of it won't, so she won't get the real story there.
Yeah, but she hired you to find out what happened. Are you going to lie to her? She couldn't decide which way she wanted it to go. On the one hand, scum like Gary Woods didn't deserve to have his crimes whitewashed and forgotten. He'd done terrible things, and he should have to atone for them, even posthumously. On the other hand, would anything be gained by revealing the truth to his widow, so she could tear herself up, wondering if she might have noticed something if she'd only been less trusting? And what about his 2 children? She felt sick all over again thinking about them, about their little friends. He'd been their soccer coach. What if he'd... She shuddered. I don't know what to do, Jason. He shouldn't just get away with it. They shouldn't just mourn him as their loving husband and dad who got killed by accident for wandering into a bad part of town. They should know. But... He gripped her arm.
I know, V. I know. No easy answers. Anyway, we got a long drive ahead of us. Plenty of time to think it over.
What if you don't come up with anything by the time we get back?
I guess I'll worry about that if it happens. Maybe I'll tell Fran about it, the parts I can tell her, and see what she thinks we should do.
She nodded, leaning back against the window. After nearly a minute of silence, she asked tentatively, We good? He glanced at her.
Why wouldn't we be?
I saw the way you looked at me when I first woke up, when I first told you what I did. She stared at her hands in her lap. Jason, I don't like what I did, but I'd do it again if I had to save you, or the doc, or Edna. Does that make me a bad person? Jason didn't answer right away. For a while, only the soft background sound of some classic rock song Verity didn't recognize hung in the air between them.
No, he said at last. Not by me, anyway.
I'd have killed him to save you without a second thought. Just because I do it with a gun and you did it with magic doesn't change anything, but—" He paused again. "The way you did it, it's— Are you going to tell Al or Edna?" "I don't know yet." He nodded slowly, his eyes on the road. The day was sunny and relatively hot for December. The desert stretched out in front of them, wide and open, with shimmering water-puddle mirages up ahead. Finally, he sighed, turned up the radio, and switched it to a hard rock station. "Fran's not going to believe half of this shit. But we did solve the case, so I guess that's something." "I guess it is." She subsided back into silence and barely said anything for the remainder of the trip home. Chapter 59. Stone was on his back on a surface that was too hard to be a mattress, but too soft to be a floor. He opened his eyes to find himself staring at a wood-beamed ceiling. Odd. Last thing he remembered, he was flinging himself and Riley out into the rain and taking a header into the street. The explosion. He sat up quickly and swayed, his head awash with pain and dizziness. Hey, sweetie," a female voice admonished. "Lie back down." It was the plump makeup artist from the trailer. She looked concerned as she hurried over. Stone didn't lie back down. After the initial pounding from the sudden change in elevation passed, his head calmed sufficiently to convince him he wouldn't faint. He took a look around. He was in the living room of a small house. Weak, gray light streamed in through a window. Must be morning then, at least. It didn't look like it was raining at the moment. A sleeping bag was spread out beneath him, with a sofa pillow under his head. He pushed back the blanket over him to see that he still wore his jeans, though someone had removed his boots. They'd made an effort to clean him up, and bandages covered the slashes on his chest and the wound on his shoulder. "What time is it?" he asked the woman. "Where are the others?" Now, please, Dr. Stone, stay down. You need to rest." "I haven't got time to rest. Where are the others? What's happened?" "That's gonna take a while," said another voice. Cody Huff came in and dropped down on the sofa next to Stone's spot on the floor. The sofa had been made up as another bed, but whoever its occupant had been was now gone. Huff offered Stone a sandwich and a cup of coffee. The sight of food made him ravenous as he remembered he hadn't eaten since yesterday. "Thanks," he said, taking both and devouring the sandwich in huge bites. Huff looked exhausted and unshaven, with deep, dark circles under his eyes, and his clothes were damp and streaked with dirt and smoke. Stone wondered how he himself must look. "Tell me what's happened," he said between bites. "I can tell you some of it. I think maybe you have to tell me some of it, though." "What time is it? How long have I been out?" "Several hours. It's around 11 now. Once everybody came to their senses, the ones who were still able to move around went looking for the others. They found you and Bryce face down in the middle of the street out in front of the Brunder place. Or what was left of it anyway, which isn't much." A chill gripped Stone. "How many died? Any in the house?" Huff sobered. "They haven't found everybody yet, but if they were in that house, they were gone. Larry's still missing, the Yateses, Jose from the crew, and I'm sorry, Doc, but they haven't found Dr. Mortensen yet." Stone bowed his head. "They're all dead. I don't know about Jose, but the rest—" "How do you know that?" Huff leaned closer, eyes wide. "Did you find them?" "The Yateses were dead when I entered the house." Suddenly, Stone felt very tired again. "They'd killed each other." "Shit," Huff breathed. "And Larry and the Doc?" "They're in a mine shaft up on the hill above the Shangri-La." "Not much left of that place either," Huff said. "There was a fire. The whole inside's gutted." "I know." Huff shot him a suspicious look, as if wondering how he knew so much about what was going on, but didn't comment. What were Larry and Dr. Mortensen doing in a mine shaft? It's hard to explain. What about the others? Any other deaths? Did anyone else kill each other? Before he could answer, the door opened and Selina Wanderley came in. She looked as tired as Huff did, and threw herself down on the couch next to him. The makeup woman had disappeared, presumably to look after other injured charges. "Hi, Dr. Stone," Selina said. "Glad to see you're feeling better." She turned to Huff. "Nick's better, but he'll need real medical attention, not just the first aid we can do here. Any word on how long before they get the road cleared?" Stone stared at them. "The authorities aren't here yet." "Not a chance," Huff said. "It's only been a few hours. We have no way to contact them. The cell phones don't get reception up here, and the regular phones are dead. Rita drove down the hill a little while ago to see if they're working on the rock slide yet, but I don't think she'll be back for a while." "How's Riley doing?" "His leg's broken and he's banged up, but otherwise okay," Huff told him. "He's at one of the other houses. Sorry you're on the floor, but there aren't many places around to put people. The two big ones are gone." "Tell me the rest," Stone said. "I'll try to fill in what I know." Selina fixed him with an odd look. "You know a lot about what's happened, don't you, Dr. Stone?" "Tell me what you know," he repeated. "Everybody went nuts last night," Huff said. "It was crazy. We were doing the shoot. Larry was pissed because you didn't show up, yelling at everybody. It was worse than the afternoon. We took a break. Nick started coming on to Bryce, and Bryce and Kelly both attacked him. Rita went after Larry, screaming about how much she's always hated him, but he got away and ran off, yelling something about you stealing his gold. What the hell was that about?" he added. "What gold?" "Later," Stone said, waving him off. "I heard this bit already. Who's unaccounted for?" Selina pulled a notebook from her pocket. "About 45 people were in the town, counting the crew and the townspeople. Out of those, 4 are known dead, 20 more are unaccounted for, and the 21 have been located. Several are injured in some way. The doc said the Yateses, Larry, and Doc Mortensen are all dead," Huff said. Selina adjusted her list. "Also Bill Mott," Stone said. "In the fire in the Shangri-La. We couldn't get him out in time." Once again, Selina made a note. "That makes 9 known dead. Dear God," she breathed. She looked up at him. "Something happened last night. Something supernatural. Didn't it?" Stone got up wearily, testing his balance. "Yes. Did you feel it?" "That's why I'm not hurt," she said. "I believed what you'd said. When people started going crazy, She ducked her gaze. "I hid. I couldn't do anything about it, so I hid, like a coward." "It's not cowardice to keep yourself alive," Stone said gently. "Especially if there's nothing you could have done. I'm glad you were wise enough to do it." Huff was looking troubled, too. "Wish I'd been smart enough to do it. My memory's bad. The details are all kind of fuzzy, but, Doc, I think I might have been responsible for the explosion at the Brunder place." "How so?" "I was with Kelly. We were looking for Duncan or Bryce, wanted to kick their asses. I was so pissed. I just wanted to kill both of them. Larry was a prick, and Bryce was a conceited asshole prima donna, you know? We went into the house with torches." He shuddered. Ah, so Huff and Kelly Petrucci were the flame-tossers. No point in blaming them, though. They certainly had no idea what they were doing any more than any of the rest of the curse's victims did. "It's all right," he said. "Believe me, no one was responsible for their actions last night." "What happened, Dr. Stone?" Selina asked. "Was it the curse? Was it real?" "It was. But it's over now. The Brunderville curse won't be affecting anyone ever again." "Doesn't really matter, does it?" Huff asked, staring down at his hands in his lap. "Nobody's ever going to build here again. Not in our lifetimes, anyway." He was probably right about that. "I need to get out of here," Stone said. "Walk around a bit. Do you happen to have a shirt I could borrow?"
Huff left for a moment and came back with a green t-shirt and a gray hooded sweatshirt. "I think the guy who lived here's dead," he said. "He won't miss him." Stone took a look at the t-shirt. It featured an image of the Shangri-La winery surrounded by trees. "Come to Brunderville and make your dreams come true," it read. With a sigh, he pulled it on and the sweatshirt over it. "Back in a bit," he said. "Then you can put me to work." "Doc?" Huff called as he headed out. "Yes?" "I'm sorry about Dr. Mortensen." "Yes," Stone said without turning back. "So am I." The day passed in a flurry of activity. Stone spent a couple hours walking around the area, searching for survivors with magical sight and trying to keep his troubled thoughts at bay. He found one man with a broken ankle and a deep slash wound in his leg. He'd been attacked by his best friend, who he'd been forced to kill in self-defense, and then managed to bandage the wound sufficiently to keep from dying. Too much time had passed for magical healing to work, so Stone helped him hobble back to town and left him in the care of the makeup woman, who, along with one of the town men with some EMT training, had taken over the first aid services. After that, he went to the Brunner place, just to get a look at it in the daylight. The rain had stopped now, and the angry gray clouds had even parted sufficiently to let the sun peek through a little. But that didn't do anything to mitigate the grimness of the pile of rubble and charred kindling that had, for over 100 years, been a strong and sturdy mansion. He picked his way through debris around the blast radius, not even sure what he was looking for, or if he was looking for anything. Now that the crisis, or at least the part of it he could do anything about, was over, all he felt was a bone-deep weariness of both body and psyche. Even his grief at the loss of Mortensen and the others felt dulled, as if someone else were feeling it. Once again he wondered if he could get his hands on a drink, or two, or several. Finally he went back to the house where he'd awakened and offered his services. But the makeup woman, whose name he finally found out was Gina, took one look at him and ordered him to the sofa. He tried to protest that he could help, but she was having none of it. He slept for the rest of the afternoon. They gathered in the schoolhouse later that evening, everyone who was well enough to move or be moved. It didn't make for the best accommodations, but it was the largest building left in town, so they didn't have many choices. Gina volunteered to remain with Nick and a couple of the other more seriously injured townspeople who'd all been moved into the same house for ease of care. By the time Stone arrived, most of the rest of them were already there. They'd brought in a mismatched collection of chairs and tables and spread out a cold buffet of most of the remaining food, along with several bottles of wine rescued from the Shangri-La's cave, the only part of the place the fire hadn't gutted, and liquor donations from the surviving townspeople. "Hey, Stone!" called a voice from the other side of the room. Bryce Riley, his broken leg splinted with a series of sturdy wooden dowels and a lot of gauze, sat in a place of honor in the back corner of the room, a plate of food in his lap and a glass of wine in his hand. He looked considerably more cheerful than he had the previous night, though his expression was far more subdued than Stone had ever seen it. Stone nodded to a few of the others and crossed the room to him, pausing to pick up a healthy shot of whiskey on the way. Wine wouldn't do it for him tonight. "Riley, good to see you looking better."
"Thanks to you, man. I don't know how you did it, but you got me out of there before that place blew. I owe you big for that."
He nodded toward a chair.
"Take a load off. Get good and wasted. That's what I'm doing."
Rita had reported back a while ago, saying she'd seen signs of lights on the road below, indicating that the crews were working on the slide. She'd been able to get minimal service on her cell phone, at least enough to let the authorities know they were up there and needed help as soon as possible. The crew chief promised to work through the night and predicted they'd reach Brunderville by early the next morning. Unfortunately, there was no viable place to land a helicopter anywhere near the town, especially since the rain had been intermittently falling all day, so they'd have to make do until then. That had been when Selina got the idea for everyone to have a last gathering together. Cody Huff, who'd taken over logistics when nobody else had stepped up to it, stood and walked up near the front of the room. "Hey, if I could have everybody's attention for a minute, please?" Stone settled into his chair and waited, sipping his whiskey. When everyone had quieted, Huff said, "For those of you who haven't met me yet, I'm Cody Huff from the Other Side group. If you've seen the show, I'm the guy who wanders off on his own and gets into trouble when things start getting weird. And I gotta tell you, things got weird last night. Really weird. And I think most of us got into a little trouble." He glanced at Stone. That was an understatement, but Stone merely raised his glass. "I don't know exactly what happened. I don't think any of us do." He glanced at Stone again, but looked away quicker this time. "Some people are saying it was the Brunderville curse. Some people are saying some kind of weird gas came up out of one of the mines and made us all crazy. Some are saying we just got on each other's last nerve from being cooped up in the rain with the power out. I don't have any answers, and I don't think the rest of you do either." All around Stone, people mumbled and muttered in quiet conversation. He took a quick look at Riley, who was staring straight ahead. The Other Side star looked troubled, but made no move to contradict Huff's words. "Whatever happened, though," Huff continued, "we all lost some friends last night. Good people who just ended up being at the wrong place at the wrong time. Those losses are going to be felt for a long time. I'm sure all of them will have their own memorials going forward, but I think we should acknowledge them now and maybe say a little prayer. Have a moment of silence, whatever you feel personally would be a good way to do it. Okay?" A general sound of agreement rippled through the group. "Okay," Huff said. He pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and began to read names. Stone listened in silence along with the rest. They must have been busy when he'd been asleep, because another few names he didn't recognize had been added to the list of the dead Selina had been keeping this morning. He remained quiet as the unfamiliar names were read, each one along with a few words describing his or her association with the town or the crew. Bill Mott, a local handyman and good friend to everyone in town. Randy and Mary Yates, who were going to run the Brunderville bed and breakfast at the mansion. Jose Estevez, the Other Side crew assistant. Dr. Edwina Mortensen, one of our Stanford consultants. And Larry Duncan, the Other Side producer." Huff finished the list and put it back in his pocket. "Let's have a moment of reflection for all of them, shall we?" The room grew utterly silent, except for a few foot scuffles or muffled coughs. Stone thought mostly about Mortensen. His throat tightened as he remembered the way her eyes had shone like a child's at the simple magical light show he'd created to ease her passing. Why hadn't he ever told her? Of all the mundanes he knew, she'd probably have been the most accepting of it. But he hadn't, and now it was too late. Now her body lay at the bottom of a collapsing mine, and they might not ever be able to even recover it for a proper burial. "Stone, you okay?" Stone jolted back to awareness to realize the moment had passed, and the others had all gone back to their soft conversations. Riley was looking at him with concern. "Sorry," he said. "Just thinking." "Yeah," Riley agreed. "Got a lot of that to do myself." Stone stood. "If you'll excuse me, I think I'll go top up my drink." Riley raised his own glass in salute, and Stone drifted back across the room toward the makeshift bar. Apparently they liked their booze in Brunderville, because even though the fire had destroyed the real bar at the Shangri-La, numerous bottles of hard liquor nearly outnumbered those of wine. Most of them were far from full. Stone poured another glass of whiskey and lingered there for a moment, thinking.
Dr. Stone? The voice behind him was tentative and female. He turned to see Denise standing behind him. It was the first time he'd seen her today, though he hadn't had time to wonder where she was, or if she was deliberately avoiding him. She looked a lot better put together than most of the other townspeople, dressed in jeans, a blue sweater, and the black high-top Chuck Taylors she'd offered to Mortensen the previous night. She'd pulled her long blonde hair back into a ponytail. Her expression was guarded, and she didn't quite meet his gaze. "Ah, hello, Denise. You're looking well tonight." She nodded, still without looking at him. "Thanks. You too." They stood there, both of them uncomfortable for a few more moments. "Could I talk to you for a minute?" she asked. "In private?" He raised a questioning eyebrow. Of course. Let's go outside. I think the rain's let up for a bit." They stepped out onto the deck surrounding the schoolhouse, and Denise set her half-full glass of wine on the railing. I heard about your friend. I'm sorry." "Thank you. Did you find what you were looking for?" "We did, yes." "Good. I'm glad." Again, an awkward silence settled over them. Stone took another swallow of whiskey and looked out over the town. With only the moonlight to illuminate it, Brunderville and its scattered remaining buildings looked normal, with no indication of the fire-ravaged winery or the detonated remains of the Brunder mansion. "Denise," he began at last. "Dr. Stone," she said at the same time. "You first," he said, turning around to lean against the railing and face her. She looked away. "I just want to say, I don't know what happened last night. I'm not like that. I'm so embarrassed." "Denise," he said softly, please, don't be embarrassed. Nothing that happened yesterday was your fault, I promise." "But She reached out to indicate his chest, without touching him. "I hurt you." "Think nothing of it. Quite a lot of things happened last night, and I think the best that can be done is to treat them as a sort of nightmare. Something we did but couldn't stop ourselves." He chuckled, but it wasn't a happy sound. Sort of like those dreams where you turn up to sit an exam and realize you've not attended any of the classes. "Or when you go to school naked," she said, mirroring his mirthless chuckle. She turned then and looked into his eyes. "But you could have done so much, and you didn't." "Of course I didn't." He set his glass down and gripped the railing. "I knew you weren't in your right mind last night. What kind of man would I be if I knew that and still took advantage of you? I don't think most men would have stopped." She sipped her wine and stared into the glass. "You saved me from Bill. I didn't even know he wanted me. He was always so kind, and even after what he did, that was such a horrible way to die." Stone sighed. "It wasn't his fault either. That's one of the most unfortunate things about this whole mess. It can't be blamed on anyone. Not anyone who's been alive for a long time anyway, but I promise you, as far as anything you did last night, it's already forgotten." She glanced at him, then away again. Dr. Stone?" She looked even more uncomfortable. Or was it nervous? "Yes?" "We'll probably never see each other after tonight. You'll go back home, and I'll probably go back to Los Angeles, since I don't really have a job here anymore." "That's true," he agreed. She turned toward him then, and finally did meet his gaze. "What I did yesterday, I didn't mean to. I wouldn't have if I'd been myself, but I did notice you when you first came in yesterday. That part wasn't a lie, so I thought, if you wanted, I thought you might not want to be alone tonight." He stared at her. That was not at all what he'd expected her to say. "Denise," she took his hand with a gentle squeeze. "This is me in my right mind, Dr. Alastair. I totally understand if you don't want to, but I just wanted you to know that." He took her other hand and hesitated. "Are you sure?" She nodded. When she spoke again, it was with more confidence. "No strings, just this one night. But maybe we can both leave ourselves with one pleasant memory of this place before we go, you know?" Still, he hesitated. He shouldn't even be considering it. He remembered Mortenson's cutting words when she'd been in the grip of the curse about girls young enough to be his daughter. But then he shifted to magical sight and looked at Denise's sunny yellow aura, tinged deliberately with bright red. Whatever else she wasn't lying about her intentions or her interest. He shifted back and spoke softly, almost before he let himself think about it. "I don't want to be alone tonight," he admitted. She smiled. "Good. Me neither." She moved in closer, and this time when he bent his neck to kiss her, it wasn't with any reluctance. She snuggled in close to him against the cold chill of the evening, and together they descended the steps and walked into the darkness in the direction of her tiny house. Chapter 60. 3 days later. Verity called Stone as he was completing his last-minute preparations to head to Sunnyvale and take the portal to England. He almost didn't answer until he saw her number on the display. He'd had so many calls in the last couple days that he'd stopped answering the home phone and set the mobile to silent mode so they'd all go to voicemail and leave him the hell alone. "Can I come up and see you?" she asked. She sounded odd, distant, lost. "Of course. Is everything all right?" A long pause. "I'm not sure. I just want to talk. And not on the phone. Is that okay?" "You're always welcome here, Verity. Is Jason coming as well?" "No, just me this time." Another pause. "I saw the news about what happened in Brunderville. What I read, that wasn't anything close to the whole story, was it?" "No. Are you okay?" Now it was his turn to pause. "No, not really." "Are you sure you want me to come up? I don't want to—" He gripped the receiver tighter as it occurred to him that she might be one of the few people on Earth he actually did want to talk to. "It's fine. It's good. I'll see you soon." He didn't do much while he waited for her. In truth, he hadn't been doing much since he got back, sleeping when he could, puttering around the house, existing on delivered pizza and take-out Chinese food, and confusing an increasingly agitated Raider. The cat followed him around, a silent shadow with wide green eyes, staying close and jumping into his lap whenever he sat down. He was a rare comfort in days and nights filled with uneasy thoughts and too many nightmares. The day before Stone had finally been allowed to leave the Brunderville area with the others had been a whirlwind of despair and frustration. The authorities and rescue workers had broken through the massive mudslide early on the morning following the little gathering at the schoolhouse. They'd taken out the injured, removed the bodies of the dead, and collected the remainder of the day's group in the schoolhouse and under the pavilion near the trailers to question them about what had gone so horrifically wrong. Stone had done his best to play the role of just another shell-shocked survivor, answering the questions they put to him with the truth when he could, and lies when he had to. He didn't mention the curse, nor his involvement with the fire at the Shangri-La, or the explosion at the Brunder mansion. He had no idea what Riley and Denise might say, but he didn't care. If their stories ended up leading the police to arrest him for anything, they'd just have to do it. They didn't arrest him. They didn't arrest anyone. The prevailing attitude among the survivors had mostly been one of confusion. They claimed not to remember much about what had occurred the night Brunderville died. The authorities were skeptical, but Stone believed them. Perhaps the last remnants of Sarah's curse had done their job, fogging the minds of the participants sufficiently that, no matter how many times they were questioned,
they could summon only the most superficial of details. Either that, or all of them had their own secrets to keep, so they weren't in any hurry to spill anyone else's. The press, who showed up a few hours later, were more persistent, but got no further with their inquiries than the police had. Stone made liberal use of his disregarding spell, doing his best to stay away from anyone he wasn't required to talk to, citing grief at the loss of his colleague when anyone managed to track him down, and then making himself scarce as soon as he could. When the authorities at last cleared him to go, he gathered his few remaining possessions and departed immediately. It took him over an hour to pick his way down the muddy, rock-strewn mountain road to Delsey, and another 3 to get home. His thoughts haunted him, despite his best efforts to drown them out with loud, angry music, especially the one about his wish that he wouldn't have to share a 3-hour drive home with a resentful Mortensen. She would have hated the music, but she could have bitched and grumbled at him for the entire trip, or insisted on listening to her airy-fairy New Age CDs the whole way back, and he'd have cheerfully kept quiet and let her get on with it. His biggest regret was that the authorities would be unable to recover her body. He'd told them where she and Duncan were, weaving a story about how she had accompanied Duncan into the mine to search for something interesting he'd claimed to find. When Stone had led them to the spot, however, he'd discovered to his dismay that the entire tunnel had caved in, probably due to the explosion at the Brunder mansion. There was no way, the rescue workers told him, to go in after the bodies. It would be prohibitively expensive, but more importantly, it would be far too dangerous to risk. The mountain was unstable, the ground saturated, and the high chance of more cave-ins would put rescue workers in too much danger to justify the effort. So Edwina Mortensen, professor of occult studies and Stone's long-time colleague, who'd grown over nearly 10 years from a prickly, envious co-worker to something very close to a friend, would spend eternity buried under thousands of tons of rock, along with the fool who'd set the whole terrible sequence of events into motion. And there wasn't a damn thing Stone and all his magic could do about it. He'd done what he could when he got back. Called Laura at the department office to make sure they informed Mortensen's sister of her death, and gotten the contact information for Haley, the grad student she'd arranged to take care of her cats. Haley was shocked at the news, but promised to continue caring for them until new homes could be found, and in fact volunteered to take one of them herself. Finally, he'd mailed a quick note to Kolinsky, promising to provide a full and highly enlightening report of what had occurred in Brunderville, and inviting the Black Mage to lunch after the first of the year. He wanted to discuss the situation with Kolinsky, but not yet. Not while it was all still this raw. Responsibilities duly discharged, he'd just stopped caring. After 2 days of a malaise where he'd sat around the house unshaven, unsatisfyingly drunk, and dodging phone calls while he tried half-heartedly to write up some notes about the curse, he'd called Aubrey at home and announced he was coming for a visit. Aubrey, who'd heard nothing about the events in Brunderville, had been all too happy to accommodate him. Stone figured at least a change of scenery might help snap him out of his dark mood. Maybe he'd even meet up with his old friends Eddie Monkton and Arthur Ward for a few drinks in more pleasant surroundings. Verity's call changed all that. Aubrey had been disappointed when he'd called back to postpone the visit indefinitely, but it couldn't be helped. He'd visit later, but some things couldn't wait. She showed up at his front door a few hours later, a little after 7 p.m. "Hi, Dr. Stone." His first impression was that she looked almost as troubled as he was. She wore faded jeans with a gray hooded sweatshirt under her old black leather jacket, and though she smiled when she saw him, the smile was far away and strained. "I thought you'd be calling from the bus station." He stood aside to let her in. He'd gotten himself together while waiting for her to arrive, A long, hot shower, a shave, and some fresh clothes hadn't done a lot to improve his mood, but at least he wasn't sodden drunk anymore. Baby steps. I rented a car. Didn't feel like sitting in a packed bus all day. Can I get you anything? Drink? Something to eat? She smiled faintly. You're gonna cook? Bloody hell, no. We can go out somewhere if you like, or I could have something delivered. Whatever you want, she said. I'm not hungry, honestly. They regarded each other with rare awkwardness for a few seconds. Then Stone waved her toward the sitting room. How are you? Did your case with Jason go well? I was surprised when he said he wasn't coming up with you. He can't get away. Fran's got him up to his ears in catch-up work since we got back. She perched on the edge of the sofa, and her gaze came up. I'm sorry about Dr. Mortensen. She looked odd, different in a way he couldn't quite put his finger on, as if she were simultaneously younger and far older. Something haunted flitted behind her eyes, and her aura was dark with unease. Verity, what's wrong? Is it something you'd like to talk about? She looked down at her hands in her lap. Is this about your case? Did something happen? He sat at the opposite end of the sofa, turned toward her. I didn't see any horrific news coming out of Las Vegas in the last few days. She shook her head, still not looking at him. You wouldn't have. They did a pretty good job covering it up. It never made it to the papers. They're really good at that in Vegas, apparently. Stone frowned. What happened? Was it the evil? No. No, for once the evil had nothing to do with it. I don't know if that's comforting, though, knowing what people can do when they don't have the excuse of being possessed by something from another dimension. So, what, then? He continued watching her aura as it shifted and crested like a storm-tossed sea. Verity, please, I can't help you if you don't tell me. Once again her gaze came up briefly to meet his. I'll tell you, but I'm not sure you can help me. I'm not sure anybody can. She took a deep breath. But before I do, I am sure of something now. What's that? I want to come back up here. I want to study with you again as soon as I can. That wasn't what he'd expected her to say. I told you, you're always welcome here. That's never going to change, but is this connected with what happened in Las Vegas? Did you have some kind of disagreement with Edna? Instead of answering, she grabbed a pillow from the end of the sofa and wrapped her arms around it, staring toward the curtained window without seeming to see it. Jason's case was to find out what happened to this guy, Gary, who disappeared. He was supposed to be in L.A., but he turned up dead in Vegas. So we went there to try to track down who killed him. She chuckled, but there was no mirth in it. When she spoke again, the words tumbled out in robotic monotone. What we found instead was that Gary was a wild talent. He could change into a completely different person, and he sneaked off to Vegas a couple times a year to get his freak on with the little kids. The mob found out and killed him, but they couldn't find the operation because it was run by a mage who was really good at illusions and hiding. Jason and I tracked down where the place was and attacked it with the help of the mob guys who'd killed Gary. The mage had it hidden behind a bunch of illusions and wards on the top floor of a building downtown. Bloody hell, Stone murmured, shocked. Yeah. She still didn't look at him. That wasn't even the worst part, though. I mean, we succeeded, right? We got all the kids out alive and, well, as safe as they can be, I guess, after the hell they've been through. Between us and the mob guys, we rounded up all the guys working for this mage, and even the customers who were there. The ones who weren't killed are in jail, and even though a bunch of the Vegas cops are evil, I still don't think they're just gonna let them go. Hell, they might get some great jollies tormenting them, and for once, I say they're welcome to it, so everybody wins, right? Her tone grew bitter. Stone leaned in closer, immediately picking up on what she hadn't said. What about the mage? He asked softly. Did he get away? Her hands clenched around the pillow. No, he didn't get away. He sensed she had more to say, so he remained silent, letting her take her time. When she turned toward him, there was no mistaking the haunted look in her eyes. She looked like she'd aged 10 years. I killed him, Doc. He paused. Verity, he said gently, after several moments passed. He fought to find the right way to say what he wanted to say. She spoke again before he could work it out. I didn't just kill him, he had a gun on a kid. He was going to make the mob guy kill Jason or he'd blow the kid's head off. I had to do something before he noticed, so I... Her fists clenched and her eyes glittered with unshed tears. I used the magic Edna taught me. Healing magic to grab hold of his aura, and I didn't even mean to do it. I just wanted to stop him. Stone stared at her, the implications of what she'd just said chilling him. What did you do, Verity? I blew a blood vessel in his brain. I gave him a stroke. She looked like a terrified child who'd just caused some awful accident that she couldn't take back no matter how hard she wanted to. Her voice trailed off, miserable and devastated. He had a shield up, but he couldn't stop me. Doc, I used powers Edna taught me for healing to kill somebody. And now I feel like Jason's looking at me like I'm some kind of monster. Stone didn't let the ramifications of what she'd told him occupy his mind right now. No question they were huge, and he'd have to think long and hard about them later, but not now. Now, his prized apprentice was falling apart in front of his eyes. For once he didn't pause to think. Instead, he reached out and put a gentle hand on her arm. Verity, it's all right. It will be all right. The floodgates broke and she threw herself into his arms, sobbing. That's not the way it's supposed to work. He pulled her close, holding her and stroking her back as she buried her head in his shoulder. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. Right now, she needed him to be what she looked to him to be. Her teacher, her mentor, her friend. Eventually, her sobs slowed to hitching gasps, and she pulled back from him with obvious reluctance. I'm sorry, Doc, she said between breaths. I shouldn't have. It's all right, he murmured. It's all right. She chuckled and sniffed. I got you all wet. Believe me, if you'd seen me a few days ago, this is nothing. You don't think I'm a monster, do you? She asked, looking back down into her lap. He took her hand in both of his. Verity, listen to me. Look at me. Her gaze came back up. The dramatic makeup she favored had run with her tears, making her look like a little girl who'd gotten into her mother's stash. Magic is messy. As much as we try to set it to order, the forces we manipulate are bigger than any one person can hope to get their mind completely around. We're always discovering new things. That's what I've been trying to teach you, to take what you know and build on it, combine it, use it in new and different ways. That's all we can ever hope to do. Keep learning, keep discovering, keep experimenting. But I killed him, and the worst part is I don't feel bad about it. Not that I did it anyway. Raider leapt into her lap and she looked away again, stroking his head with the hand Stone wasn't holding. But how I did it, Doc? He couldn't stop me. What if I... She swallowed and pulled Raider close. What if you lose your temper and do it to someone else? He asked softly. She nodded. Did you talk to Edna about this at all? He let go of her hand and resumed his former position. I didn't tell her. I was afraid to. I felt like I betrayed her teaching or something.
And that's why you want to come back to me, then? Because you can't face Edna?
No! She spun back toward him, and Raider leaped indignant to the floor. No, I was almost certain I wanted to before, but now... She paused. Doc, you... will take me back, right? Verity, how many times do I have to tell you? You've always got a place here. You're my apprentice. Nothing you can do will change that. You didn't answer my question, though. What if I do lose my temper and you aren't going to do that? How do you know? If I killed one guy, maybe the next time you meet a black mage who's running a child sex ring and is threatening to kill your brother. Is that likely to happen? Somebody might threaten Jason again, or Edna, or you, and next time you'll have more control.
He patted her hand, then walked over to his liquor cabinet and poured her a stiff shot of scotch.
Here. I think you could use this, and I'm not contributing to the delinquency of a minor anymore by offering it to you. She took the glass, sipped, and wrinkled her nose. You like this stuff? Oi, he said, glaring. That's the good stuff right there. No cheap drinks for my apprentice. She smiled in spite of herself and took another sip. I guess it's an acquired taste. She looked startled, as though a thought seemed to occur to her. Doc, I'm confused about something. What's that?
He poured himself a shot and sat back down, pushing Raider aside as the cat tried to investigate what he had.
You said a black mage, but I'm not sure he was. I thought black mages were terrible at things like wards and permanent spells. Not terrible, he said. They just find them more difficult in general, and they need to draw a lot more power to keep them going. Could it be that he wasn't? Wasn't what, a black mage? He was pleased to see she appeared to be emerging from her guilt-racked funk, and to his surprise he felt her presence might be drawing him from his own. Yeah, could a white mage do the kinds of things he was doing? He seemed angry when I accused him of killing people, killing kids even, to keep his spells going, so could he have been a white mage? Of course. She looked startled. Really? Why not? He sighed and took another sip. Verity, this is still the hardest thing I ever have to get through to students, even ones as far along as you are. It doesn't help that the sides usually line up as you'd expect them to. The so-called good mages on the white side and the nastier sorts on the black side. It makes sense when you think about it. If you're willing to let your personal principles shift to achieve your ends, it's easier to let other things shift, like justifying taking energy from others. But it doesn't have to be that way. He gripped her arm again, hoping what he'd say next wouldn't upset the fragile balance she'd achieved. You're a white mage. I am too, mostly anyway. But yet, both of us have done things we're not proud of, right? She shuddered. Yeah, I guess we have. And this guy, he seemed like he was proud of what he was doing, like he thought he was doing the right thing. Her face twisted in disgust. Fuck it, Doc. I don't want to think about it anymore right now. It's probably going to give me nightmares for months. But I guess that's part of this whole magic thing, isn't it? Sadly, I wish I could tell you otherwise. He thought about Brunderville again and clenched his fists. Then he stood, once again evicting Raider from his perch. Come on. We both need to get the hell out of here for a while. Go sort out your makeup and let me take you out to a proper dinner. We can discuss the details of your move back up here. Sounds like a plan. She gave him a shadow of her old smile and started toward the downstairs bathroom, but then stopped. Hey, Doc? Yes? I almost forgot with everything else that happened. I saw Mr. Harrison in Vegas, at the Obsidian. Stone went still. Did you? Yeah, I talked to him for a minute. Not for long. He said he almost never comes back these days, so I guess I got lucky to spot him. He gave me a message for you before he left. Oh? Stone kept his voice even, despite his sudden desire to hop the next flight to Vegas and try to track the man down before he disappeared again. Yeah, He said—" She paused, thinking. "He said to tell you, if the time ever comes when he truly needs to find me, he already possesses the means to do it." She frowned. "I have no idea what that means, and he wouldn't say any more about it." Stone turned the words over in his mind as she disappeared into the bathroom and ran water in the sink. But they didn't make sense. How could he have the means to find Harrison when he had no idea where he'd gone? Ah, well, maybe he didn't even need to find the man anymore. He was making steady progress with Harrison's magical style. Maybe someday he'd get to the point where he could use it without burning himself out. Or he wouldn't, and it would have to remain as a last-ditch nuclear option if nothing else worked. For the present, though, best to focus on what he could do, not on what he couldn't. "Well, thanks for passing it along, but right now all I'm thinking about is that I haven't had anything to eat all day. Fancy a steak? Chinese? Mexican?" She emerged from the bathroom. Her makeup was back in order, even if her aura wasn't entirely. "Whatever you want's fine with me, Doc. I'm just glad to be back." "It's good to have you back." As he said it, he realized how much he'd missed having her around, even though he'd refused to admit it even to himself. "Come on. I know an excellent Mexican place down in San Jose." "You're in charge, Raider," he called back over his shoulder as he motioned her ahead of him. "No parties." Raider, wisely, said nothing as the door closed. This has been The Other Side, a novel in the Alastair Stone Chronicles, Volume 10, written by R.L. King, narrated by Will M. Watt. Copyright 2017 by R.L. King. Production copyright 2018 by R.L. King. The music is Interloper by Kevin MacLeod at Incompetech.com. Licensed under a Creative Commons by Attribution 3.0 license. creativecommons.org/licenses/by/3.0.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.